those years as a superhero in Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1: The World of Superheroes. 10 a.m. Eastern Time, DCHSD National Memorial. This prestigious memorial in the United States displays the most memorable national items in the 200 years since the founding of the United States, including the Declaration of Independence drafted by Franklin, a nugget of gold representing the rise of the gold rush in the West. There are also items with various special meanings in American history. For example, the Winchester 1873, which represents the gun that conquered the West. But the most popular area in the entire National Memorial is the World War II area. Or more precisely, it is the Captain America Special Exhibition area in the World War II Memorial. Captain America, as a government-led super soldier program, is undoubtedly very successful. Standing in front of the statue of Steve Rogers, a bald middle-aged white man wearing black-framed glasses, who looks like a teacher, said to a group of high school students aged 16 or 17. Captain America, Steve Rogers, this is a real hero. He thwarted the evil plan of the enemy, led the Rogers team to wreak havoc in the enemy's rear, and saved many captured Allied soldiers. He reversed the offensive and defensive transition between the Allies and the enemy, and laid the foundation for the victory of World War II. The middle-aged teacher looks like a die-hard fan of Captain America. In fact, not only the teacher is a fan of Captain America, but most of the students who come here today are fans of Captain America. As an American of this era, it is difficult not to have heard of the legend of Captain America. The comics and games adapted from the real story of Captain America have been popular for decades. Even Hasbro launched a new version of Captain America's collectible flashcards last month. Mr. Parker. I must make it clear that if you still want your camera, you'd better take your finger off the shutter. No photos are allowed here, the middle-aged teacher said when he saw a student with messy chestnut hair preparing to take a photo of the statue of Captain America. Oh, okay, Mr. Dawn. Thank you for your reminder. The young man named Parker could only helplessly let go of the old Pentax camera in his hand. Hey, Peter, you can't take pictures here. If you really want to take pictures, we can go to the Lincoln Memorial later. I think it won't be allowed to take pictures of the Lincoln statue in the memorial. A classmate who seemed to be familiar with Peter Parker came over and greeted him. Oh, no, Jason, I don't want to take pictures of Lincoln at all. I'd rather take pictures of the HSD Memorial. Peter Parker shrugged. President Lincoln would be very sad if you said that. Think about it. He worked so hard to free the slaves, but now a high school student doesn't want to take pictures of his statue. The young man named Jason joked. Well, I don't think the great President Lincoln was thinking that one day a high school student named Peter Parker would take pictures of his statue when he freed the slaves. Peter said, I'm sure that this is not the motivation for his efforts. Well, this Saturday is my birthday. The party will be held at home, and I have invited Harry. I invited you too, will you come? Jason asked. Of course, my two best friends are here, I will definitely go. Peter heard the invitation and quickly agreed. Jason smiled when he heard that Peter Parker agreed to come to his birthday party. Jason Lee is the full name of this boy. He also has a Chinese name, Li Ji. Li Ji's great-grandfather was a piglet who was deceived to come to the United States to pan for gold more than 100 years ago. Later, he stayed in the United States and took root. Li Ji's generation is already the fourth generation. After many intermarriages, Li Ji now has only 1/4 Chinese blood, 1/4 Latin blood and 1/2 Saxon blood. Because of his mixed blood, Li Ji has the deep facial features of Europeans and Americans, with a high nose bridge and deep eye sockets. But because of his Chinese blood, he has an Asian delicacy. He is more attractive than the rough Europeans and Americans. And his black hair and black eyes make him look more gentle. Because of long-term exercise, although he is not yet 17 years old, Li Ji's muscles have begun to show certain contours. Although Li Ji doesn't show himself much in school, there are still many girls who think he is very sexy. Yes, it is the adjective sexy. Europeans and Americans not only use sexy to describe women, but women also use sexy and hot to describe men who can stimulate the secretion of female hormones. Although there are many girls who have shown their affection, Li Ji has never responded to any of them. Because he has a deeper worry in his heart. Li Ji is not from this world. If the concept of parallel universe is established, it can be said that Li Ji is not from this universe. Li Ji comes from a more ordinary Earth. There are China, the United States, and Michael Jackson in that place. It looks the same as this universe. But there are no superheroes in that universe. Yes, Li Ji comes from an ordinary Earth. The stories of superheroes only happen in movies, novels and comics. Li Ji can watch Spider-Man Peter Parker flying around in Metropolis in the cinema, and he can also watch Nemesis and Superman smash Manhattan into ruins. But he never thought that one day he would come to this world, a world that even superheroes would find dangerous. When his soul in his previous life traveled to baby, he originally thought that he was just like what was written in urban novels, just reborn in America. But the older he gets, the more he understands. This world has Captain America, who once changed the course of World War II. This world also has Stark Industries, which is the world's largest arms manufacturer. There is also the Osborn Group, which is at the forefront of the world in the medical field and biotechnology. Li Ji has lived in this world for almost 17 years. After 17 years, even a dog will have feelings, and the Li family in this world has become Li Ji's real family. Li Ji has memories of his previous life and knows that at some point in the future, the greater New York area will become a battlefield, and even the neighborhood where Li Ji and his family live will be reduced to ruins. Although those memories are from movies, perhaps those terrible things will not happen in this parallel universe. But who can guarantee that they will not happen 100%? Since Captain America exists, SHIELD must also exist. It is also very likely that the Avengers will fight aliens in New York one day in the future. Li Ji's family lives in New York. Li Ji's grandfather opened a restaurant in Chinatown, and his parents work in a bank. Li Ji believes that the best way to avoid danger is to stay away from New York, but who can take the words of a little kid seriously? Tell his parents that one day in the future aliens will attack the Earth, and the landing point is in New York? If he really told his parents, his heartless father would definitely treat this as a joke at a family gathering and tell all the guests. As for the idea of relying on the foresight of rebirth to make money and then arm himself, Li Ji did have it in mind. As the saying goes, the rich rely on technology, the idiots rely on mutation. But this is the Earth of a parallel universe. It is not the original Earth, and many things are specious. There is no Apple or Google here. The technology here is more advanced, and the biochemical prosthesis of the Osborn Group has achieved amazing results. Jarvis Technology Network Company under the Stark Group dominates the global internet. Li Ji's previous life was just an ordinary clerk. Here, Li Ji can't find a way to make money. If he really wants to make money, it's more practical to deliver newspapers and wash cars in the community. So Li Ji can only be a student honestly, and then exercise and learn some self-defense skills. It was completely accidental to meet Peter Parker, the future Spider-Man. Unexpectedly, the two happened to study in the same high school and became classmates. The two have similar personalities. They are both sultry Otakas. Although they are both relatively taciturn on the surface, they are actually chatty in their inner personality. Soon, the two became good friends, and Harry Osborn, as Peter's longtime good friend, was also introduced to Li Ji. Li Ji also became friends with a future Green Goblin, Harry Osborn. Li Ji has always adhered to the principle of more friends, more paths, and he also showed friendliness to Harry. The three of them quickly became friends. After finishing the travel teaching in the HSD Special Zone, the students of Metropolitan High School continued to return to New York for classes. Time soon came to Saturday, which was Li Ji's 17th birthday. Peter Parker and Harry Osborn arrived at Li Ji's door early. "Hey Peter, how do you feel about traveling to HSD?" Harry Osborn saw Peter Parker from a distance and greeted him. Harry Osborn, the only son of Norman Osborn, chairman of the Osborn Group, is also the only heir to the Osborn Group. Harry was at the top of human society when he was born, becoming one of the most elite people. But Harry is very easygoing. It should be said that his family education is very successful. "Hey Harry, it's quite interesting. It's a pity that you didn't go. Jason and I went to many places. There is also a uniform worn by Captain Steve Rogers in the National Memorial. There are many bullet holes on it. I can't believe that he was not killed even with such injuries," Peter said to Harry. "Well, cool." Harry raised his eyebrows and said, "Guys, are you going to help me celebrate my birthday at the gate of my house?" Li Ji opened the door and saw two friends chatting at the gate, with no intention of coming in. "Hi Jason. Happy birthday," Harry and Peter said at the same time. At Li Ji's invitation, Harry and Peter ended the topic of study tour. Everyone had a great time at the birthday party. Harry and Peter stayed at Jason's house until after 9 o'clock in the evening before going back. Li Ji was a little tired today. He was ready to go to bed at 10 o'clock in the evening. But when he really lay in bed, he couldn't fall asleep. Li Ji had an inexplicable palpitation, as if something was about to happen. He tossed and turned in bed until midnight, when suddenly a strange voice appeared in Li Ji's mind. The host has reached the age of 17, and the hero system is officially activated. Loading the hero module, level 1 preparation. Loading the hero ability module, level 1 preparation. Li Ji turned over and sat up, his face bewildered. Chapter 2, Back Garden Night. What? Who is talking to me? Li Ji said in a low voice. He was afraid of startling his parents. Hero system preparation is successful. Entering the countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hero system is successfully started. The abrupt and indifferent voice did not answer Li Ji's question, and continued to talk to himself. As the voice counted down to the end, Li Ji felt that there were suddenly many more things in his mind. A panel suddenly appeared in Li Ji's pupils. Host, Jason Lee. Hero attributes, none. Hero ability, none. Strength, 80 kg. Speed, 100 meters. Maximum speed 11.5 seconds. Reaction, instantaneous response speed 152 milliseconds. Rating, you are just a relatively strong ordinary person, and you are still far from becoming a superhero. Li Ji was a little stunned when he saw his attribute panel. That's right, his bench press limit weight is 80 kilograms, and the 100 meters speed of 11.5 seconds is the best result in the last school sports meeting. Li Ji has not tested the reaction speed, but it is estimated that it is just a little better than the average European and American people. In terms of reaction ability, thin Asians have a greater advantage. What is this? Is it the legendary golden finger? Li Ji is already a middle-aged uncle in his past and present lives, and his mentality is relatively stable, but at this moment he is a little out of control. In his previous life, Li Ji has also read a lot of online articles, all of which say that time travelers have benefits, but where are the benefits of his own time travel? Ever since he knew that the world he came to was so turbulent, a world where supervillains and superheroes would overthrow the entire city for no reason, Li Ji has been uneasy in his heart. He has been in this world for 17 years, and he also has his own family to protect. He hopes that his family can live safely and healthily. So when it was initially confirmed that Peter Parker was the future Spider-Man instead of a passerby with the same name, Li Ji deliberately showed his kindness to Peter. Because he has no ability to protect his family, nor can he protect himself in this world full of superpowers. If he is connected with Spider-Man now, then when he and his family are in danger in the future, Peter Parker should give priority to saving Li Ji and his family. But the old saying goes, it is better to have it yourself than to have it from your parents. Although Peter Parker will become Spider-Man in the future, Spider-Man is not omnipotent. If Li Ji remembers correctly, Spider-Man witnessed the death of his girlfriend when he was fighting a villain. He was unable to save her even though she was right in front of him. If possible, it would be best for him to have the ability to compete with other supervillains. Li Ji began to study the role of this system and whether he could make himself a real superhero. However, after studying it for a while, Li Ji felt a pain in his balls. This system seemed to have been rooted in his body all along. The only triggering condition was that he was over 17 years old. But other than that, this system was not intelligent enough. No matter what questions he asked, he refused to answer on the grounds that the host had insufficient authority. At present, Li Ji was only in the most basic state, and many permissions in the system were closed to him. If he wanted to unlock more permissions, the only thing he had to do was to improve his hero rating. At present, he was just an ordinary person, not even the lowest level hero given by the system. Do I have to rely on my current body to become a hero? That's just suicide. Li Ji thought gloomily. Doesn't the system have any initial preferential skill packages for newcomers? Li Ji said. The hero system provides the host with a novice gift package, which has been sent. Please check it. Sure enough. But if I don't ask, will the system not give it to me? Li Ji thought silently in his heart, this system is really inhumane. Li Ji clicked on the novice gift package provided by the system, which contained 3 small gift packages. And each small gift package is unique, that is, one of 3. After choosing a gift package, you can no longer choose the other 2 gift packages. The 3 gift packages are Hero Mutation Gift Package, Hero Technology Gift Package, Hero Growth Gift Package. Li Ji looked at the names of the gift packages and had a rough idea. As the name suggests, the Mutation Gift Package is probably similar to Spider-Man being bitten by a spider, Hulk being irradiated by gamma rays, and Captain America being injected with super soldier serum. The Technology Package is equivalent to Iron Man's steel armor, Batman's high-tech equipment and various magical props. The Growth Package is said to make the hero grow, but Li Ji is not sure how to define this growth. However, since you have questions, you have to ask. If you don't ask questions, this system will not take the initiative to introduce you. What are the specific things included in these 3 packages? Li Ji asked the system. The Hero Mutation Package includes a set of mutant hero suits and a random mutation serum. The Hero Technology Package includes a set of technology hero suits and a set of random technology blueprints. The Hero Growth Package includes a set of growth hero suits and a set of random growth skills. After getting the things in these 3 packages, how much specific improvement will be achieved? And which one is the most suitable for me? Li Ji tried to let the system answer in more detail, especially the most critical, which package is suitable for him. Hero Mutation Package. The theoretical upper limit value can allow the host to have the ability of a B-level hero. However, the host's current physical condition is average. The irreversible damage rate caused by the B-level mutation process is as high as 99.99%, while the success rate of B-level hero mutation is 1.5%. The success rate of C-level hero mutation is 15%, and the rate of possible damage is 75%. The success rate of D-level hero mutation is 25%, and the rate of possible damage is 60%. Li Ji looked at the Hero Mutation gift pack and felt a little annoyed. The risk and benefit are proportional. Although it is just a new gift pack, it is possible to become a B-level hero directly. You must know that the concept of B-level heroes defined by the system is a strength of 8 tons, or a speed of 400 meters per second, or a person with other special abilities. If Li Ji was a real 17-year-old high school student, he might have chosen this in a rush of blood. But Li Ji is a person who has lived 2 lives after all, and he is always used to considering failure before considering benefits. The mutation serum of B-level heroes is only theoretically possible to draw, and whether it can be obtained is still a question. After all, the system said that the mutation serum is random. Moreover, no matter what level of mutation serum, there is a high possibility of causing irreversible damage, and the highest success rate is only 25%. If Li Ji is unlucky and fails to mutate successfully and receives damage from the mutation, then it would be a loss. So after a little consideration, Li Ji passed this option. Hero Technology Pack. The theoretical upper limit can draw a technology blueprint that can make the host reach the level of A-level hero, but the premise is that the host needs to manufacture it. The Technology Pack can also draw a technology blueprint of C-level hero level. At the lowest level, well, there is no need to consider this Technology Pack at all. Although the highest A-level hero and the lowest C-level hero are indeed very attractive, the premise is that they can be manufactured after getting the blueprint. Li Ji was a little crazy. I'm not Tony Stark or Bruce Wayne. For the technology blueprint to really work, I must at least be a genius like Peter Parker. My academic performance is just an ordinary student between B+ and A. Hero Growth Pack. The pack is fixed as an A-level hero growth set. The host can help the host grow by practicing or completing reputation tasks. The maximum growth limit of the items contained in the pack is D-level hero. The host can unlock subsequent growth packs every time the hero's rating is upgraded by 1 level. The only one that looks more reliable is this one. Although it can only get the ability of an A-level hero at the beginning, although it is not as good as the previous 2 gift packs, it is safe and reliable, and the ability can also be grown through practice, which is a very good ability. Li Ji basically decided to choose the Hero Growth gift pack, but he did not rush to receive it, but continued to study the system. Now Li Ji has a certain understanding of the system. He must ask questions for the system to explain. And the questions cannot exceed his current authority. The system will answer, otherwise there will be no response. After studying for a while, Li Ji found that he really couldn't ask too many questions and could only give up temporarily. Get the Hero Growth Gift Pack. Every male, whether old or young, has a hero dream in his heart, and Li Ji is no exception. How much surprise will this system bring him? Li Ji is already a little impatient. Hero Growth Gift Packs start to be sent. Basic Combat, Mastery, has been sent. Basic Cold Weapon Skills, Mastery, has been sent. Basic Firearms Use Skills, Mastery, has been sent. Random A-level Gong Fateng Jiao Gong has been sent. A set of Growth Type Hero Suits has been sent. The Hero Growth Gift Pack has been sent. When the system began to transmit the Growth Gift Package, Li Ji felt a huge energy attacking his brain. He could not support himself and fell down, falling heavily on the bed. When Li Ji opened his eyes the next day, it was almost 10 o'clock in the morning. Li Ji felt more tired than running a marathon. Countless knowledge rolled in his mind, and various fighting skills and gun-using skills were desperately poured into his mind. Now Li Ji felt like a super soldier who had been trained for more than 10 years, and could skillfully use various fighting skills and hot and cold weapons. Standing in front of the mirror, he tried to do a few grappling movements and dagger stabbing movements in his mind. It was as if his body had been tempered thousands of times. These movements were done very smoothly and quickly. And every time he moved, he could feel a ball of hot air gushing out from his lower abdomen, flowing into other parts of his body along his meridians and blood vessels. Make your movements more agile and coordinated, and more lethal. Li Ji knew that this was the effect of the A-level skill Teng Jiao Gong given by the system yesterday. Li Ji opened his character attribute panel again and found that there were many changes. Host, Jason Lee. Hero attribute, primary internal power, minor success of Teng Jiao Gong. Hero ability, basic fighting, proficient, basic cold weapon, proficient, basic firearms, proficient, strength, 180 kilograms, internal power with bonus, speed, 100 meters maximum speed in 9 seconds, internal power with bonus, reaction, instantaneous response speed of 122 milliseconds, internal power with bonus, rating, A-level hero. You have gained greater strength because of practicing some primary internal power. You have become taller, faster and stronger. It is already considered very strong among ordinary people. And you are also proficient in various basic fighting and the use of cold and hot weapons. You are already a very, very good warrior in the world of ordinary people. Now you are able to defend your own backyard within the fence wall. Congratulations on becoming a qualified backgarden knight. Li Ji felt a toothache when he saw the evaluation given by the system. The strength increased by 100 kilograms to 180 kilograms, the 100-meter speed broke through to 9 seconds, the instantaneous reaction speed increased the least, increased by 30 milliseconds to 122 millimeters, and he also mastered so many combat skills. But the evaluation given by the system is that it can only defend the back garden of his own home. Special note. Marvel has internal power. Marvel has internal power. Marvel has internal power. Important things are said 3 times. Internal power itself is Marvel's own power system. A large number of heroes and villains, including Iron Fist and Mandarin Sun, fight with internal power plus Chinese martial arts. China's Kunlun Mountain is a martial arts holy land set by Marvel, so don't complain that it is inappropriate for internal power and Chinese martial arts to appear in Marvel, please. Chapter 3, One-Click Costume Change and Daily Tasks for Novice Heroes. Well, I need to calm down, Li Ji said to himself. After all, he is only a hero of the lowest level, and he still has a long way to go to become a real superhero. From A-level to A-level and then to the top S-level superhero, this road is not easy to walk. S-level superhero is not Li Ji's goal, and even A-level hero is not Li Ji's goal. Because Li Ji knows that if he wants to become such a superhero, he must pay a lot of prices. As a person who lives 2 lives, Li Ji's goal is to live a peaceful life and be able to protect himself. So he set a very low goal for himself, as long as he can reach the level of B-level heroes and protect himself and his family. Don't say that Li Ji has no ambitions. In Li Ji's heart, family is always the most important. When Li Ji was checking his new abilities, he found a not very obvious star mark on his left forearm. Li Ji remembered that he seemed to have a set of growth hero suits. According to the memory transmitted by the system, it should be stored in this small star mark. According to the method taught by the system, Li Ji injected some energy into the mark. Li Ji originally expected that this so-called growth hero suit should appear directly in his hand, but Li Ji obviously underestimated the black technology level of the hero system. It took less than 0.1 seconds, and Li Ji felt that his eyes were blurred, and he had changed a lot. Li Ji looked at himself in the mirror, wearing a gray long gown. The hem of the top was about his hips, and a pair of gray pants. A wide black belt was smashed around the waist. The belt protected the entire waist but did not make Li Ji feel stiff. Instead, he felt that the waist had better support and protection. The most satisfying part was that this suit had a hood. After putting on the hood, Li Ji's face under the hood made people feel that it was impossible to see clearly. Heroes have their own lives. The basic hero suit has some defensive and psychedelic abilities, which can help heroes hide themselves when they don't want to reveal their identities. This is the system's previous introduction to the hero suit. This psychedelic function is very important to Li Ji. He doesn't want others to easily disrupt his peaceful life. Because Li Ji's rating has reached the standard of A-level heroes, the system has also issued several tasks. Daily tasks for novice heroes. 1. Obtain 100 reputation points. 0 points obtained. Reputation is the cornerstone of a hero's growth. The higher the reputation, the faster the growth. 2. Prevent 10 crimes from happening. 0 points completed. Heroes should help the weak and fight against the strong. It's time to wear your red underwear outside. Preserve crimes to gain reputation. 3. Prevent 3 serious crimes from happening. 0 points completed. Crime. Serious crime. Murder, sexual assault, child kidnapping. Please make sure to prevent these crimes from happening. You can gain a lot of reputation. Completing the daily tasks of novice heroes will earn you rewards, an A-level hero training card and a random A-level item. It seems that if I want to become stronger, I must complete the tasks given by the system, Li Ji thought to himself. Gee, Jason's nickname, you finally woke up. Come down and eat quickly, otherwise your mother will be angry. Li Ji's father, Eng Li, opened Jason's door and prepared to call Li Ji to have lunch. Eng Li is a middle-aged man with a refined appearance, and is also Li Ji's father. According to family tradition, Mr. Eng Li also has a Chinese name called Li En. Li En and his wife, Garth Li, are Li Ji's parents in this life. Both husband and wife work in a bank in Queens, New York. Li Ji also has a grandfather named Li Rong, who is 65 years old and has no English name. Grandfather Li Rong opened a restaurant called Mr. Li in Chinatown, Manhattan. It can be said that Li Ji's family is a standard American middle-class family, and it is also considered to be a relatively wealthy one. Excluding various expenses, at least tens of thousands of dollars can be saved in a year, which can be said to be very difficult in the United States. Most Americans spend as much as they earn throughout the year. Gee, I'm glad you finally woke up, otherwise I'm afraid we would have to wait until dinner to wake you up. Li Ji's mother Garth Li was a little unhappy that Li Ji slept in, although she didn't know that Li Ji was not really sleeping in. Garth Li's original name was Garth Lee Gaddett. She was a descendant of British immigrants with beautiful long blonde hair and beautiful green eyes. Dear, he just celebrated his 17th birthday yesterday. Maybe he was too excited to fall asleep. Li En excused his son, and walked behind Jie Li, hugged her and kissed his wife from the side. Oh, please. Can you not do this in front of me? Although it has happened many times, Li Ji is still not used to his parents being intimate in front of him. Mrs. Jie Li saw Li Ji's embarrassment, so she gently patted her husband Li En's cheek with her palm and asked him to be more careful in front of the child. Li En felt very uncomfortable when being interrupted in his intimate relationship with his wife. He was just trying to excuse Li Ji, but he immediately began to mock Li Ji. Hey, kid, you are just jealous that I have such a beautiful wife. If you are jealous, go find a girlfriend. Then you won't be so jealous. Okay, I'll go to the restaurant, you guys can do whatever you want. Every time Li Ji talked about this topic, he could only retreat. But his father Li En was obviously not ready to let him go. You are 17 years old from today, kid. Hurry up and find a girlfriend. Don't graduate from high school without even having a relationship. It's too embarrassing. Mrs. Galli patted Li En on the back and signaled Li En to shut up. During lunch, Li En finally stopped talking to Li Ji about having a girlfriend, which made Li Ji feel relieved. In his previous life on Earth, he was most afraid of being forced to get married by his elders, and he was always under great pressure. In this life, he came to this world of superheroes, And his heart was even more heavy. He had no intention of having a girlfriend at all. So he was still afraid to talk about this embarrassing question. There were only 3 people in the family for lunch. Li Ji's grandfather Li Rong went to the restaurant in Chinatown to prepare for business early in the morning, and usually did not go home for dinner until 8 o'clock in the evening. The afternoon time was relatively leisurely, and the schoolwork in American high schools was not very heavy. Li Ji had finished all his homework yesterday. On Sunday afternoon, the whole family played in their backyard. After playing a few games of chess with his mother, Garth, and doing some carpentry work in the garage with his father, Lian, to reinforce and paint the fence in the backyard, an afternoon passed quickly. "Mom, I'm going out for a while tonight, so you don't have to prepare my dinner." Li Ji thought that he had to find time to complete his tasks, and night was the time when the crime rate in New York was the highest. "Well, if you are going to play with Peter Parker, you must be back before 11 o'clock. If you are staying at Peter's house overnight, let Aunt May call me in advance." Mrs. Garth liked the 2 good friends that Li Ji made very much. Harry and Peter were both excellent and smart young people. They both had a bright future, and Mrs. Garth was very happy that Li Ji had more contact with them. "Well, it's not actually going to Peter's house." Li Ji thought it was better not to tell such a lie, because it was too easy to be exposed. "Where are you going?" Mrs. Garth asked. "It's actually a date, just a date." Li Ji said this lie a little unnaturally. Mrs. Garthley raised her eyebrows and stared at her son with a puzzled look for a while. Then she exchanged a look with her husband. "Well, okay, G, then you must come back before 12 o'clock. And you have to promise me that you will not stay out overnight again," Mrs. Garthley said to Li Ji. "Don't worry, Mom, I will definitely be home before 12 o'clock. Li Ji immediately promised his mother. "Hey, son. Do you want a car?" Father Lian stopped Li Ji and raised a bunch of keys in his hand. It was the key to the Dodge SUV that Lian bought this year. "Oh, no, thank you, Dad. My old Ford is actually pretty good." Li Ji rejected his father's kindness because his father really thought he was going on a date. "Okay, son, be careful." Dad Lian's exhortation was a little bit of a double official. As someone who knows his father's character very well, Li Ji naturally heard what his father meant by safety, and his feet almost slipped. "And remember, don't go to the 5th and 6th blocks, it's not safe there." Lian finally gave Li Ji another exhortation. "Got it, Dad," Li Ji responded, and then went to the garage to drive out his second-hand Ford. In the United States, you can take a driver's license at the age of 16. This second-hand Ford car was the birthday gift given to Li Ji by his family when he was 16 last year. American cars are not expensive, especially second-hand ones are even cheaper. This Ford only cost $4,500. Although it is a second-hand car, it is well maintained. And because it is well running, it is smoother to drive than many new cars. Li Ji's family lives in the 15th Street in Queens, New York. The 15th Street is a middle-class residential area. It is also the so-called rich area, with good security and environment. The 5th and 6th Streets that his father reminded him not to go to are relatively chaotic streets in Queens, with many low-income and unemployed people, and the security environment has never been good. Although he promised his father verbally, Li Ji's real goal at night to complete the task was the 6th Street. If you want to prevent crime from happening, you must go to places with high crime rates. And the 6th Street is the street with the highest crime rate in the entire Queens. Chapter 4 New Heroes in Action. Li Ji parked his car outside the 6th block. Because of the chaotic public security, there are many car thieves in the 6th block. After walking for 10 minutes, Li Ji entered the interior of the 6th block. Unlike the clean and comfortable 15th block where he grew up, the 6th block gave people a dirty feeling. There are basically no high-rise buildings here, and there are no large shopping malls. The few small convenience stores that are there have closed early. There are also some abandoned houses on both sides of the street, which seem to have been uninhabited for a while. Many walls have been sprayed with various patterns by street graffiti enthusiasts using spray paint. This kind of street art originated from the slums, and it is difficult to see these things in good blocks. Li Ji has never walked alone on the streets of such slums at night before. You must know that New York slums are one of the places with the highest crime rates in the world. Shootings and knife robberies occur hundreds of times a day in the slums of this city, and other crimes such as theft occur at a higher rate. Especially in areas where illegal immigrants and Mexicans are concentrated. New York is bright and beautiful during the day, but New York at night will show its dark side. The 6th block was empty at night, with few people on the street. It was only 8:30 p.m., and it was nothing like other bustling places in Queens, where lights were still bright even at midnight. Although Lee Ji was walking alone on the street, no one came up to trouble him. Because Lee Ji was 1.82 meters tall and looked strong, he didn't look like someone who was easy to mess with. Criminals usually choose their targets, and they are basically thin young people or women and the elderly who have poor resistance. Few people would directly choose strong men as their targets. Lee Ji walked back and forth on the street for almost 2 hours, and he also went to the 5th block, which also had poor security, but he didn't encounter any crime. Oh damn it, Lee Ji cursed in a low voice. Are all the gangsters on holiday today? It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. If Lee Ji didn't find anything, he had to go home, otherwise it would be too late. When Lee Ji was depressed, he suddenly heard movement in the alley next to him. Gossip. Take out the money. Otherwise, I'll paint your face. A bald middle-aged white man said viciously to a woman in a secluded alley. The bald man looked very tough, with a fierce appearance and a strong body. The woman opposite looked very thin, with a thin body and some dry hair. Her hands, which didn't look like she had any flesh, tightly grasped her purse. Please, sir. You can't take the money. My child is in the hospital for treatment and he doesn't have medical insurance. If I don't have money, the child will be kicked out of the hospital. I need this money. Although the woman was trembling with fear, she still held the purse tightly and didn't let go. Between her own safety and the safety of her child, she chose the latter. Although the woman was very strong, how could she reason with a bad guy? Even if she tried hard to grab her purse, how could a thin woman have the strength to fight against a strong adult man? The bald man slapped the woman in the face, and the woman fell to the ground with her cheek swollen. The bald man snatched the purse and was about to leave, but at the entrance of the alley, a strange man in gray clothes, with a ridiculous black belt around his waist and a hood walked in. Lee Ji just walked into the alley, took a look at the woman who was knocked over and the vicious bald man holding the lady's purse in front of him, and basically guessed what was going on. This is a common robbery case all over the world. And before entering the alley, I vaguely heard the woman begging for mercy loudly. The money in the bag was for her child's medical treatment. Lee Ji felt very unhappy now. Although he was not a person with a strong sense of justice, Lee Ji could not sit idly by and watch a mother's life-saving money prepared for her child being robbed. Even if I didn't get the hero system today, even if I was just an ordinary person, I would want to stop this from happening. The bald man found that Lee Ji on the opposite side seemed to be coming for him, and immediately took a fighting stance. Hey, man. Don't make trouble. This is our Stanton gang's territory. Get out of my way. The bald man took out a switchblade and lowered his body's center of gravity, making a posture ready for battle. It is not difficult to see from the bald man's posture that this person has a lot of street fighting experience. Although Lee Ji is still a distance away from him, he is ready to fight. In the streets of the slums, fighting, stabbing and being stabbed are the norm. A qualified gangster must be ready to fight at any time. And the switchblade is basically a must-have weapon for every street gangster and gang member. Many more people die from switchblades in the United States every year than from guns. What if I say, I'm not going to get out of the way, and I want you to return the purse to the lady over there? Lee Ji's voice was a little cold. If it was this kind of gangster in the past, Lee Ji would definitely not provoke him. But today, he has obtained the ability of an A-level hero, which gives him the confidence to deal with this kind of gangster. The other party is just holding a switchblade in his hand, not a Colt M1911. Looking for death? The bald man growled, and rushed forward with a quick step, aiming the switchblade in his hand at Lee Ji's kidney. From this stab, it can be seen that the bald man has done this kind of thing many times before, and the whole action is done in one go and very fast and agile. Even a professionally trained policeman will definitely be stabbed without sufficient defense. If the kidney is really stabbed, it will be severely disabled if not dead. The bald man's cruelty really surprised Lee Ji a little. Although he has lived 2 lives, this is the first time he has encountered such a situation. This is not an ordinary street fight, but a real murder. Although surprised, Lee Ji's body reaction is a little faster than his brain. At the moment when the tip of the knife is about to approach his body, Lee Ji's hand is as fast as lightning and grabs the wrist of the bald man holding the knife. Then, as if it were muscle memory, Lee Ji twisted his hands and heard a click. The wrist of the bald man's right hand holding the knife was directly twisted off. But the bald man was really fierce. Even though one of his hands was broken, he didn't scream. Instead, his ferocity was aroused. The bald man loosened a bag in his left hand, then clenched his fist and wanted to punch Li Ji's temple. Li Ji had insufficient fighting experience, but after all, the system had transmitted basic fighting, proficient, skills. Although he discovered it late, Li Ji dodged the punch with his more agile body. Li Ji let go of the bald man's right hand and took a step back, punching directly at the bald man's left armpit. Because the previous left fist attack missed, the bald man didn't have time to retract his left hand to defend, and was hit hard by Li Ji's punch. This time, Li Ji attacked with anger, without holding back and using his internal strength. This attack immediately made Li Ji realize how terrible his destructive power was. Although he attacked the bald man's armpit, the powerful force was transmitted and directly destroyed his shoulder bones. The entire left shoulder was deformed unnaturally, and it looked like several shoulder bones were broken directly. Several ribs under the left armpit were also obviously broken. The bald man, who had been very tough, also screamed, and then fainted from the pain. After confirming that the bald man was really unconscious, Li Ji picked up the lady's purse, patted the dirt on it, and walked over to hand it to the lady who was still a little dazed. "Madam, I think this should be yours." After taking the purse handed over by Li Ji, the lady came to her senses. The fight between Li Ji and the bald man just now was actually just a flash of lightning, only about 6 or 7 seconds. The lady was a little worried that Li Ji would be stabbed by the vicious bald man, but in the blink of an eye, she found that the bald man was knocked unconscious by Li Ji. Everything happened too quickly. "Oh, thank you so much, sir." The lady thanked Li Ji after she reacted. "My child is in the hospital and needs this money very much." "Thank you very much." "You're welcome, Mom. I think anyone with a sense of justice will prevent this kind of evil from happening. And I hope your child will recover soon." Li Ji responded. Li Ji thought about it again, walked to the bald man, and took out more than $2,000 in cash from him. Generally, Americans rarely carry so much cash when they go out. Most of them use credit cards and only carry a few dozen dollars in change. A few $100s is considered a lot. Li Ji guessed that this guy must have robbed it tonight, so Li Ji didn't hesitate to take it all out. "Madam, I think your child needs this," Li Ji said and handed over the more than $2,000 he found from the bald man to the lady who was rescued tonight. Anyway, it was all generous, and Li Ji was also very generous. "Oh no sir, this." The lady struggled. She really needed this money. If there is no medical insurance in the United States, medical expenses are extremely high. Relying on her meager salary, she can only provide the most basic treatment for her child. After struggling and hesitating for a long time, the lady still took the US dollars handed over by Li Ji. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know what to say, thank you sir." The lady who took the money was already sobbing. Okay madam, leave here quickly. You need to go home early, this neighborhood is not safe." Li Ji comforted. With Li Ji's comfort, the lady left the alley and quickly left the 6th block. It was not until she walked a long way that she remembered that she had forgotten to ask the name of the gentleman who helped her. The lady tried to recall Li Ji's appearance and found that she seemed to have not seen Li Ji's appearance hidden under the hood clearly. After the lady left, Li Ji stepped on the bald man's right elbow. Directly disabled his right elbow. In the future, the bald man with both hands disabled will have no way to commit crimes. Then Li Ji quickly left the 6th block and prepared to go home. As for the bald man, he was left there to fend for himself. As for calling the police, Li Ji had no interest in anything. There was no evidence, no witnesses, and it was estimated that even if the police came and arrested the bald man, they would release him, and it would also bring unnecessary trouble to himself. Maybe the police will send him to a public hospital for treatment. Hey, Li Ji's family doesn't pay so much tax every year to this kind of scumbag. Chapter 5 Summary. After the first mission, the Wild Swan Bar is one of the few shops in the 6th block that is open until the early morning. Because the actual controller of the Wild Swan Bar is Hassan Swinton, a leader of the Stanton Gang. The 6th block is the traditional sphere of influence of the Stanton Gang, so no one has ever dared to cause trouble for the Wild Swan Bar. The Wild Swan Bar has also become a gathering place for drunkards, gamblers and drug addicts near the 6th block. At the corner of the 2nd floor of the Wild Swan Bar, There is a room specially guarded. This room is where the leaders of the Stanton gang in the 6th block gather. Generally speaking, the division of accounts and the distribution of marijuana, big marijuana, are carried out in this room. Today is not the day for the gang to reconcile accounts, and there is no new marijuana to be distributed in the 6th block. Hassan Swinton, the big boss of the Stanton gang in the 6th block, is gambling and playing cards in the room with a group of small bosses. Why has Zuoen been gone for so long? Will he come back to play? On Hassan's left, a small boss who helped him distribute marijuana in a nearby high school complained. Hassan was getting impatient. Zuoen had lost a lot of money at the poker table before, almost more than $7,000 US. Zuoen said he was going out to earn some money and then come back to play. As Zuoen's boss, Hassan knew exactly what Zuoen meant by earning money. As Hassan's top thug, Zuoen could do these things easily. But he had been out for too long today. Hassan tried to call Zuoen, but no one answered. Hassan was about to send his men out to look for Zuoen, but he was interrupted by a rapid knock on the door before he even opened it. Hassan was a little angry when he opened the door to see who was knocking, and saw Zuoen, who he was about to send someone out to look for, being carried in like a dead dog. Both hands were obviously fractured and dislocated, and many ribs on the left side were obviously broken. It seemed that Zuoen had internal bleeding and had begun to spit blood from his mouth. Hassan was instantly furious. Who dared to beat his top thug like this in the territory of the Stanton gang? This is not giving face to the Stanton gang, nor to Hassan Swinton. Find out who did it. I'm going to throw him into the sea. Hassan Swinton said angrily. Li Ji returned home before 12 o'clock, ignoring his father's winking and asking who he was going out on a date with. Instead, he went straight back to his room and clicked to open the tasks in the system to check today's results. Daily tasks for novice heroes. 1. Obtain 100 points of reputation. 5 points have been obtained. Reputation is the cornerstone of a hero's growth. The higher the reputation, the faster the growth. 2. Prevent 10 crimes from happening. 1 completed. Heroes should help the weak and fight the strong. It's time to wear your red underwear outside. Prestige can be obtained by preventing crimes from happening. 3. Prevent 3 serious crimes from happening. 0 completed. Crime. Serious crime. Murder, sexual assault, child kidnapping. Please be sure to prevent these crimes from happening. You can get a lot of reputation. Completing the daily tasks of the novice hero will get rewards, an A-level hero training card and a random A-level item. I didn't expect that I only completed 1 task after wandering all night today, and got only 5 points of reputation reward. Li Ji briefly summarized the reasons for his failure today. First, I went out too early. Most crimes occur after 10 o'clock at night. There is no use going out too early. Second, the psychological quality is still not up to standard. Although it seems easy to deal with the bald man today. But in fact, I was distracted twice. One time, I reacted when the tip of the knife was about to stab me, and the other time, the bald man's left fist almost hit my head. If it weren't for the bonus of internal strength and basic fighting, I'm afraid I would be beaten to the ground by the bald man at any time. Third, lack of sufficient preparation. I went out rashly. Because I didn't prepare anything, I actually went out empty-handed. Fortunately, the bald man I met today was just holding a switchblade. If he had a pistol in his hand, I guess today would be in danger. I must prepare at least 1 weapon in case of emergency. Li Ji summed up and found that he really had many shortcomings. Today, he was lucky not to encounter armed bandits, otherwise he might have ended up dead. It seems that he should make more preparations before going out for a mission next time. Li Ji did not go to bed immediately after taking a shower, but sat cross-legged on the bed. He was practicing the internal strength of Teng Jiao Gong taught by the system. Although the new hero package allowed him to directly possess the internal strength of Teng Jiao Gong at a small level. But Li Ji felt that this was far from enough. If he wanted to become stronger, he needed more practice. Moreover, the system introduced that Teng Jiao Gong was a relatively peaceful internal strength. As long as you practice a few more times and let the blood remember the way the internal strength runs, the body can practice the internal strength at all times, whether walking or sleeping. It will practice autonomously, without having to sit cross-legged to practice like now. After all, Li Ji has lived 2 lives and has a good patience. Although sitting cross-legged to practice the internal strength is boring, he can still endure it. If it were Peter Parker, a child with ADHD, 20 minutes would probably be the limit. This time, Li practiced for a full 5 hours, and actually fell asleep with his legs crossed for the last 3 hours. However, he was still thinking about the practice of internal energy in his dreams, and he did not stop practicing internal energy, and directly reached the state of autonomous practice as described by the system. Li woke up and found that his internal energy was still running endlessly after he fell asleep, which made him very happy. Moreover, after a careful perception, he found that his internal energy was indeed stronger. Although it was not very obvious, the change was indeed real. If the internal energy can be practiced autonomously in the future, Li will be able to spare a lot of time to do the tasks given by the system. Don't forget that the tasks given by the system are also an important means to strengthen yourself. Li only rested for 5 hours a night, or to be more precise, he only slept for 3 hours, but he felt that all the fatigue in his body was swept away. He felt that he had never had such good energy before. This should be the benefit of practicing internal energy. Li looked at the sky outside. It was just after 5 o'clock in the morning in May and the sun had just risen. Anyway, he couldn't sleep, so he simply got up to exercise and practice more of the basic abilities he had acquired. In his backyard, Li practiced the basic fighting techniques of grappling, boxing and kicking, and then went to the garage to find a stick left over from carpentry work, and practiced the basic cold weapon use techniques of stick techniques. It was not until 6:30 in the morning that he said hello to his mother, Garth, who had just gotten up to prepare breakfast, and went to take a shower. After breakfast, Li drove his second-hand Ford to school. Less than 2 blocks away, he ran into Peter Parker, who was skateboarding to school. "Hey Peter, get in the car, buddy." Li parked the car directly next to Peter Parker and greeted him. "Oh thanks, it's just right to take a ride with you." Peter Parker threw the skateboard directly into the trunk and sat in the co-pilot seat. "Wow, Jason. When did you change a new sound system for your car?" Peter Parker often took a ride with Li, and when he got in the car, he found that the sound system of this car had been obviously modified. The original cassette audio system was very old-fashioned, but now it has been replaced with a new system with a USB port that can read modern storage devices. 2 days before the HSD trip, I had been helping out in the kitchen of my grandfather's restaurant and earned some pocket money. I spent $400 to buy the second-hand equipment and matching speakers, which were removed from a Mercedes-Benz. It took me 3 nights to assemble it. Li replied. "You know, Peter, it's hard to buy music cassettes now. So I think this money is worth it." "That's a must, let's play some music, buddy." Peter chose a song by Queen to play. "Oh, the music effect is great, it's a pity that I can't cook like you. Otherwise, I can work as a second cook in the kitchen of a restaurant and get a good salary." Peter said with some envy. "Oh come on, I only know how to cook, and I'm not good at other things. You will go to MIT to study in the future. Mr. Peter Parker, the future scientist." Li said half jokingly and half seriously. "Actually, I don't really want to apply to MIT to study. It's hard to get a full scholarship there. If you can only give half of the scholarship or even less. You know Jason, Uncle Ben is already very old. If I want to study at MIT, I need a lot of money." Peter Parker felt a little bitter at this point in the conversation. Li knew Peter's family situation very well. Ben Parker was Peter's uncle, an excellent electrician. He worked in a large shopping mall and was responsible for managing the power distribution room of the mall. And Peter's Aunt May was just an ordinary supermarket cashier. Ben's salary was not bad, about $60,000 a year, but Aunt May could only get more than $20,000 a year. According to American standards, a family income of $80,000 is considered middle class. If this $80,000 income was in other states, then life would be very good. But this is New York, the most expensive area in the United States. The Metropolitan High School where Peter Parker studied was a private school. Although the teaching quality was among the best in New York, the tuition was also very expensive. Li has to pay nearly $7,500 in tuition per year, while Peter Parker received a scholarship of $2,500 per year because of his excellent academic performance, so he only needs to pay $5,000 in tuition per year. After deducting the daily expenses of Peter's family of 3, the taxes paid, and the medical insurance purchased, Peter's family actually has almost no money left. Peter is also 17 years old this year. In fact, he also hopes to have a car, Even if it is a second-hand car like Lee Ji's, he will be very satisfied. But Peter Parker is very sensible and never troubles his family on such issues. No matter how powerful Spider-Man will be in the future, Peter Parker is just a miserable little C now. Seeing that Peter Parker was in a bad mood, Lee Ji didn't know how to comfort him. "Well, Peter, if you are free during the summer vacation, would you like to help me do odd jobs to earn some pocket money?" Chapter 6 Food Truck Program and Summer Internship. Make money? Of course, I'm willing to do it. Peter Parker agreed immediately when he heard that he could earn some pocket money. "You don't even know what I'm going to do, and you agreed immediately. Aren't you afraid that I'll cheat you?" Lee Ji said jokingly. "Of course not, you're my good buddy. How could you cheat me?" "Would you cheat me?" "You wouldn't cheat, right, Jason?" Peter Parker said a lot like a string of cannonballs, and Lee Ji regretted asking too much. "Okay, Parker, I think you should know. My ideal is to become a world-renowned top chef in the future." Lee Ji was not joking. His ideal in his past and present lives has always been to become a super chef. However, in his previous life on Earth, he lived on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. The social status of chefs there was really not high. At the request of his family, he gave up his ideal of becoming a top chef. But after living a new life, Lee Ji's ideal has not changed. He still loves cooking and likes those picky diners to be knocked down by his cooking skills. Moreover, the social status of chefs in the United States is obviously much higher than that in the original country across the ocean. As a good chef, the income in the United States is also quite high. The annual income of a chef in a well-known restaurant is not worse than that of many company managers. There are many chefs in the United States who earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a year plus restaurant dividends. Some chefs can even earn millions of dollars a year in their own restaurants. So when Lee Ji told his family about his idea of becoming a chef, his parents and grandfather expressed their support. And his grandfather really wanted someone to take over his Mr. Li restaurant. Lee Ji has been helping in the kitchen of his grandfather's restaurant since he was a child. He knows the restaurant very well and has a talent for cooking. Lee Ji's grandfather Lee Rong even planned to let Lee Ji take over the restaurant directly after graduating from high school. "So you are going to open a restaurant? Let me be a waiter," Peter guessed. No. I don't have the capital to open a restaurant now. It requires a lot of money." Lee Ji denied Peter's unreliable guess. "And I don't plan to take over my grandfather's restaurant right away. Lee's style is too old. If I want to take over, I need to renovate it, which will cost a lot of money. My plan is to open a fast food truck first." Fast food truck. I like this idea. I need to do something. Peter likes the plan of opening a fast food truck. As one of the cultural symbols of American food, fast food trucks have many supporters all over the United States. Unlike many people's understanding that fast food trucks equal selling junk fast food trucks in the United States are also divided into different levels. Fast food trucks that provide excellent and delicious food will even be recommended by Michelin magazine. And the United States also has a nationwide fast food truck rating every year, and the judges are all ordinary diners. Let ordinary diners use their feet to vote and select the most distinctive and delicious fast food trucks in the United States. It is no exaggeration to say that the annual income of a nationally famous fast food truck in the United States is not less than those high-end Western restaurants in Manhattan. The feature of fast food trucks selling while walking and not having fixed stalls is a major feature that attracts diners. It seems that these delicacies are playing hide and seek with you. Some avid foodies will even follow a food truck and travel across most of the United States. I got a loan from my parents, about $20,000. I'm going to choose a second-hand Chevrolet van for modification, plus buy kitchenware and initial stock. It will cost about $16,000. There's still $4,000 for working capital. Lee Ji explained his detailed plan to Peter while driving. It will cost more than $1,000 to register the food truck with the federal government. I plan to start business during the summer vacation. We both have driver's licenses. Legally, we are both adults. We can run a food truck while taking a 2-month trip along the East Coast. We can go to Philadelphia, Boston, Buffalo, etc. Wow. That's so cool, man. I mean, it's really cool. We can drive to any city on the East Coast and travel while selling food. Just thinking about it makes me excited. I will definitely convince Uncle Ben and Aunt May to agree to let me go with you. Peter likes this plan very much, even if it doesn't make money. Because of the tight family finances, Peter had never traveled to cities other than New York except for the travel studies arranged by the school. Liji's plan of traveling and selling food in major cities on the East Coast for 2 months was very much to Peter's liking. The originally depressed Spider-Man immediately became happy and put his worries behind him. In the car, the two began to discuss the specific plan of the fast food truck, even what food to sell, and what kind of patterns the fast food truck should spray on the outside of the truck to attract customers. Along the way, the two listened to music and talked about cheerful topics and soon arrived at the school. "Jason, can you help me adjust the angle of the photo?" After the morning class, during the lunch break, Liji accompanied Peter to the school's photography corner. This is specially open for students with photography talent. Everyone can display the photos they think are good here. Peter had just developed the photos he took in Washington last week and was ready to display them here. When the two were adjusting the angle of the photos, Liji saw an orange-red-blue ball flying towards them from the corner of his eye. If it was Liji before, he would have been hit by the basketball, but now Liji's reaction was much faster, and he used his left hand to knock the basketball away before the basketball hit the two people. Following the direction of the basketball, Liji saw Thompson, the main power forward of the school basketball team, and a group of friends surrounding him. "I'm sorry, Lee, my hand just slipped." Thompson's apology seemed insincere, and the friends around him who were laughing secretly made this apology seem hypocritical. It seemed that Thompson deliberately threw the basketball hard to make Peter and Liji look ugly. Peter has not yet obtained the superpowers of Spider-Man, so he has always been a thin and weak image of a nerd, which makes it easy to be bullied in school. And Lee is popular among girls in school because of his handsome appearance, which makes Thompson even more unhappy. So Thompson has been at odds with the two since the first grade. Peter just realized what had just happened. "Hey, it's okay, buddy, it's okay." Peter wanted to hold the angry Liji. But Peter's current small physique couldn't even stop the original Liji, let alone the current Liji who had been physically strengthened. Thompson was 1.9 meters tall, and because the power forward position in basketball required fierce confrontation, his body was also very strong, and he was considered a bully in the school. Others might be afraid of him, but Liji was not. Before the system was strengthened, Liji had also studied some self-defense skills very seriously, and his physique was also very strong. In the past 2 years, there have been many conflicts with Thompson, and the two had fought several times outside the school. Although Thompson, who is 1.9 meters tall, was a few centimeters taller than Liji, who is 1.82 meters tall, he was no match for Liji in a fight. The two fought 3 times in total, with Liji winning 2 and losing 1. For a thorn like Thompson who only remembered to eat but not to be beaten, Liji felt that reasoning was completely useless, and could only use his fists to make him feel the preciousness of love between classmates. "Thompson, do you want to fight?" Liji easily broke free from Peter's hand and strode towards Thompson. The students in the entire corridor all looked here. The conflict between Thompson and Liji was well known in the school. Ever since Thompson provoked Liji in the first grade, Liji has never thought of settling the matter peacefully. Hey, sorry, Jason, sorry. Thompson didn't mean it just now." A friend next to Thompson came forward and separated Liji and Thompson. To prevent the two from really fighting, he knew that Thompson might not be able to beat Liji. If he lost a fight, Thompson would also be laughed at in the team. Thompson still has to practice, how about just letting it go? Thompson was also forcibly pulled away from the corridor by several friends. In fact, he also wanted to provoke Liji, but he was a little afraid to really fight with Liji. Liji watched Thompson being pulled away, and knew that the fight would not start, so he could only let it go and go back to help Peter adjust the photos. "Cool, Jason. It seems that the big fool just now was scared to death by you." Harry Osborn's voice came from behind Liji and the others. "Harry, I didn't see you this morning. I thought you didn't come to class again." Peter and Liji greeted Harry Osborn and chatted. "Oh, I can't help it. My father is not in good health recently. I hope to spend more time with him, and he also wants me to learn how to manage a company as soon as possible. Maybe I can only be absent for a period of time before the summer vacation," Harry replied. The three of them chatted while walking to the school cafeteria. After ordering 3 lunches, the three of them sat on the grass on the school lawn and ate and talked. "Peter, I remember you are very interested in biotechnology and genetics. Harry suddenly mentioned the major that Peter was interested in. Well, yes, if possible. I hope to seek a job in a research laboratory after graduation. Harry took a bite of bread and replied. Here's the thing, Peter. I know you want to go to MIT. But you have to know that MIT's biotechnology and genetics majors are not as good as those of New York University. The Osborne Group is now recruiting summer interns to provide opportunities for talented young people. I can recommend you to Dr. Connors' group as an intern. Dr. Connors is an expert in genetics and biology, and a famous alumnus of New York University. If you perform well, you can ask him to write a letter of recommendation for you, so that you may get a full scholarship at New York University. What do you think? Are you interested? Harry looked at Peter seriously after he finished speaking, waiting for Peter to make a decision. Peter felt very embarrassed now. If it was before, he would definitely agree without hesitation. But he had just agreed to help Luigi at his food truck this morning, but he changed his mind at noon. This was too unfriendly. Harry, thank you. Peter was about to refuse Harry's kindness, but was interrupted by Luigi next to him before he finished speaking. Peter, you should go. This is a good opportunity. Being able to work with the best biologists in the world is an opportunity that many people dream of. But I promised. No buts. Being a chef is my ideal, not yours. You said you wanted to be an excellent scientist. Luigi directly helped Peter make a decision, which was related to Peter Parker's life. As a friend, Peter should not be blamed for such a thing. And if Luigi remembered correctly, Dr. Connors would later become the famous Spider-Man's early villain Dr. Lizard. And it was because Peter Parker went to the Osborne Group that he was bitten by a spider and mutated into Spider-Man. If he couldn't become Spider-Man, would Peter Parker's life still be complete? Harry later learned that in the morning, Luigi invited Peter to help with a fast food truck business during the summer vacation. In fact, both of them were thinking of helping Peter, which touched Peter very much. It is enough for a person to have one or two such close friends in his life. Looking at Peter and Harry who were talking and laughing in front of him, Luigi sighed in his heart. What's coming will come. Spider-Man is about to appear. Our other superheroes far behind. Chapter 7 Night Walker in the 6th block. At 11:30 p.m., after confirming that everyone in the family was asleep, Luigi gently opened the window and jumped down from his second-floor room. After landing, he rolled forward to perfectly remove the impact of the fall, and there was no sound. Today, Harry invited Peter to intern at the Osborne Group. Luigi knew that Spider-Man would soon appear. New York City, which has been peaceful for decades, may no longer be peaceful in a few months, and heroes and villains will all appear. Thinking of this, Luigi felt the urgency of time. He needs to increase his strength faster, so that he can protect his family in the coming era of heroes and villains. Luigi is ready to complete the Novus Heroes mission as soon as possible, so as to get the reward given by the system to improve his ability. Luigi is heading to the 6th block. Because he is afraid of waking up his family, he did not drive but chose to run. Although he did not obtain any ability or skills to increase speed, because Luigi has the Tengjiao Gong of the minor success level, his running speed is still very fast. The speed was close to 30 kilometers per hour. You should know that the champion of the human 100-meter race also ran at about 30 kilometers per hour during the sprint stage. And any 100-meter sprinter could not use this explosive sprinting force for long-distance running. Fortunately, it was close to midnight, and there were not many pedestrians on the road, and no one noticed Luigi's abnormal running ability. Luigi ran about 10 kilometers and arrived at the 6th block. After such a long distance and fast running, even with the support of internal force, Luigi still felt a little tired. Next time, it would be best to get speed-related abilities or give me some light skills. At least I can run away when I encounter a guy I can't beat. If I rely on running, it will not only be tiring but also very slow. Luigi panted and muttered to himself. After resting for about 5 minutes, Luigi felt that his physical strength had recovered with the help of internal force. Luigi used a key to change clothes and directly put on the hero suit provided by the system, that is, the gray hooded suit, and then walked towards the depths of the 6th block. Dude, hurry up. This is the best stuff. If you want it, hurry up. A low voice urged from an empty room that no one lived in. There were two groups of people standing in the room, one black and the other looked like Mexicans or Latin Americans. What the two groups were trading in the house was marijuana. Marijuana is a common thing in the United States. Some places allow smoking, but some places completely prohibit it. And no matter which state it is, marijuana cannot be sold publicly on a large scale. New York is one of the areas where marijuana is prohibited, so many gangs secretly do marijuana business. Although the profit is not as good as cocaine, the advantage is that the risk is low. Even if you are caught, you only need to pay a bail and do a period of community service to get away. This is Queens. It is difficult to do cocaine business here, because George Stacy, the chief of the Queens police force, is a person who can't tolerate any sand in his eyes. So the main business of the gangs in Queens is selling marijuana. In fact, the addictiveness of marijuana is not low, and it is easy to have various hallucinations after taking it. Lee G once saw a neighbor in his neighborhood who had hallucinations because of taking marijuana, and finally killed his wife and daughter with a pistol. When the hallucinations passed, he found out more about his mistakes and committed suicide out of guilt. Lee G secretly saw the transaction going on inside from the window, thinking about whether to go in and stop it. This crime is obviously a vicious crime. After all, it is also buying and selling drugs. If it is stopped, the reputation value will increase a lot, and stopping 3 vicious crimes can complete one task. But based on Lee G's life experience in the United States, generally when such transactions occur, both gangs will carry guns. This time it seems that the black gang and the Mexican gang are trading. There are 3 people on each side, and 6 people on both sides, which means there may be 6 pistols, which is really a bit risky. Lee G was about to leave here first and defeat these guys separately, which is the safest way. But what Lee G didn't expect was that the terrace floor of this house had decayed due to years of disrepair. Lee G, who was eavesdropping on the terrace outside the window, had just stepped back 2 steps to leave when he stepped on a piece of wood and broke it, making a cracking sound. In the quiet midnight, the sound was unusually harsh. The 2 gangs in the house immediately became alert. Lee G hid in the corner and cursed inwardly. Through the corner of his eye, he could see 2 gangsters walking towards his position. It seemed that he could not hide, so Lee G pulled out 2 alloy short sticks that he had just bought at the sporting goods store today and prepared for the battle. When the 2 armed gangsters were about to approach the window where Lee G was hiding, Lee G suddenly appeared at the window. One gangster was closer to the window, and Lee G didn't hesitate to take advantage of the other party's stunned time and directly shot left and right. The 2 short sticks quickly hit his head several times, but because he was a little nervous, Lee G didn't hold back. Every time the metal short stick hit the other party, there was a crisp sound of bone fracture. The other gangster was farther away from Lee G, and Lee G didn't hesitate at all. After beating the gangster in front of him, he threw a short stick and hit another man right in the middle of his forehead. The man lost his balance and fell down. The muzzle of the gun that was aimed at Lee G just now also shifted its position, and the bullet ejected from the muzzle hit the ceiling directly. Lee G did not want to fight, and he dodged away from the windowsill. At the moment Lee G left, the other 4 gangsters opened fire at Lee G's original windowsill. Bang bang, I don't know how many bullets were fired, and when the pistol stopped designing, Lee G hid in another window and actually saw that the 4 of them were changing magazines. Lee G felt a toothache. These gangsters were too unprofessional, and all 4 of them had used up their bullets in one breath. After all, those who buy and sell weed are only small gangs, and the real big gangs are all big businesses in cocaine. How many elites can a small gang have? Especially the African American gangs, they never aim when they pick up the gun, and they rely on faith to hit. Mexican American gangs are a little better, but the improvement is limited. If it was a well-trained Italian family gang, or a brave and aggressive Asian gang, then Lee G would probably not have survived today. Lee G would not miss such a good opportunity when the other party changed the magazine. He jumped from another windowsill and rushed directly to the 4 people. If it was a close combat, Lee G was not afraid of these guys at all. These 2 gangs looked far less powerful than the bald man he met 2 days ago. And the result was exactly as Lee G expected. These 4 people were not tough guys. Lee G flew close to the black man on his left-hand side and hit him on the cheek with a stick. With a wow, the old black man vomited blood and fell to the ground, and half of his teeth were broken. Lee G took advantage of the opportunity when the other party fell and kicked him in the temple. This kick directly knocked the old black man unconscious, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. These guys just wanted to kill him, and Lee G would not be polite to them. The Mexican behind Lee G pulled out a short knife and prepared to hit Lee G hard from behind. However, The Mexican's short knife skills were far inferior to the bald man that day. Not only was his speed not fast enough and his accuracy was not good, but he also made a lot of noise during the action. Luigi easily avoided the Mexican's assassination when he heard the sound, and instead went around behind him. Luigi raised the metal short stick and hit the opponent's back neck directly. With a click, the poor Mexican's neck was directly broken by the short stick, and he fell straight to the ground without any sound. While Luigi was fighting with the two men, the other two gang members had already loaded the magazines and were ready to shoot at Luigi. Luigi used the same trick again, and smashed the only short stick in his hand directly at the gang member who was far away from him, and the short stick directly hit the palm of the opponent's gun. The abundant force not only broke two bones in the opponent's hand, but also knocked the gun in his hand far away, and no one knew where it went. Luigi himself took a step to the gang member who was closer to him, and used his right elbow as a blade to attack with his elbow. Luigi's elbow hit the opponent's heart directly, and the opponent was hit by Luigi before he could react. The sternum of this gang member was obviously broken, and some broken bones may have even been inserted into the heart. He was spitting blood from his mouth. The last gang member still standing was the black man, whose hand bone was broken by the short stick. He saw that Luigi was so fierce and knocked down the 5 people on both sides and prepared to escape. But it has come to this point. Will Luigi let him run away? Luigi estimated that he must have killed someone today, but in this life and death situation, killing is not a big deal. Although he doesn't like the smell of blood, Luigi has no guilt for killing people. Since they are gang members, these people should have thought that they might be killed, but it's just a matter of who will kill them. And these gang members are not good people. Real gangsters are not as elegant as those in the movie The Godfather played by Marlon Brando. Real American gangsters are a group of scum who kill without blinking an eye and eat people without spitting out bones. In the end, the old black man did not escape Luigi's pursuit. Luigi caught up with him and punched him directly from the back of his heart. A punch with internal force hits ordinary people, which is completely irresistible. The old black man fell to the ground without a groan. Luigi went back to check the 2 people who went to the windowsill to look for him at the beginning, and found that both of them were shot into a hornet's nest. These gangsters can be so cruel even to their own people, let alone outsiders. Luigi found his 2 short sticks and found 2 large brown paper bags, which probably contained the items for this transaction. Finally, after thinking about it, Luigi took 2 Colt M1911 pistols and 6 magazines from the gangsters. After doing all this, Luigi left here immediately and disappeared quickly into the night. 15 minutes after Luigi left, the police who received the report arrived here. At this time, Luigi had wandered around the city and was already 10 kilometers away from the scene of the incident. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8: The Correct Way to Gain Reputation Points. At a small river far from the crime scene, Luigi opened the 2 leather belts he got from the gangsters. A brown paper bag contained a large amount of haha. Luigi had no interest in this kind of stuff. He put 2 stones in the bag and threw it directly into the river, letting it sink to the bottom of the river. The other bag contained a pile of green US dollars. They were all small denomination US dollars of $10 each, and every 100 of them were rolled into a roll. Because most Americans do not use large amounts of cash, but most gang transactions are cash and goods. Therefore, large denomination US dollars of $100 are not very popular in gang transactions, unless they are large gangs with perfect money laundering channels. Generally, small gangs prefer small denomination bills, which are less likely to be discovered. Luigi counted them and found that there were a total of 20 rolls of small denomination US dollars in the brown paper bag, which was 20,000 US dollars. Luigi took out 2 rolls of US dollars from the bag and put them in his pocket. It happened that he was going to open a food truck during the summer vacation and needed to prepare more working capital. Luigi was not ready to move the other $18,000. As mentioned before, it is very troublesome to use a large amount of cash in the United States. Transactions involving a large amount of cash will always attract the attention of the police. Luigi did not want to cause this trouble. Moreover, if such a large amount of money was hidden at home, it would be hard to guarantee that it would not be discovered. How to explain the origin of the money to his parents would also be a problem. So Lee Ji planned to give the money to other people in need. The San Diego Orphanage is a non-profit orphanage. All the income of the orphanage comes from social donations. The street where Lee Ji lives has also organized a donation activity for the San Diego Orphanage. Peter Parker and Lee Ji have both been volunteers at the orphanage for a period of time. The director of the orphanage is an old nun named Marion. The funds of the orphanage were stretched to the limit, so she sold her own property to ensure the normal operation of the orphanage. The old nun lived a life of poverty and dedicated all her efforts to those homeless orphans. Lee Ji admired the old nun very much, so he put the remaining brown paper bill containing $18,000 on the second floor of the orphanage, on the terrace outside Sister Marion's office. He also wrote a line of words with his left hand, dedicated to the respected Sister Marion. Please use this gift on those who need it. Lee Ji opened his task system to see the completion status of his current tasks. Daily tasks for novice heroes. 1. Obtain 100 reputation points. 35 points have been obtained. Reputation is the cornerstone of a hero's growth. The higher the reputation, the faster the growth. 2. Prevent 10 crimes from happening. Completed. 2. Heroes should help the weak and fight against the strong. It's time to wear your red underwear outside. Preserve crimes to gain reputation. 3. Prevent 3 vicious crimes from happening. Completed. 1. Crime. Vicious crime. Murder, sexual assault, child kidnapping. Please make sure to prevent these crimes from happening. You can gain a lot of reputation. Completing the daily tasks of novice heroes will get rewards, 1 A-level hero training card and 1 random A-level item. Lee Ji only gained 5 points of reputation when he stopped the bald man last time, but he gained 30 points of reputation today for stopping the hate trade between gangs. It is true that he gained more reputation from stopping a vicious crime. Moreover, Lee Ji also found that he had only stopped the robbery of the bald man before, so he only completed 1 task of stopping a crime. But today, the task of stopping the hate trade not only completed the task of stopping a vicious crime, but also overlapped with stopping an ordinary crime. It is equivalent to stopping only 1 crime, but completing 2 tasks. So today's harvest is still quite good. After browsing his task status, Lee Ji returned home to sleep. Fortunately, it seems that his family did not find that Lee Ji had gone out at night. Lee Ji did not return home until after 3 o'clock in the morning. He felt energetic after sleeping for 3 hours. It must be said that the benefits of internal strength are not small. Yesterday morning, a fierce gunfight occurred in the 6th block of Queens. The 2 sides of the gunfight were local gangs. The gunfight caused the death of 6 gang members at the scene. The police initially inferred that it was a fight caused by gang members fighting each other within the gang. Lee Ji ate breakfast while watching the morning news of Fox New York News. What he did last night was indeed reported in the news. A strange thing happened in the San Diego orphanage this morning. Sister Marion found a brown paper bag on the windowsill outside her office in the morning. The bag contained $18,000 in cash. It was written on it, dedicated to the respected Sister Marion, please use this gift for those in need. Sister Marion is the director of the San Diego orphanage. Because she has devoted her life to helping orphans, she is highly respected in the community. It is speculated that this money was specially donated by an unknown kind-hearted person to help the orphanage overcome difficulties. Please read the report sent back by the on-site reporter. Lee Ji finished his breakfast sandwich in 2 or 3 bites. I didn't expect that even the donation of money would be on TV. It turns out that reporters are fast runners. Lee Ji thought to himself. Host's reputation reaches 100 cumulatively to complete a novice hero task to unlock the reputation growth system. The cold voice of the system suddenly came from Lee Ji's ear, almost choking Lee Ji, who was drinking water. When I finished the task yesterday, I checked it, and my reputation was only 35 points. There is still a long way to go from the 100 points of reputation required by the task. How did it go up in one night? Lee Ji suddenly had an idea and looked at the TV. Could it be because of the news? The more Lee Ji thought about it, the more possible it was. What is reputation? Of course, it is to let more people know you and know what you do. This is called reputation. Although Lee Ji's appearance did not appear on TV, what Lee Ji did was on the news today. Fox New York News in the New York area is a news station for the greater New York area. Although the radiation and audience are limited to the New York area, how many citizens are there in New York? That's more than 20 million people, And how many viewers watch Fox New York News in the morning? At least tens of thousands. If you're calculated this way, Leegee feels that this reputation value is actually too little. After all, more than 100,000 people know about these two things, which push the reputation value to 100. Leegee opened his task system and saw that his reputation had risen to 160 points. And the first of his daily tasks for a novice hero had been completed. Daily tasks for a novice hero. 1. Obtain 100 points of reputation. 160 points have been obtained. The reputation growth system will be unlocked after the task is completed. Reputation is the cornerstone of a hero's growth. The higher the reputation, the faster the growth. 2. Prevent 10 crimes from happening. Completed 2. Heroes should help the weak and fight the strong. It's time to wear your red underwear outside. Prevent crimes from happening to gain reputation. 3. Prevent 3 serious crimes from happening. Completed 1. Crime. Serious crime. Murder, sexual assault, child kidnapping. Please make sure to prevent these crimes from happening. You can gain a lot of reputation. Completing the daily tasks of a novice hero will earn you rewards, an A-level hero training card and a random A-level item. Leegee was now very curious about what this reputation growth system was, and immediately clicked on the newly appeared reputation growth system. After a careful browsing, Leegee found that this reputation growth system was exactly what he needed. Leegee learned about the usefulness of the reputation growth system in detail. There are actually 2 uses for this system. One is to buy, and the other is to upgrade. The so-called purchase refers to using the reputation gain to buy skills and items corresponding to the hero level. For example, Leegee is currently rated as an A-level hero, so he can rely on the reputation gain to buy A-level skills and A-level items corresponding to A-level heroes in the system. The higher the hero's evaluation, the better the skills and items that can be purchased. Of course, better skills mean that you need to spend more reputation. As the name suggests, upgrading can rely on the reputation gain to upgrade the skills possessed by the hero. Because the skills purchased by the hero relying on the system reputation are all entry-level in the initial state, it can basically be said that they have no power. If you want to master a skill proficiently, you need a lot of training, and relying on reputation, you can use reputation to improve the proficiency and power of the skill mastery. Take Leegee as an example. The skill he currently has is the primary internal skill Tengjian Gong with an A-level evaluation. If you want to upgrade the entry-level Tengjian Gong to minor success, you need 10 points of reputation. If you want to upgrade to the mastery state, you need 100 points of reputation. Upgrade to the great success state, you need 500 points of reputation, and upgrade to the top-level perfect state, you need 1000 points of reputation. No wonder the system specifically noted in the task introduction that reputation is the cornerstone of hero growth. So this is the truth. Leegee finally understood it now. Leegee opened the reputation system to see which skills and items can be exchanged. Because Leegee's rating is only A-level now, only a small part of the skills can be unlocked for exchange. Most of the skills and items are in a gray and unexchangeable state. This requires Leegee to improve his hero rating before they can be unlocked. Leegee's reputation is only 160 points now, which is really not much. You must save money and spend it where it counts. Leegee originally thought about whether to upgrade Tengjian Gong to the mastery level, which would cost 100 points of reputation. But after thinking about it carefully, I still think this is not urgent, as can be seen from the previous 2 battles. Ordinary people have almost no resistance to attacks involving internal force, and even if they are improved immediately, it will not help the current task. And if they encounter a guy with superpowers, it is estimated that relying on the mastery level of Tengjian Gong will not be enough. Leegee thought carefully. He ran so hard yesterday and narrowly escaped death under the shooting of a pistol. What he needs most at present is a skill to improve his body's speed or reaction. At least he can run when he can't beat him. Leegee began to look for skills to improve speed. In the process of searching, Leegee found that there were restrictions on the use requirements of different skills. For example, the water control step and wind step of the superpower system are both A-level movement skills, but the premise of using this skill is to have an X gene in the body. In other words, it is a skill of a mutant hero. The high-speed skateboard and low-altitude aircraft blueprints are obviously things that belong to a technology hero. At present, Leegee does not have an X gene, and it is impossible for him to learn how to make high-tech equipment. As for whether he can obtain the ability of a mutant hero or find the ability to make high-tech equipment in the future, Li Ji still doesn't know. Now Li Ji's hero attribute is internal strength, so the search range is suddenly small, and he can only choose skills that match internal strength. After careful selection, Li Ji finally chose the skill 8 steps to chase cicadas. The advantage of this skill is that it can drive the circulation of internal energy during long-distance running, allowing people to run faster and longer. In a short distance, it can burst out extremely powerful explosive power and can instantly approach the opponent. This is not a skill that focuses on agile dodge, but it suits Li Ji's taste very much, and it is also one of the few best skills that can be exchanged for reputation. Li Ji spent 100 points of reputation to exchange for the A-level skill 8 steps to chase cicadas, and then spent 10 points of reputation to upgrade this skill to a small success state. After that, he gritted his teeth and spent 50 points of reputation to buy a combat belt. The only use of this belt is that it has a 0.5 cubic meter space inside, where Li Ji can put his short stick, the gun he got last night, and $2,000. This belt replaced the wide black belt that came with the hero suit. Compared to the original wide black belt, this battle belt bought with 50 reputation points looks much more handsome. Although it was still early in the morning, Li Ji was already looking forward to the arrival of night. Chapter 9: The Executioner in the Dark. New York at night is a metropolitan city of debauchery. If you have money, this city is your paradise. If you don't have money, this city is your hell. The devil in hell will constantly seduce you in your ears, trying to call out your desires and greed. Once you respond, you will fall into the abyss. The devils in New York are terrible. They corrode the hearts of the unsteady at all times. Let them fall into the abyss of crime. For money, they will sell their souls to the devil. Frankie is a person who sacrifices his soul to the devil of money. Since he tasted the sweetness of the first robbery, he could no longer stop. After that, he committed a tragedy of killing 21 people in 3 months on the highway in Florida. The police in the whole of Florida were looking for him. He was forced to start running away until he was accepted by the Stanich family, the top mafia family in the United States, and became an executioner under their family to handle dirty work. Frankie has lived a much more comfortable life in recent years. The Stanich family provides a considerable amount of funds for him to squander every month. And the job he needs to do is to help the Stanich family get rid of people who should not appear in this world. Frankie likes this job. Every time he sees the prisoners he executed wailing helplessly on the ground and making the entire floor bloody with blood plasma, he has a perverted pleasure. But this good life ended a month ago. A month ago, a strong man wearing a black combat uniform and a brown windbreaker attacked a stronghold of the Stanich family in Brooklyn. That man was like a black devil. He came in the night and appeared like a ghost at the table of the Stanich family who were having dinner. No warning, no questioning, his appearance was killing. 2 submachine guns swept through everyone present, and until everyone was shot dead, he still stabbed everyone, not letting anyone go, including an underage distant relative of the Stanich family. Frankie escaped that day because he was helping to choose wine in the cellar. When he saw more than 20 corpses scattered all over the restaurant, he was actually scared to pee. For the first time in his life, he knew that he would be afraid. He left Brooklyn that night, but he didn't dare to flee New York. Because he knew that the upper echelons of the Stanich family knew about the party that day, and he was there but he didn't die, which would obviously arouse the suspicion of the Stanich family. As the executioner of the family, he knew very well what would happen if he betrayed the family. Now there are people from the Stanich family squatting and monitoring on every road leaving New York. Frankie has committed so many crimes over the years. If he is not protected by the Stanich family, he will die if he is caught by the police. Moreover, there are many people in New York, so it is easier to hide. If he really goes to other cities with less population, he will probably be found by the local police soon. For the past month, he has lived like a rat in the gutter, avoiding the arrest of the police and the ubiquitous Stanich family. What he is really afraid of is the black demon that day. He has been having nightmares these days. He dreamed of a black demon calling his name and piercing his heart with a red-hot iron fork. He felt that he was going crazy. This was not only due to mental stress, but also because he hadn't had a proper meal for 2 days. Frankie's lunch today was a piece of toast that he had snatched from a homeless man. Frankie decided to do something, and he now had a pistol and a switchblade on him. It was easy to do this kind of thing, just like the summer when he was 17. He stole the first sum of money from a couple. This is a simple thing, and it can be done quickly as long as you choose the right target, Frankie whispered to himself. Frankie was wandering around the 5th Street in Queens looking for his prey. At this time, a thin young man came into his sight. It seemed that this young man had just worked overtime and had just got off work. The man kept yawning and looked weak. Frankie followed the man all the way to the corner of a street. At this time, Frankie took a step forward, covered the man's mouth and nose with his hands to prevent him from making any sound, and then dragged the man directly into a secluded alley at the corner next to him. Before the young man could react, Frankie threw him into the alley. Just as he was about to struggle, he saw the black muzzle of a gun against his forehead. He had some desire to resist, but he immediately shrank back. Lee Ji had witnessed all this in the dark. It has been half a month since Lee Ji's last gang fight. In the past half month, Lee Ji has basically completed all the tasks of the novice hero, and only the last task of preventing crime remains. In the past half month, Lee Ji's ability has increased rapidly. This improvement does not mean that he has gained any new abilities. It means that he has been able to use his existing abilities perfectly after half a month of training. Especially the last battle against 6 gang members, which made Lee Ji's combat experience and psychological quality improve by leaps and bounds. Now Lee Ji can truly be regarded as a warrior. Lee Ji is now very familiar with the 5th and 6th blocks in Queens. In the past half month, he has prevented a vicious sexual assault case, a vicious armed robbery case, and 6 other common crimes such as knife robbery and theft in 2 blocks. Now Lee Ji has a certain ability to identify criminals. As soon as Frankie appeared in Lee Ji's sight, Lee Ji saw that there was something wrong with him. He looked around nervously, carefully observing every passerby, and one hand was always in his pocket, as if he was holding something. Lee Ji judged that it was either a knife or a gun. Fortunately, Lee Ji's current hiding skills are relatively good. He hid himself in the dark and did not attract anyone's attention, so Frankie never found Lee Ji. Frankie pointed a gun at the young man and said fiercely, "Hand over your wallet, mobile phone, watch and ring." The man really did not have the courage to resist facing the gun. He could only take out the wallet and mobile phone in his briefcase, take off his watch and ring and prepare to hand them to Frankie. "I don't think you are very friendly." A slightly playful voice came from behind Frankie. Frankie was startled and immediately turned around and pointed the gun behind him. Frankie saw a guy wearing a black hoodie with a black belt around his waist. His face was hidden under the hood and people could not see it clearly. The best way to deal with danger is to kill him in advance. This is Frankie's motto. Frankie responded to Lee Ji by pulling the trigger, but the gray figure in front of him suddenly disappeared at the moment he pulled the trigger. It turned out that Lee Ji saw that he was about to pull the trigger, and directly launched the 8 steps to chase the cicada, and the internal force was directly sent to the legs to burst out at an amazing speed. Frankie had no time to react at all, and Lee Ji had already dodged and stood next to Frankie. Frankie's shot was ineffective, and the bullet shot into the air. "I said this is not friendly." The cold tone in his ear made Frankie's soul tremble. Along with Lee Ji's voice, a black metal short stick fell. The short stick hit Frankie's right hand holding the gun hard. Click, there was another crisp bone fracture sound, and Lee Ji had heard this sound many times in the past half month. Lee Ji could be sure that Frankie's right wrist had been broken. Frankie knelt on the ground holding his right hand and gasped. "Nightwalker. You are the Nightwalker. I always thought it was just a legend. I didn't expect it to be true," the shivering young man said excitedly after seeing Lee Ji's gray outfit and his agile skills. "Nightwalker. Is he talking about me?" Lee Ji thought to himself. "Everyone says that there is a protector in the dark in the 5th and 6th blocks, who specializes in fighting crime here. We all call him the Nightwalker. I always thought it was fake, but I didn't expect to see you today." The young man has a tendency to become a die-hard fan of Lee Ji. "Okay, no matter what, Nightwalker or Daywalker. Sir, you'd better pack up your things and leave here now." Lee Ji urged the young man to drive away from the alley, and then turned around to deal with Frankie. Frankie didn't want to escape during the conversation between the two, but Lee Ji kept a close eye on him. Although he was talking to the young man, his eyes were always fixed on Frankie. Frankie gave up his plan to escape after thinking about the ghostly speed of the other party. "Generally speaking, I would break one hand for a robbery with a knife. For a robbery with a gun, I would break both hands. But since you shot me, I am going to break your left shoulder as well. Do you have any objection?" Li Ji asked, pulling out 2 metal short sticks from the space in his combat belt. Although he used the words of inquiry, his tone was not to be rejected. Frankie watched Li Ji approach him step by step, and could only hide desperately. Don't look at Frankie's job as an executioner in the Stanich family, but in essence he is just a strong-looking but weak-hearted guy. He only shows his strong side to those who are weaker than himself, but he has no ability to resist those who are stronger than himself. No, please don't do this. Frankie knelt down with tears and begged Li Ji to let him go. Everyone has to pay the price for their actions. Since you have chosen this path, you must be prepared for this. Li Ji ignored Frankie's crying. As an adult who has lived 2 lives and whose real psychological age is already in his 30s or 40s, he never believes in crocodile tears. Bang, bang. 3 times the short sticks collided with the body. Frankie's hands had been completely broken by the metal baton, and his left shoulder was also smashed. Even if he was cured, he would not be able to commit crimes in the future. Li Ji put away the baton as if he had dealt with a trivial matter. Then he used the light skill of the 8 steps to chase cicadas to lightly jump over the 3-meter-high wall behind the alley and left the 5th block directly. It took Li Ji 18 days to complete all the novice heroes. Frankie looked at the direction where Li Ji left, with resentment in his eyes, but it was soon replaced by fear. Because there was a person standing at the entrance of the alley, a person Frankie would never forget. Black combat uniform, brown windbreaker. Hard-soled combat boots stepped on the solid concrete slab and made a treading sound. Frankie tried hard to stand up and run away. But this alley was a dead end. Unless he could jump over the 3-meter-high wall like Li Ji, the place where the man in black was the only exit of this alley. Frankie Colch, you've taken me a long time to find. You're as slippery as a mouse, but I'm very happy today because I found you before the Stanich family and the police. I wouldn't be happy if I let you die in the hands of others. The man in black approached Frankie step by step. Frankie saw a white skull printed on his black combat uniform, which looked so scary in the dark night. I am just a small pawn in the Stanich family. Everything was done by the family. I swear I've never taken the initiative to kill anyone. Frankie said with tears in his eyes, as if it was true. Remember the mother and daughter you killed on the beach? The man in black approached Frankie's face, staring at the corner of Frankie's eyes. He watched Frankie's eyes change from panic to realization to despair. Good, I think you remember. That's my wife and daughter. I like what the young man said just now, everyone has to pay the price for their actions. Remember to go to hell and tell those people from the Stanich family. The person who killed them is called Frank Custer. After saying that, Frank took out a Browning 9mm caliber pistol and pointed it at Frank's forehead and pulled the trigger. Hot sparks burst out from the muzzle, and the high-temperature bullet rotated through Frank's brain, from the frontal bone to the frontal lobe and then to the back of the brain. The rotating bullet brought out Frank's warm and bright red blood and gray-white brain matter, and also took away Frank's sinful life. Frank Custer took a deep look at the direction where Li Ji left, and then strode out of the alley. Fight evil with evil, fight violence with violence. Frank Custer is the real executioner. PS1, the first real hero has appeared. He is a relatively niche hero. Without Baidu, can you guess who this person is? PS2, this is my first time writing a book. I am very happy that there are book friends reading it. If you think this book is up to your taste, thank you for your collection and recommendation. If you think it is worth reading, you are also welcome to recommend this book to your friends. A ton of big apples are here to thank you. Thank you all. I will at least guarantee an update of 6,000 to 7,000 words a day. Please feel free to collect it. Thank you all again here. Chapter 10 A-Level Hero Training Card. Li Ji didn't know what happened after he left. Now all he could think about was the rewards he would get after completing the system tasks. Li Ji returned home, turned over and entered his room, and couldn't wait to open the system to receive his own rewards. The host has completed the Novice Hero task. Do you want to receive the task reward? Receive it. Li Ji didn't hesitate at all. Just like receiving the hero suit and battle belt before, the rewards issued by the system were directly stored in the star-shaped mark on Li Ji's forearm. Li Ji took out the rewards he received, an A-Level Hero Training Card and an A-Level Hero Item Pack. Li Ji ignored the training card and opened the A-Level Hero Item Pack that was randomly rewarded first. The host opened the A-Level Hero Item Pack and randomly received a bottle of quick hemostatic spray and 3 trauma bandages. A steel knife with increased damage. Li Ji picked up the 3 items and examined them carefully. Quick hemostatic spray can quickly stop the blood gushing out of the wound to prevent death from excessive blood loss. Large wounds need to be used with trauma bandages. Level items. Trauma bandage. After bandaging the wounded, it can effectively treat and recover from trauma, and it can also be used to restore bone injuries. It can be used with quick hemostatic spray and bone treatment spray. Level item. Steel knife with deepened damagia. Sharp steel knife. The total length of the steel knife is 85 centimeters. The steel knife comes with a special effect, deepened damage. It can cause the enemy to bleed and the wound to heal slowly. Level item. Li Ji was very satisfied with the 3 items rewarded this time. Needless to say, the 2 treatment items similar to the red medicine in the game are life-saving things at critical moments. And the steel knife that was opened as a weapon has a debuff against the enemy, which can be regarded as a blue weapon in the game. Li Ji wanted to test the sharpness and sturdiness of the steel knife. He pulled out the metal short stick and the battle belt. Li Ji swung the steel knife and chopped it lightly. He didn't feel much resistance, and the alloy short stick was cut by the steel knife. And the incision was very neat. It seems that the sharpness of the steel knife is beyond doubt. Li Ji checked the blade of the steel knife and found that it was not curled at all. It looked very sturdy. Li Ji was very satisfied with the 3 items he got this time. He threw all 3 items into the space of the battle belt. Now the 0.5 cubic meter space was almost full. Li Ji picked up the level hero training card to see what this training card was for. The level hero training card can connect to the host's nerves and train with opponents in virtual space. The level hero training card can simulate the strength of the opponent up to the D-level level. The training card can be used for 25 hours. This level hero training card also surprised Li Ji. Although he had fought with many criminals and gang members these days. But in the end, these people are just a mob. Compared with the real supervillains, they are not even a hair. Li Ji now seriously lacks the experience of fighting with real masters. It happened that Li Ji was not too tired now, so he decided to test the training ability of the level hero training card. Li Ji chose to use the level hero training card. In a flash, Li Ji found himself in a huge and empty white room. In the center of the room is a huge arena, and in the 4 corners of the room are rows of weapon racks. Host, please select the training object. Li Ji came to an operation screen in the corner of the room under the system's reminder. It turns out that the training object is not randomly generated, but is selected by Li Ji. And the selection method is very special. The system will give Li Ji a certain amount of points, and Li Ji can use these points to choose the abilities and skills possessed by the training object. The highest points given by the system can only match a D-level training opponent, and the skills and abilities given by the system and the exchange of items are not more than D-level. Li Ji is a little eager to try, so that he can fight many different villains and heroes in advance, which can allow him to gain a lot of valuable experience. Li Ji thought about it. What ability is the most annoying in the world of heroes? I'm afraid that the super healing ability that can't be killed is one of them. Think about it, Wolverine's healing ability has saved him many times. Deadpool likes to talk nonsense in battle because of his immortal healing ability. Dr. Lizard Connors, Peter Parker's early opponent, also relied on his super healing ability to make Spider-Man suffer a lot. Li Ji thought about it and directly made a training opponent based on Wolverine. Of course, this training opponent is only D-level, which can only be regarded as a severely weakened version of Wolverine. In addition to having super healing ability, Wolverine also has a body of adamantium skeleton and a pair of sharp claws, as well as terrifying strange strength and burst speed. If you really want to evaluate, Li Ji estimates that Wolverine at his peak should be at the level of A-level heroes, or at least B-level heroes. This D-level training opponent made by Li Ji himself naturally does not have such a strong ability. The healing ability can only be said to be good, but it is not as terrifying as Wolverine. And there is definitely no adamantium skeleton, only ordinary alloy skeleton. The strength is only at the level of a D-level hero, not more than 500 kilograms. Then instill D-level fighting skills into this training opponent. After Li Ji selected the training object, he picked 2 short knives from the weapon rack in the room. The length and weight are similar to the metal short stick that Li Ji has been using these days. Li Ji has been using the metal short stick very well these days. Li Ji walked onto the ring, and a circle of blue light beams rose around the ring, apparently to prevent the contestants on the ring from escaping the ring. On the opposite side of the ring, Li Ji's opponent designed in the image of Wolverine, A weakened version of Uncle Wolf also began to materialize. Training begins. With a reminder from the system, Uncle Wolf, who had already materialized, rushed forward in a few steps. Alloy steel claws grew out from the gaps between his knuckles, and Uncle Wolf stretched out the steel claws and rushed directly towards Li Ji in a spear-like charging posture. So fast. This was Li Ji's only reaction. Although he had been fully prepared, Li Ji was still frightened by the speed of the D-level hero. It was not until the steel claws were about to pierce his skin that Li Ji's steel knife was swung to barely block the steel claws. But being able to block does not mean that you can block it. The weakened version of Uncle Wolf directly used two steel claws to clamp Li Ji's steel knife, and then twisted Li Ji's steel knife hard, forcing it to fall out of his hand. The power of the D-level hero is too great. Even with Li Ji's internal strength, he can't compete with Uncle Wolf's power. Uncle Wolf took advantage of the situation and aimed his other steel claw at Li Ji's chest and directly grabbed it, as if he wanted to take out Li Ji's heart. Li Ji barely waved another short knife to knock Uncle Wolf's steel claw away. But Uncle Wolf used the same trick again and snatched the only steel knife in Li Ji's hand. Li Ji is now in a state of bare hands, and the weakened version of Uncle Wolf for training will not have any sympathy. The only purpose of his creation is to conduct strict and cruel training on the host. Uncle Wolf's claws attacked Li Ji's chest again. This time Li Ji couldn't parry, and could only use the 8 steps to chase cicadas to force himself to retreat. But even though Li Ji used the 8 steps to chase cicadas, his speed was still a line slower than that of the D-level Uncle Wolf. 3 steel claws scratched deep scars on Li Ji's chest. IXXX. Li Ji cursed in pain. Although the system had a reminder that he would not be injured or die in the training state, the pain perception was 100%. So the pain caused by these 3 wounds to Li Ji was a real reaction to his brain. Although Li Ji had fought with gangsters many times before, he had never been really injured. After all, those gangsters were just ordinary people, and their ordinary fighting and shooting skills were very average, just a little better than ordinary people. The pain caused by Li Ji's injury this time was something he had never experienced in his 2 lives. Li Ji wanted to scream for his mother in pain, but it was a huge mistake to be distracted in the battle. The weakened version of Uncle Wolf took this opportunity to rush to Li Ji's side, and the steel claws in his hands mercilessly scratched Li Ji's neck, bringing out 3 bright red blood. Li Ji's head was directly chopped off by the steel claws. Li Ji saw that he had become a headless body, and the bright red blood spurting out of his neck dyed the surrounding floor red. His head was still spinning in the air, and it flew for who knows how many times before it fell heavily to the ground. Then his eyes went black and he knew nothing. Li Ji woke up and found himself still in his room. He was still holding the level hero training card in his hand, and the training time shown on the training card was only 30 seconds. Li Ji subconsciously touched his neck. It seemed that his neck was not broken and his head was still growing on his neck. Li Ji touched his back and found that his back was completely wet with cold sweat. This experience of death was too real. In that moment he really thought he was dead. Li Ji looked at the level hero training card in his hand with complicated eyes. This thing really made him love and hate it. Chapter 11 Blonde Long-Legged Beauty. Manhattan is the heart of New York. It has the world-famous Times Square, Wall Street, which controls the global financial trends, and the world's largest Chinatown. There are many companies in this place, and many large companies choose to establish their headquarters here. Franco Technology Resource Recycling Company is a relatively inconspicuous one among these many company buildings. On the surface, it is a formal company, but in fact it is a legal business that the Stanich family puts on the table. Franco's main business project is to deal with the nuclear waste generated by the U.S. military and nuclear power plants every year. This is a big business with an annual income of nearly $1.5 billion. The Stanich family has been operating for a long time before getting the operating qualification for this project. The government does not care who is helping them deal with nuclear waste, nor does it care how these people deal with it. As long as they don't cause trouble and make the news, the government's attitude has always been indifferent. If something really happens, the federal government will directly throw the Stanich family out to take the blame, which is also the federal government's consistent practice. The current head of the Stanich family, Franco Stanich, is sitting in the general manager's office of the Franco Company building. 2 of his men were reporting to him, and there was a body lying on the floor. It was Frankie who was shot in the head by the Punisher Frank Custer. Our people found Frankie in an alley in the 5th block of Queens. A strong man in black said to Franco. When we found him, he had been dead for a long time. Both of his hands were broken, and the left shoulder was also broken. The preliminary judgment was that it was broken by a blunt metal object. Franco covered his nose with a handkerchief and walked to the body of Frankie, looking at it carefully for a few times. Then he waved his hand to signal his men to carry the body out. When the bloody smell in the room had almost dissipated, he took off the handkerchief covering his nose. I don't care whether Frankie is dead or alive, I just want to know who killed our people that night. Franco looked only 40 years old, with a standard appearance of a handsome middle-aged Italian man, and a pair of light green eyes that were easy to recognize. But his voice was very hoarse, which was caused by the damage to his vocal cords in his youth. Who killed Anderson Stanich, my wife's godson and my dearest nephew? Franco asked his men. Our men saw a man in a black combat uniform and a brown cape appearing in the 5th block. He looked very much like the guy in Brooklyn that day. The black-clad sturdy man replied. And there is a story about the Night Walker circulating in the 5th and 6th blocks of Queens. It is said that he fights crime in the dark. And Frankie may have run into him. We don't know yet whether this Night Walker is related to the incident in Brooklyn that day. Humph, Night Walker, a nosy, short-lived ghost. Franco snorted disdainfully. He didn't like these nosy and self-righteous guys. But boss, there are rumors. The Night Walker may be a mutant. It is said that he is very fast and can jump over obstacles several meters high. And he is very powerful. Many people can't withstand his punches. The black-clad sturdy man continued to report the information he had. Most people don't know what kind of abilities Lee Ji has. They only see his ghostly speed and jumping ability, as well as his ability to subdue criminals with one strike, so it is rumored that he is a mutant with special abilities. Scum mutants. Franco roared in a low voice. Mutants are the species that Franco hates the most. He wishes that all these scum mutants would disappear from the world. Go find those guys. We need them to deal with the mutants. Franco's expression was uncertain. When he made this decision, he felt as sick as if he had eaten a fly. Wait, which gang is in charge of the 5th and 6th blocks in Queens? Franco stopped the black-clad sturdy man who was about to go out to execute the order. It seems to be the Stanton gang. As Franco's right-hand man, the black-clad sturdy man knew the underground gangs in New York very well. He gave the answer after just a moment of thinking. Stanton, Murphy Stanton. Franco read a person's name and walked slowly. Hank. Don't go find those guys. Their appetite is getting bigger and bigger. Let's go to Queens and find the boss of the Stanto gang, Murphy Stanton. Let him cooperate with our people to investigate in Queens. The black-clad sturdy man named Hank said hesitantly. But if the other party is a mutant, we may have to pay a great price to catch him. It doesn't matter. Leave the mutant problem to Murphy Stanton. Franco stood in front of the French window, and the brilliant lights of Manhattan came into his eyes. Because Murphy Stanton is also a mutant. Because the death in the training last time left a shadow on Lee Ji did not devote himself to the A-level hero training card for training in the next few days. And because the system has not issued new tasks for the time being, Lee Ji did not go to the chaotic streets to play his Night Walker. In addition, it was near the end of the semester, so Lee Ji also gave himself a few days off. After all, being a hero does not have a salary, unemployment benefits and medical insurance, and he still needs to rest. And Lee Ji also found a very interesting little website on the internet called Night Walker Alliance. The organizer seems to be a resident of the 5th block. Because he was saved by Lee Ji once, he regarded Lee Ji as an idol and hero in his life, so he opened this website. The website looks deserted, and only some residents of the 5th and 6th blocks who have heard of the legend of the Night Walker browse it. Most people are discussing the truth of the legend of the Night Walker, while those residents who have been saved by Lee Ji emphasize that the 5th and 6th blocks do have a protector in the dark. But unfortunately, because Lee Ji is usually very careful, so far, no one has really taken a photo of him as a Night Walker, so there is no clear evidence to prove that the Night Walker really exists. The semester tests of the 2nd grade of Metropolitan High School in various subjects were carried out as scheduled. There were no major accidents. Most of Lee Ji's grades were between B+ and A. He is considered a relatively good student. Peter Parker showed his dominance as a top student, with A+ in all subjects, except for B in physical education. On the first day of summer vacation, Lee Ji and Peter went to the headquarters building of the Osborne Group in Manhattan. As soon as they walked into the door, They found Harry Osborn waiting for them at the front desk. "Peter, Jason, this way." Harry called the two. The two received their ID cards at the front desk. Peter's was an ID card for an intern, while Luigi's was a visitor card for a guest. "Hey, men, I only recommended Peter to come in for an internship, but not you. Would you be unhappy?" Harry followed Luigi one step behind Peter and whispered, "Oh, please, you know me. I have no idea about these scientific research things, and my interest is to be a chef, not to do scientific research in a laboratory wearing a white coat." This is Peter's ideal. Luigi's explanation made Harry feel relieved. He was really a little afraid that Luigi would be unhappy. As a super rich second generation, Harry actually doesn't have many good friends he can really talk to. Peter and Luigi are the ones with whom he has the best relationship, and he doesn't want to lose this friendship. Luigi and the other two took the elevator to the biotechnology research department of Osborn Group on the 35th floor. Here, more than a dozen outstanding young people selected from all over the country have gathered in groups of 3 or 2. These people are all here to participate in the summer internship provided by Osborn Group. Summer interns do not receive salary, but it still attracts many talented young people. Because this is Osborn Group, the world's top biotechnology company. Being able to intern at Osborn Group will be a very good qualification. Whether it is applying for an excellent university or looking for a job in the future, it is a capital that can be shown. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to come here to participate in the summer internship program provided by Osborn Group. A pleasant female voice attracted everyone's attention, and Luigi and the other two who were chatting also looked in the direction of the voice. A cute girl stood in the middle of the hall and introduced herself to everyone. The girl has long golden hair as beautiful as silk, and her sapphire blue eyes are big and bright. Although she is wearing a white research coat that does not show her figure, her long legs are still very eye-catching. The brown boots and white research coat make her look very cute and lovely. While Luigi couldn't help but exclaim when he saw such a beautiful woman. Many boys in the hall were academic nerds in school, including Peter Parker, who looked dumbfounded. Most of these people had no experience with such beautiful girls. As a result, the whole hall was surprisingly quiet, and Luigi's sigh was particularly obvious. Everyone in the hall cast their eyes on the side where Luigi and the other two were standing. Luigi immediately raised his hand to make a surrender gesture, and smiled and shook his head apologetically at the girl over there, indicating that he did not want to tease her. "My name is Gwen Stacy, from New York Midtown Science and Technology High School. I have been interning in Dr. Connors' group for a year, and I will serve as your internship leader during your 2 months of internship. Please follow my pace, and don't wander around on the road. If you don't have a security clearance, then please don't enter and exit rooms that you shouldn't enter and exit at will, otherwise the security here is not very friendly." The beautiful girl Gwen Stacy didn't mind Luigi's failure, but continued to introduce. "Okay, please follow me." After Gwen finished talking about the precautions, she took everyone to Dr. Connor's laboratory without too much courtesy. "Hey Peter. Want to meet her mother?" Harry had just seen Peter's ugly face, and asked with a smirk on his face. Peter just looked as if he wanted to eat Gwen. What? Oh wait, before Peter could react, Harry caught up with Gwen who was walking in front, and also called Luigi to catch up. "Hey Gwen." Harry grabbed Peter and came to Gwen's side and said hello. "Hey Harry, how come you have time to come here today? Don't you need to go to the board of directors?" Gwen also greeted Harry, and it seemed that the two knew each other very well. "Oh, today I have a classmate who is here for an internship, that is Peter Parker. I mentioned to you the best student in Metropolitan High School." Harry introduced Peter to Gwen. "And this is Jason Lee, I also mentioned to you. This is my best friend, and he will definitely become the best chef in the world in the future." "Hello Jason, hello Peter. My name is Gwen Stacy, my friends call me Gwen." Gwen smiled and politely greeted the two, and stretched out her hand to shake hands with him. "Hello Gwen." Luigi shook hands with Gwen and responded. "Oh you hello, Gwen." Peter seemed very nervous. He wiped his hands on his clothes before shaking hands. It was probably to wipe the sweat from his palms due to nervousness. Luigi almost fainted when he saw Peter's performance. "Do you dare to act a little more cowardly? This is your future girlfriend." But Gwen was very fond of this and was amused by Peter's somewhat clumsy performance. On the way to Dr. Connor's laboratory, Gwen and Peter had already started chatting. What they talked about was all about genetics and biology. Luigi didn't understand it all, And Harry was not much better. Although he was the future boss of a technology company, he had not yet fully mastered the overly professional terms. It can only be said that the world of academic masters is not something that ordinary people can understand. Here I would like to especially thank the book friend, How to Forget to Reply, for the reward. I am very happy to receive the reward from the book friends for my first book writing. I hope that if you like my book, you will support it a lot. Click to collect and recommend it. Thank you all here. Chapter 12, Dr. Connors. Following Gwen Stacy's steps, everyone came to Dr. Connors' laboratory. To be honest, Lee Ji was not interested in these things at all, and he could not understand the various experimental instruments. However, seeing Peter and others were very interested in surprise, Lee Ji could only feel that it was impressive. The only thing that interested Lee Ji was a holographic projection device in the center of the laboratory. It did not need a screen or background, and could be projected directly into the air. This thing had only been seen in movies in the previous life, and even in this world, it had only been seen on TV. This thing seemed very expensive, and only laboratories under large companies like the Osborne Group could afford to equip it. Lee Ji and everyone else were visiting the projection device. Others were looking at the various data and DNA maps projected by the device, while Lee Ji was simply admiring the black technology of this device. "Welcome everyone." A gentle male voice attracted everyone's attention. A middle-aged man with glasses and a gentle appearance walked towards everyone. In addition to his gentle and elegant bookish temperament, the most eye-catching thing about this man was his empty right arm. "I'm Dr. Curtis Connors. To prevent you from getting surprised, I have to remind you that I'm left-handed." Dr. Connors made a self-deprecating joke with his lost right arm. "I'm not a disabled person, but a scientist. I'm second to none in the field of genetics and herpetology." Dr. Connors was very confident. "First, let me explain the relationship between genetics and herpetology. As we all know, people are born with weaknesses. We will be knocked down by various diseases and accidents. For example, Parkinson's patients can only watch helplessly as their bodies become out of control day by day, and patients with severe macular eye disease can only watch desperately as their world falls into darkness day by day. And some people, like me, have lost part of their body due to various accidents." At this point, Dr. Connors adjusted his tone and continued. "I hope to be able to heal myself, and I hope to create a world without weaknesses. Let's do a small test. Does anyone know how to achieve this goal?" Dr. Connors asked the interns present in a slightly testing tone. "Stem cell embryo technology." Someone immediately answered. "Well, it's close. But it's not perfect yet. Do you have any other ideas?" Connors praised him, but he obviously didn't agree with this answer. There was silence for a while. Dr. Connors' topic was very deep, and it was not something that these high school students could understand. "I think cross-species genetics should be of some use," Peter Parker said with a slightly uncertain tone, and everyone present looked at him. "For example." Dr. Connors smiled and continued to ask Peter Parker. "For example, Parkinson's disease is caused by the human stem cells stopping the secretion of dopamine, but there is a function in the DNA of zebrafish that can replace the secretion of dopamine by stem cells. If the patient can get this part of the DNA of zebrafish, then I think the patient can be cured." Peter was a little stuttering at first, but once he started to really explain, he immediately became very focused. Dr. Connors looked at Peter with a more and more obvious smile. Gwen Stacy looked at Peter with a brighter and brighter look, and seemed to be attracted by Peter's focused expression. "Who are you?" Dr. Connors asked without hiding his smile. "Peter, my name is Peter Parker, Dr. Connors." Peter introduced himself to Dr. Connors with some excitement. According to Harry, he is also the smartest student in Metropolitan High School. Gwen Stacy also helped Peter once, which made Peter leave a deep impression on Dr. Connors. In the remaining time, Dr. Connors asked Gwen to take the summer interns to familiarize themselves with the laboratory, and began to assign tasks to everyone. As a visitor, Lee Ji could only lean aside and chat with Harry. "The old men in the company don't obey me." Harry's tone was a little angry. He had been having a hard time taking over the management of the company during this period. "They seem to have forgotten that this group is called the Osborne Group, and I am Harry Osborne. It's normal. The old stubborn people with rigid brains always think that their choices are correct." Lee Ji leaned on the railing of the aisle, looking at the busy people in the laboratory. They will definitely be very unwilling to see a young man who is less than 20 years old standing above them. Think about Tony Stark. This philandering CEO who appears more often in entertainment newspapers than in business newspapers. He was only in his 20s when he was forced to take over Stark Industries. Look at the scale of Stark Industries now. This is a level that old Howard Stark has never reached. Old people always like nostalgia. They deny the creativity of young people. They just want to continue to rot on the hotbed of their own power. So Harry, don't be polite to them. Luigi adjusted his backrest and continued. As long as Uncle Norman is alive, they can't make waves. You should use Uncle Norman's prestige and power. Don't think about going it alone, let Uncle Norman pave the way for you. At most, there will be a major reshuffle in the board of directors. As you just said, this group is called the Osborn Group. Harry looked at Luigi in surprise, as if he had just met him for the first time. Jason, I'm not kidding. I don't think you should be a chef. I'm seriously thinking of hiring you as my consultant now. Harry's tone was very serious. How did you come up with all this? I had never realized before that you have a talent for power struggles. Of course, the older you get, the more you think, Luigi secretly complained in his heart. After all, he has lived 2 lives and is already several decades old. His ideas are completely different from those of a 17-year-old boy. Hi Mr. Tim, good morning. Harry was chatting with Luigi when he saw a black man walking in this direction, and immediately greeted him. Hi Harry, good morning. Why didn't you come to the office this morning? Asked the well-dressed black man who looked like an executive of the Osborn Group. Oh, today I have a friend who is going to join Dr. Connor's internship team, and this is another friend of mine named Jason Lee. I am taking him to visit our company. Harry said and introduced Luigi to the black man named Tim. Hello, Mr. Tim. Luigi took the lead in extending his hand to Tim and greeted him. Hello Jason. Tim and Luigi simply shook hands, and then adjusted the topic back to Harry. Harry, the board of directors will have a meeting this afternoon. I hope you can be there. Otherwise, the shareholders will be sarcastic again. Okay, I will be there on time this afternoon. That's it, Harry. I still need to see Dr. Connors. Goodbye, both of you. After nodding to Harry and Luigi, Tim walked quickly to Dr. Connors' laboratory and brought Dr. Connors into the office to discuss something important. Tim is the company's CEO and the only person who supports me on the board of directors. Harry whispered to Luigi. What's the result? Tim asked eagerly after bringing Dr. Connors into the office. I received the test feedback this morning. The reaction of disaccharide nucleic acid is still not ideal. It still forms a dead loop. Dr. Connors said dryly. This is expected. Expected. Obviously Tim did not think this was expected. You said it was almost successful. Yes, it was almost successful. But it still needs time. The key is the decay rate algorithm. As long as I can verify the decay rate algorithm, I can find a solution quickly. Dr. Connors argued. But it was obvious that Tim didn't care about these things, all he wanted was a result. Time? But we're running out of time. Norman Osborn is dying. If Tim's words were known to outsiders, the stock of Osborn Group would fall to a point where his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Tim could see Harry from a distance through the glass of Dr. Connors' office. You need to save him, Dr. Connors. Otherwise, both of us will be buried with him. Tim said expressionlessly. And this matter should not be known to anyone. Not even Harry Osborn. After saying that, Tim walked out of Dr. Connors' room. At noon, Harry invited everyone to have lunch at a nearby high-end restaurant, including Gwen, of course. I don't think this sea bass is as delicious as the one you made, Jason. Harry said as he ate the meal on the plate. Why is the sea bass you fried so tender and fresh? Because before I fry it, I will blanch it with hot water for 2 seconds and then throw the fish into ice water for a few seconds, so that the fish tastes better. Luigi lowered his voice and said to the other 3. This is a way of processing fish in Chinese cuisine. I combined it with Western cuisine. You can't tell others, it's a trade secret. Wow, Jason, my mom will definitely like you. She is always obsessed with studying various recipes. I thought Harry was joking when he said you would become the world's top chef, but I didn't expect you to have such a unique skill. You can actually combine Chinese and Western cooking methods so cleverly. Gwen said with some envy of Luigi's cooking skills. Yes, Jason's cooking tastes great. I believe that many Michelin chefs' cooking skills are not better than his. You should try it, Gwen. Peter followed Gwen's topic and kept winking at Luigi. As a good friend, Li Ji certainly knew what Peter meant at this time, so he said, "Yes, Gwen, I think you should try it. Are you free this Sunday? Come to my house to taste my cooking skills." Of course, Harry and Peter will also go. Peter secretly gave Li Ji a thumbs up. "If that's the case, okay. I'm very happy with your invitation." Gwen readily accepted Li Ji's invitation to the party. Looking at the cheerful and beautiful Gwen, Li Ji thought to himself, "Peter, I can only help you up to this point." Chapter 13, Training Again. P.S. The writing speed is a little faster than I expected, so I will post it in advance. There will be a third update at 2 p.m. In the afternoon, Peter and Harry had to go back to Osborne Group to work, so Li Ji said hello and left alone. In the afternoon, Li Ji took some time to go to the Metropolitan Car Modification King. The second-hand Chevrolet model car he bought was being modified into a fast food truck here. Li Ji looked at the progress of the modification and estimated that it would take 2 or 3 days to complete the modification. After returning home, Li Ji took out his Level Hero training card again. This card has 25 hours of training time. The last time Li Ji fought against the weakened version of D-level Wolverine, it only took 30 seconds for the opponent to KO, and it ended in a cruel beheading. This has left Li Ji with some shadows these days, and it was not until the past 2 days that he recovered. In fact, this is also because Li Ji has nothing to do. He knows that he only has the strength of L-level, but he has to challenge the D-level opponent. Moreover, the D-level opponent in the simulated training is not a combat rookie like Li Ji, but a combat machine with rich combat experience. So it is normal for Li Ji to kill instantly. Li Ji decided to start training with an L-level opponent of equal strength today. After entering the simulated training ground, Li Ji called up a new training opponent. Because he had just met Dr. Connors today, Li Ji created an L-level training opponent based on the prototype of Dr. Lizard in his memory. And this time he also took out a steel knife with increased damage rewarded by the system last time, because he was too arrogant last time and suffered a loss. This time he would not make the same mistake again. Training start. The system sounded coldly again. This time Li Ji absorbed the mistakes of the last time and started to attack first. In a battle, the defending party is always at a disadvantage, while the attacking party can get the first move. Whether it is fighting or escaping, it has an advantage. This is the experience and lesson that Li Ji summed up after the last battle. Li Ji launched the 8 steps to chase cicadas and quickly approached Dr. Lizard. Using the inertia and power brought by the speed, he used the waist and abdomen to force the steel knife to cut Dr. Lizard's waist and abdomen fiercely. Although it was a weakened version of Dr. Lizard, his physique was still 2.5 meters tall, and his body was covered with reptile scales that looked extremely strong. In fact, it was more appropriate to call him a humanoid dinosaur than a lizard. Li Ji's steel knife perfectly took advantage of the speed of the sprint, and a faint buzzing sound could be heard when the blade cut through the air. Dr. Lizard's speed was slower than Li Ji's, and he used his left arm to block the blade of the steel knife at the moment when the steel knife was about to cut through his body. But Li Ji knew the sharpness of the steel knife produced by the system, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it could cut iron like mud and break hair. Li Ji used the power of the sprint to cut the knife, and the power was perfectly transmitted, and all the kinetic energy was concentrated on the blade of the steel knife. Although Dr. Lizard blocked the direction of the steel knife with his left arm, he lost his left arm. Li Ji's steel knife hit Dr. Lizard's left arm, and the blade split the seemingly hard scales like a broken bamboo. Then it cut deeply into the muscles of Dr. Lizard's left arm. Li Ji felt a resistance from the blade, probably because he had hit the bone. Li Ji was not polite, and once again exerted his strength to infuse his internal energy into his arms. Ah! Li Ji roared, and the steel knife directly cut off Dr. Lizard's left arm. Dr. Lizard, created by the system, is a fearless warrior. Although he lost his left arm, he had no intention of retreating. There was no pain, no shouting, as if it was not his arm. Dr. Lizard used his tail to whip Li Ji. Li Ji wanted to pursue the victory, but he suffered a loss because of greed, and was directly hit in the chest by Dr. Lizard's tail. Dr. Lizard, an L-level, is not fast, but his strength is much greater than Li Ji. After all, Dr. Lizard's ability, in addition to super recovery ability and reptile climbing ability, is also a strange strength. Li Ji was directly whipped several meters away. Cough cough. Li Ji barely stood up and coughed a few times, and found that he had vomited several blood clots. In addition, he could feel the pain in his chest every time he breathed. Li Ji estimated that his internal organs and lungs were injured. The pain was very uncomfortable, and Li Ji's mouth was split open in pain. But he didn't dare to be careless. Last time, he was distracted by the pain, and the weakened version of Uncle Wolf cut off his head with one claw. The recovery ability of Dr. Lizard of E level was originally weakened, and the steel knife with increased damage had the special effect of delaying wound healing and bleeding. So his cut left arm showed no signs of healing at all, not to mention that he could grow a new arm in seconds like the original Dr. Lizard. The blood on the wound of the cut left arm kept dripping like a tap. Dr. Lizard, who is already green, looked even greener. Li Ji knew that both of them were injured now, and the only thing left was to see who would fall first. Li Ji didn't attack this time, because judging from the injury, Dr. Lizard was much more seriously injured than himself. Because he was hit by the steel knife with DBUFF, the wound could not heal for a long time. The longer he delayed, the more blood he shed, and the more serious his strength would be reduced. If he delayed too long, he would be killed by the bleeding alone. This time it was Dr. Lizard's turn to attack, but Dr. Lizard was not good at speed, and because he lost a lot of physical strength due to excessive bleeding, his attack speed against Li Ji was only average. However, Li Ji was also injured now, and the damage to his internal organs made his internal force not very flexible. Li Ji barely took a breath and launched the 8 steps to chase cicadas to escape from Dr. Lizard's attack range. In the process of dodging, he also seized the opportunity to cut off a small section of Dr. Lizard's tail with a steel knife. This made Dr. Lizard, who was already injured, more seriously injured, and 2 large wounds were bleeding. Dr. Lizard's movement speed was getting slower and slower. Li Ji was backfired because of the strong breath he just took, so his movement also slowed down. Every time he avoided Dr. Lizard's attack, he was in danger. Li Ji had been trying to hold on to his spirit and fight with Dr. Lizard until he felt that his footsteps were as heavy as lead and he could no longer move. Dr. Lizard finally landed on the ground before him. Dr. Lizard, who had almost bled out, was pale all over. After Li Ji watched Dr. Lizard's simulated trainer turn into a light spot and disappear in the simulated training room, he finally collapsed on the ring. He used his last bit of strength to say that he would quit training. After that, Li Ji fainted. Chapter 14 Great Strength. Li Ji opened his eyes and saw that he was back in his room. He looked at the training time on the training card. This time, the training with Dr. Lizard took 7 minutes. He won the game only because he supported Dr. Lizard until he bled to death. Li Ji could have been uninjured if he hadn't been greedy and rushed to attack after the first knife. It was because of his lack of experience. Li Ji touched his back and found that he was sweating again. Li Ji had to take a shower first, and then turned on the computer to play some small games to calm himself down. After a few hours, Li Ji picked up the training card again and started training. 3 days passed, and the location was in the virtual training ground. Li Ji held a steel knife, and the enemy on the opposite side had become 3D level opponents. The system stipulates that the training simulation object cannot exceed the D level, but it does not stipulate the number of training objects. As long as the comprehensive strength of the simulated training object does not exceed the D level, it will be fine. After 3 days of training and strengthening, Li Ji has made great progress. In addition to the 160 points of reputation spent at the beginning of the Novus mission, he has successively gained 520 points of reputation. These days, Li Ji analyzes his weaknesses after every training battle, and then chooses skills to strengthen, and has almost spent the 520 points of reputation. Host, Jason Lee. Hero attributes: primary internal power, mastery of Teng Jiao Gong. Hero abilities: basic fighting, mastery; basic cold weapons, mastery; basic firearms, mastery; 8-step chasing cicadas, L-level skill, mastery; breaking the wind with 8 swords, L-level skill, mastery; basic smoke escape technique, mastery; basic hidden weapon technique, mastery; strength 280 kilograms, with internal power bonus, speed 100 meters maximum speed in 4 seconds, with internal power and light power bonus, reaction, instantaneous response speed 100 milliseconds, with training growth and internal power bonus, rating, D-level hero. You have mastered a lot of combat experience, and at the same time have many combat skills that can be used in different combat situations. You have left the sequence of Novus heroes. Congratulations, you have taken a solid step towards becoming a superhero. Now you can become a qualified street community guardian. Li Ji used 100 reputation points to buy an A-level attack skill, which is the wind-breaking 8 blades used with a steel knife with increased damage. Then he spent another 300 reputation points to upgrade the 3 A-level skills, including Teng Jiao Gong, to the level of proficiency. Then he also bought unrated blank skills, basic smoke escape technique and basic hidden weapon technique. The purchase points for these 2 skills only require 10 reputation points each, and the upgrade is also very cheap. It only took 20 reputation points to upgrade to the proficient level. However, the highest level of blank skills can only be upgraded to the proficient level, otherwise Li Ji would have wanted to continue to upgrade. In this way, Li Ji's reputation value was only 60 points. Li Ji spent another 10 points of the remaining reputation value to buy props used in conjunction with the smoke escape technique, and then bought some flying knives produced by the system. Because flying knives are consumables, they are not expensive. An A-level flying knife only requires 2 reputation points, and Li Ji bought 20 in one go. Of course, this cheap stuff has no special properties, it can only be regarded as very sharp and sturdy. Now, there are 3 D-level opponents standing opposite Li Ji. They are Dr. Lizard, a D-level with super strong defense, similar to the weakened version of the D-level of the Gunlishi, and a D-level assassin with speed. The assassin on the opposite side was the first to attack, and this opponent was known for his speed. Li Ji has suffered a lot from speed-type opponents in the past few days of training. He directly used the smoke props provided by a simulated training room, and the 20-meter range where Li Ji stood was covered by smoke. The assassin's eyes were immediately covered by the smoke and could not see Li Ji's figure clearly. However, Li Ji has the basic skills of smoke escape, and can accurately identify the direction an opponent in the smoke. Li Ji directly went around the back of the assassin and handed over his steel knife. The assassin is at your 6 o'clock position. Dr. Lizard's eyes are reptiles, so they have a function similar to thermal imaging. Ordinary smoke does not have any confusing effect on him, so he immediately reminds the assassin. But it takes time for the assassin to react after he reminds him, and Li Ji is playing with such a time difference. When the assassin just turned around and barely put his weapon, a short sword, on his chest, Li Ji's wind-breaking 8 swords had already been unleashed like flowing water. The reason why the wind-breaking 8 swords is called the wind-breaking 8 swords is because of its fast speed. Gang Lishi, who was standing outside the smoke and wanted to rush to support the assassin, had not taken a few steps when he heard the sound of weapons colliding in the smoke. The sound came and went quickly, and it disappeared in just 3 seconds. Gang Lishi, be careful, he pounced on you. Dr. Lizard continued to remind him. Gang Lishi turned into metal state and prepared to take the hard attack. A figure flew out of the smoke, and Gang Lishi hit it directly with a pair of steel fists. The target of the attack immediately turned into a light spot and disappeared in the training room. Gang Lishi knew that he had been tricked. Sure enough, the body that just flew towards Gang Lishi was actually the assassin's body. The assassin was cut in the neck and died before he could resist Li Ji's knife for 3 seconds. Li Ji's real target of the feint to the east and attacking the west was actually Dr. Lizard. 2 cold flying knives flew out of the smoke and went straight for Dr. Lizard's eyes. Dr. Lizard used his palm to block the flying knives flying towards him, but his sight was blocked at this time. Li Ji flew out of the smoke, holding a steel knife in his right hand and a rounding 9mm caliber 12-round high-powered pistol in his left hand. Because he has the skill of basic firearms proficiency, Li Ji's shooting is still very accurate. Bang bang bang. In just 1.5 seconds after Li Ji flew out of the smoke, he pulled the trigger 12 times in a row, firing all 12 9mm caliber high-powered pistol bullets at Dr. Lizard's heart. Li Ji shot a pistol with the vitality of an automatic rifle. The power of the 12 9mm pistol bullets is indeed not small, and a wound as big as a bowl was made in Dr. Lizard's heart. The speed of the steel-transformed steel warrior was too slow. Before he could come to Dr. Lizard to help, he saw Li Ji's long sword slashing towards Dr. Lizard's thigh with the force of the Yangtze River. Although Dr. Lizard is now D-level, Li Ji is no longer the wuxia before. Although the resistance is a bit large, Li Ji still used his internal force to cut off Dr. Lizard's left leg at the root. The aorta of the left leg was cut off by Li Ji, and the blood spurted out far away like being sprayed by a high-pressure pump. Dr. Lizard lost his balance and fell to the ground without a leg. Li Ji dodged Dr. Lizard's claw attack before he fell to the ground, and went around behind Dr. Lizard to cut another huge wound on his back, directly injuring his spine. Li Ji has known what kind of damage a steel knife with deepening damage can cause through these days of training, so after doing all this, he left Dr. Lizard's attack range without fighting. Because Li Ji knew that Dr. Lizard's healing ability would die from excessive bleeding before healing his wounds, Li Ji flew towards the nearby Ganglishi. The steel-clad Ganglishi was like a hard-to-bite turtle shell and was a very annoying opponent. Li Ji directly used a smoke prop to hide himself in the smoke. Ganglishi did not have thermal imaging eyes like Dr. Lizard, and he was really blind in the smoke. Li Ji gave up the steel knife in his hand and pulled out a metal stick from his combat belt. This was different from the previous metal short sticks, which were hollow in the middle. The short sticks relied on the fast swinging speed and its own hardness to attack the enemy. This metal stick was about 1.2 meters long and could be held with both hands. It was a solid metal stick. Even an level steel knife could hardly cause effective damage to Ganglishi's hard steel body. The best way to attack was to use a metal blunt weapon. Li Ji lurked behind Ganglishi and swung a metal stick and hit him hard on the head. Ordinary blunt weapons may not cause much damage to Ganglishi, but Li Ji's attack was accompanied by internal strength. Especially after upgrading the Tengjiao Gong to mastery, the internal force can be attached to the weapon and then transmitted to the opponent's body. Ganglishi's back of the head was hit by the metal stick, and he felt a little dizzy. Especially the internal force transmitted into the body caused some damage. Ganglishi turned around and wanted to attack, but because of the dizziness and his slow movements, he was dodged by Li Ji again. Ganglishi's fists were swung in the air, revealing the flaw under his armpits. Li Ji was not polite and directly swept the iron rod to Ganglishi's armpits. After all, he was only a D-level Ganglishi, and there was a big gap between him and the original Ganglishi. This time, the attack on his armpits directly hit him and his center of gravity was unstable. He staggered back several steps. Li Ji took advantage of the situation and kicked Ganglishi's knee. Ganglishi had lost his center of gravity, and was knocked down. Ganglishi, who fell to the ground, knew that something was wrong and was about to get up. A metal stick hit him directly in the face. With a sound like hammering, the metal rod came into close contact with the face of the Ganglishi. This time, the Ganglishi received a big blow, and his head was hit hard into the ground of the ring. Li Ji dissipated most of the reaction force by rotating. Then he swung the metal rod with the strength of his waist and horse, and the iron rod hit the face of the Ganglishi again. Li Ji hit him repeatedly, and the Ganglishi was breathing out more than breathing in. When the last heavy attack of the iron rod hit the face of the Ganglishi, the training Ganglishi turned into a sky full of light spots and disappeared in the training room. Li Ji turned around and came to Dr. Lizard's place. Dr. Lizard had lost too much blood and was in a dizzy state. Li Ji picked up the steel knife on the ground and killed Dr. Lizard with one knife. Fighting against 3D level training subjects with a strength of D, and winning without injury, Li Ji felt for the first time that he also had the ability to protect himself in the coming chaotic era. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15, Capturing the Nightwalker. Li Ji now seems to be able to defeat 3D level opponents easily, which is due to his hard work in the past 3 days. During the 3 days, Li Ji spent 5 hours every day in the training room provided by the training card. 5 hours a day may not seem like a long time, but it is actually not short. Because most battles will not last for a long time, many times a battle will end within 5 minutes or even 3 minutes. The training opponents with special abilities will either kill Li Ji quickly or be killed by him quickly. On the first day of training, Li Ji was killed more than 30 times and was almost numb to death. Soldiers who can survive a killing on the battlefield are no longer rookies. Those who can survive 3 times are veterans, and those who can survive 10 times are likely to be ace. The advantage of virtual training is that although the simulation is very real, it will not really hurt or kill Li Ji, although the pain is very real. Li Ji can constantly learn from his death and improve rapidly. Now Li Ji's tolerance for pain has increased significantly, and he will never be distracted by pain for the first time. Li Ji is now able to endure the pain and fight to the end. In today's battle, He can fight a D-level training object independently and maintain a winning rate of 70%, and the winning rate against 3D-level objects is 75%. After taking a shower and finishing today's training, Li Ji went to New York Car Modification King. The internal modification of the fast food truck has been completed and only needs to be painted. After that, Li Ji also went to Mr. Li, the restaurant opened by his grandfather, and had dinner with his grandfather Li Rong in the store. When night fell, Li Ji changed into his night walker outfit again. He didn't go out to fight criminals these nights, so he didn't make the news, and there was no new news on the small website of the Night Walker Alliance. Now his reputation has reached the bottom, only 10 points are left. Now he knows the benefits of reputation, and he plans to go out and do something to gain enough reputation to improve himself. Hassan Swinton, the leader of the Stanton gang in the 6th District, has been very depressed recently. Since his top thug Zuoen, the bald man that Li Ji killed first, was disabled almost a month ago, he felt that everything was going wrong for him. First, a deal with a black gang was robbed, and the black gang believed that he was the one behind it. Hassan was speechless at the uncivilized brain of the black uncle. 3 people from his gang died. How could it be his own doing? After that, a so-called night walker appeared inexplicably in his neighborhood, and he fought criminals in his neighborhood for more than half a month. Damn, many of the people he fought were from the Stanton gang. Every 2 days, one of his men would be injured by the night walker, and basically they were crippled. More than a dozen of his brothers were disabled. The Stanton gang only had more than 40 people in the 6th and 5th blocks. As a result, 1/3 of them were defeated by the night walker. And the most important thing is that Hassan Swinton has not seen a single hair of the night walker until now. And today is the most exciting day in Hassan Swinton's life. The news came from the gang that an important member of the Stanich family died in the 6th block, which was Hassan Swinton's jurisdiction. Hassan was about to cry after hearing the news. What kind of gang is the Stanich family? Who in the United States doesn't know about the gang? A member of such a big gang died in his own jurisdiction. No matter how he died, he couldn't get away from it anyway. At that time, Hassan Swinton decided to run away immediately. Before Hassan Swinton packed up his wallet, his big boss came. Murphy Stanton, the boss of the Stanton gang, controls 5 blocks in Queens. His main business is to control the drug trade and erotic trade in the jurisdiction and a small amount of illegal gun trade. The entire Stanton gang has about 100 members. In the entire New York City gang system, it can only be regarded as a small shrimp level. Such a small shrimp can easily die in the big waves of New York City, but the Stanton gang has been established for many years but has not been eliminated. The gang's boss Murphy Stanton has always been very low-key, guarding his own little piece of land and never expanding outward. Because Murphy is of Italian descent, there are rumors that he is related to the Stanich family, who are also of Italian descent. Hassan Swinton didn't believe it before, but today he believed it. Because his boss directly brought members of the Stanich family to find him. How much do you know about the night walkers that appear in your block? The black-clad sturdy man named Hank was sent by the Stanich family to investigate the night walkers in the 6th block this time. My little brother has fought with him, and I only know that he is very fast and very powerful. He may have other special abilities, because people who are hit by him are very likely to suffer internal injuries. It's not because of internal injuries caused by external forces, but more like being destroyed from the inside. So we suspect he is a mutant. Hassan Swinton told Hank on the opposite side everything he knew. Under what circumstances does he usually appear? Hank asked, playing with a ring on his hand. It's hard to say. He hasn't appeared recently. But every time he appears, it's close to midnight. And every time he appears, it's to stop crime. Robbery and sexual assault cases are much less in the 6th block now. Hassan Stanton replied. I understand, Mr. Murphy Stanton. Mr. Stanich asked me to tell you that he hopes you can help us as Italians, because the opponent is a mutant. Hank looked at Murphy Stanton and said seriously. Mr. Stanich is very angry this time because his dear nephew Mr. Anderson died. We in the Stanich family will participate in the pursuit of the night walker in the 6th block. I hope you can remember the friendship you had when you worked under General Stryker with Mr. Stanich, and do your best to help us. Although Hank's words were filled with requests, his tone was like an order that could not be refused. Murphy Stanton, a nearly 2-meter-tall man with a poker face, had a blank expression until he heard Stryker's name. His pupils shrank violently, and then he said stiffly, You can tell Mr. Stanich that I will break the Nightwalker's limbs and send them to him. Thank you. Hank smiled and thanked him, then strode away from here, leaving only the family members who were responsible for catching the Nightwalker in the 6th block. At 12 o'clock midnight in the 6th block, Lee Ji was wearing that gray hoodie and hiding on the roof of an abandoned house. He hadn't been here for a while and suddenly missed the 6th block. He liked the days of being a good citizen during the day and a Nightwalker who punished criminals at night. During the day, he could fulfill the happy little ideals of ordinary life, and at night he could break the rules of ordinary life and pursue excitement different from ordinary people. This lifestyle is like taking strong hallucinogens, which makes Lee Ji addicted. And every time he stops a crime, he will bring Lee Ji a strong sense of accomplishment. This sense of accomplishment is like Lee Ji inventing a new dish, and this new dish has won the submission of the world's most picky diners, which makes Lee Ji feel intoxicated. Fighting crime at night is not only a means for Lee Ji to gain reputation, but also a way of life for him. It turns out that being a hero can really be addictive. Lee Ji hid on the roof of the house, keeping an eye on all directions and paying attention to the movements in the neighborhood. 2 suspicious men appeared in Lee Ji's sight. They were wearing dark clothes in the dark night, and they also wore sunglasses and baseball caps. It seemed that they were deliberately hiding their appearance. About 20 meters in front of them was a lady in a white dress. Although it was too far away to see her face, from her gait and figure, at least this woman was very sexy. Lee Ji had roughly guessed what the 2 men were going to do, and he jumped off the roof in a hurry. The master level of the 8 steps to chasing cicadas allowed him to lean against the wall twice in the air to gain leverage, and Lee Ji did not make a sound when he fell from a height of more than 10 meters. The lady walking in front was unaware of the 2 men with bad intentions following behind her. The high heels stepped on the concrete floor and made a crisp sound. When the lady was about to cross a narrow path to another neighborhood, the 2 men following behind her stepped forward quickly and carried her on their shoulders with one step. And he covered her mouth tightly with his hand to prevent her from making any sound. The woman was indeed very beautiful, with long chestnut hair, delicate facial features, and brown eyes with a seductive glow. And her slender S-shaped figure easily aroused the man's anger. The 2 men obviously couldn't help it, and pressed the woman against the corner of the wall at the back door of a shop. One covered the woman's mouth, while the other was taking off her clothes. Hey, I say 2 beasts, stop it. Don't you think it's shameful for you to treat a lady like this? Lee Ji walked out of the shadows and stopped the 2 people who were committing violence, secretly holding 2 throwing knives in his hands. For sexual offenders, he usually chooses to confiscate the tools used in the crime. The woman who was being assaulted revealed a look of surprise in her eyes, and the 2 adult men took out 2 guns viciously to block the woman's guns, and the 2 men were ready to shoot Lee Ji. Just when Lee Ji focused all his attention on the 2 men, something strange happened. Thanks to my friend GDS Su Fang for his advice. I was reading the materials from yesterday afternoon to evening. In the setting, Wolverine's combat power is not that high, but the protagonist's aura in the movie is quite powerful. I was misled by the image in the movie. I have made appropriate adjustments to the combat power level. I also welcome all book friends to give valuable opinions and suggestions on this book. P.S. Please click to recommend and collect. The current data of this book is really bad. If you like it, please help recommend it to the book friends around you. Thank you all here. PS2, the second update will be at 2 p.m., and the third update will be at 11 p.m. Everyone is welcome to watch. Chapter 16, A Helping Hand in the Dark. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the bullet was fired from a place Lee Ji had never thought of. The woman who was just pitiful turned into a cold female killer in an instant. This time, Lee Ji was really caught off guard. But the training in the past few days still paid off. Lee Ji barely dodged the bullet that was shot at his heart at the critical moment. The female killer's bullet did not hit Lee Ji's heart, but it penetrated Lee Ji's shoulder. After these days of death training, Lee Ji had long been accustomed to this kind of pain. There was no scream, and there was no hesitation. Lee Ji activated the 8 steps to chase the cicada and moved more than 10 meters to the left. At the moment when Lee Ji escaped, the other 2 men also shot at the place where Lee Ji had just stood. If Lee Ji reacted a little slower, he would have been shot into receive. Lee Ji now found that something was wrong. The guy on the opposite side seemed to come specifically to find him. But Lee Ji didn't have time to think about it. He took the time to dodge and threw the 2 flying knives in his hand. Puff puff, 2 sounds of knives piercing into flesh. Because they were moving, Li Ji's aim was not very good. The two knives did not hit the vital parts, only piercing one person's leg and one person's shoulder, and it seemed that the wounds were not deep. The two men pulled the knives out of the wounds and continued to shoot at Li Ji. Li Ji knew that he was probably ambushed this time, but he was still confused as to why the other party wanted to trouble him. Li Ji took out the two Colt M1911 pistols he had obtained before from his combat belt and prepared to fight back. There was too little room to maneuver in such a narrow alley, so it was more convenient to shoot with a gun. Li Ji was about to fire when he suddenly heard a gunshot from behind him. Li Ji felt a sense of crisis and once again used the light skill of the 8 steps to chase the cicada to avoid the bullets shot from behind. Now Li Ji was hiding between two large metal trash cans. At both ends of the alley, more than a dozen killers with guns poured in. Only a few people were holding pistols, and the remaining dozen or so were holding high-powered assault rifles. The killers who surrounded Li Ji this time were obviously not the amateur gangsters last time. This time, everyone's cooperation seemed to be well-founded, and they kept several assault rifles pointing at Li Ji to suppress firepower, so Li Ji couldn't show his head at all. ICNM. Li Ji cursed for the first time in his past life after so many years of crossing. Who did he offend? They actually sent out killers of this level to kill him on a large scale? But sitting and waiting to die is not Li Ji's habit. Li Ji took out a smoke prop from his belt and triggered it directly. The terrain in the alley was narrow and the smoke was difficult to dissipate. The smoke that originally covered a radius of 20 meters now covered the entire alley. All the killer's vision was blocked. After all, they were not special forces in the army and would not carry thermal imaging devices with them. Li Ji, who had basic smoke escape techniques, could see clearly in the smoke. He wanted to kill these killers as much as possible while the smoke blocked his vision. This time it was a life and death, ruthless fight. Now that their sight was blocked, the only thing these killers could rely on was hearing. And they began to retreat in an organized manner. Prepare to withdraw from this alley first. Li Ji naturally couldn't let them go so easily. He put away his pistol and took out his steel knife and throwing knives. Li Ji threw several throwing knives directly at the main attackers holding assault rifles. This time, the throwing knives were thrown in a relatively stable state, and the accuracy of the throwing knives was greatly improved. The 3 throwing knives directly cut the throats of the 3 killers, bringing out a cavity of blood and ending the lives of the 3 people. This time the offensive and defensive momentum changed instantly, and the original prey became the hunter. Li Ji wielded a steel knife and killed into the crowd, and he would take the life of a killer between the hand and the knife. This made the killers, who were originally well organized, confused, and some of them began to shoot at the place where the sound came from. But shooting without sight is just a random shot. Because Li Ji could see, he could predict the direction of those people shooting, but other killers who had no sight in the smoke could not avoid it. Many people died in the hail of gunfire. Li Ji put away his steel knife and took out his pistol to fish in troubled waters amid the hail of gunfire. With accurate shooting, every pull of the trigger would inevitably take a person's life. The smoke had not yet dissipated, but there were no people standing in the alley. Even if there were a few people who were not dead, they were wailing on the ground with gunshot wounds. It was not until now that Li Ji calmed down that he felt a pain in his left shoulder. The blood had soaked most of his clothes. Because of the blood loss, Li Ji's lips were a little pale. Li Ji took out a quick hemostatic spray rewarded by the system before and sprayed it on his wound a few times, and the blood immediately coagulated. Just as Li Ji was about to take out the trauma bandage to bandage himself, a 2-meter-tall man with a poker face ran quickly in Li Ji's direction. The person who came was Murphy Stanton, the boss of the Stanton gang, and also the mutant in the mouth of Franco Stanich. In fact, Murphy Stanton was not a mutant in the true sense, but a cyborg. He was a failed product of General Stryker's experiment. Murphy Stanton, who was originally a failed product, was going to be disposed of as waste. And it was the Stanich family who helped Stryker deal with the test waste. The Stanich family had a lot of connections with the U.S. military, and many dirty jobs that were inconvenient for the U.S. military to deal with would also be handed over to the Stanich family. Including the treatment of highly radioactive nuclear waste, the test products required for various inhumane experiments were all provided by the Stanich family. As a stubborn Italian descendant, Franco had the traditional Italian family ideas and unity ideas. He didn't like mutants or cyborgs, but he didn't like his compatriots to become test subjects of cyborgs, and they were also failed test subjects to be dealt with. So he gave Murphy Stanton a chance to work for him. As a cyborg, although he was a failed product, Murphy Stanton still had good abilities. In the early years, he helped Franco a lot, and even Murphy helped him to take the position of the head of the Stanich family. It was not until the Stanich family's business grew bigger and bigger in the past few years that Franco slowly relaxed his management of Murphy Stanton and let him set up a small gang outside. It was not until today that Franco asked Murphy to take action again in order to capture the Nightwalker who might be related to the Brooklyn massacre. Murphy ran towards Lee G, and Lee G took out a knife and took a fighting stance. Unexpectedly, Murphy, who was more than 10 meters away from Lee G, suddenly raised his hands and slapped his palms together in the direction of Lee G. Unlike the expected slapping sound, Murphy's hands did not make any sound. But an invisible sound wave surged from Murphy's hands. Lee G was hit by this silent sound wave accidentally, and felt that his chest was hit by a sledgehammer. The whole person vomited blood with a wow, and then was hit hard and flew several meters away. This is actually a mutant. Lee G did not expect it. Why are mutants difficult to deal with? It is because they have various special mutant abilities. If you know the ability of a mutant, it is okay, because you can find a way to target him. Just like Lee G dealt with Dr. Lizard in the simulation training these days. But if you don't know a mutant, then you can only improvise, and you will suffer a great loss because you don't know the other party's ability, just like Lee G is now. Lee G is not only injured in the chest, but also the shoulder that had stopped bleeding has burst again and blood is flowing out. Seeing Murphy striding towards him, Lee G quickly threw out 2 flying knives to stop his steps. Murphy made a silent cry and formed an invisible sound wave barrier around him. The 2 flying knives thrown by Lee G were directly bounced off. This time I really capsized in the gutter. Lee G thought unhappily in his heart. He took out a smoke prop from his belt again, ready to rely on the cover of smoke to escape first if it really didn't work. Just as Lee G was about to trigger the smoke prop, he suddenly saw a flash of fire on the opposite building. Then a huge gunshot pierced the night sky. Although he didn't see what kind of firearm it was, Lee G knew from the sound that it was definitely a large caliber rifle, or even a large caliber sniper rifle. The bullet that was ejected with the fire did not fly towards Lee G, but whistled towards Murphy Stanton. Murphy obviously felt dangerous and gave up running towards Lee G. Instead, he tried to dodge to the side, and at the same time shouted silently again, laying down sound wave defense around his body. The large caliber sniper rifle bullet flew very fast, and Murphy was unable to dodge the bullet. The bullet hit Murphy's defense and the sound wave made a huge noise. Lee G felt that he was almost deafened. Murphy Stanton, who was at the center of the noise, had bleeding in both ears, and it seemed that his eardrums were broken. Lee G was a little confused now. What happened today? Someone was trying to kill me and someone was saving me? What was going on? Can anyone explain this? Chapter 17 The Punisher. Just when Lee G was a little dazed, there were several loud gunshots. Murphy Stanton, who couldn't dodge, could only use sonic defense again. Bang bang bang. 3 bullets hit Murphy's sonic barrier and made a loud noise. Murphy Stanton, who was at the center of the sonic boom, not only had blood flowing out of his ears, but now even the corners of his mouth were covered with blood. In the final analysis, Murphy Stanton was just a failed product of General Stryker's transformation. In the original test plan, Murphy Stanton should be able to control sound waves and vibrations. He can use resonance to easily destroy hundreds of floors of high-rise buildings, and his sonic barrier should be able to withstand the bombardment of 255mm caliber heavy cannons, or even small fuel air bombs. And the sonic attack he sent out should be able to easily spread hundreds of meters, and all creatures along the way will be killed by the high-frequency vibration of his sonic waves. If Murphy Stanton can really reach the initial indicators of the test, then according to the level standard of mutants, he is at least an alpha-level mutant. But it is obvious that the level that Murphy Stanton finally achieved is very different from the initial test goal, and his strength has been seriously reduced. Now he has no ability to use resonance, and the sonic attack has become a pure shock wave without the ability of high-frequency vibration. Moreover, his sonic barrier can only withstand the firepower of 7.62mm caliber assault rifles. He cannot resist the attack of 12.7mm caliber heavy machine gun bullets or sniper rifle bullets. Moreover, Murphy has a very fatal weakness, that is, once the sonic barrier is broken, the huge sonic boom will first backfire on himself. Just like now, the damage caused by the sonic boom is completely fed back to Murphy. So General Stryker directly regarded him as a waste of failed experiments and let Franco Stanich deal with him. The continuous sonic boom backfired on Murphy Stanton, causing huge sonic attack trauma inside his body. If it were not for the strong physique of the mutant, he would have been killed by the sonic wave. The gunfire from the building opposite had stopped. Li Ji saw a man in black combat uniform and brown windbreaker, using a descent lock to quickly descend from the building opposite. The man was still holding an M16 assault rifle and firing at Murphy Stanton while descent. The man's shooting was very accurate. Murphy Stanton was ready to escape. But the man in black shot Murphy's legs directly and broke them. The man in black continued to fire while walking towards Murphy. The firepower of the M16 assault rifle was vented in the most violent way. The M16, which uses a 60-round extended magazine, will burst out a ball of hot flames at the muzzle every time a bullet is ejected. This flame looks so dazzling in the dark night, and every bullet ejected from the muzzle will inevitably splash a flower of blood on Murphy's body. Murphy's sound wave barrier is almost gone, and it can't really protect him at all. The man in black fired the last bullet in the magazine of the M16 assault rifle and threw the rifle away. Then he took out 2 Uzi submachine guns from his windbreaker. The 2 Uzi submachine guns with a capacity of 50 rounds continued to burst out powerful firepower. The 9mm caliber Uzi submachine gun bullets kept firing at Murphy's already scarred body. But even so, Murphy was not dead yet. Li Ji was a little surprised at the vitality of this mutant. After the man in black fired the bullets of the 2 submachine guns, he actually took out 2 Browning semi-automatic pistols with a capacity of 20 rounds from his waist. Li Ji was stunned. At this moment, he felt that he was not crossing into the world of superheroes, but into the world of GTA 5. This is a human arsenal. At this time, even if the other party suddenly took out a Gatling machine gun to fire, Li Ji felt that he would not be surprised anymore. The distance between the man in black and Murphy was only more than 50 meters. The man walked for about 15 seconds, but he poured nearly 200 rounds of ammunition at Murphy. Li Ji put himself in his shoes and thought about what would happen if he faced this scary man in black. Li Ji's final thinking result was probably not very optimistic. The man in black had accurate shooting skills, and from the sniping just now, it proved that this man was very good at lurking. And I'm afraid this man is still a very calm guy. Although he has fired nearly 200 rounds of bullets at Murphy, he still approaches cautiously. As the man walked in, Li Ji could roughly see the man's appearance. A head of thick black hair was combed into a big back, and thick stubble grew from the man's temples to his chin. The man's face looked very resolute, and there was a calm and cruel look in his black eyes. There was a white skull printed on the black combat uniform, and there seemed to be weapons hidden in the brown windbreaker. Seeing the man's appearance, Li Ji suddenly felt as if he remembered someone. The scary guy seemed to be very similar to the man in front of him. He was also a hero, but he was very unpopular. He was the Punisher Frank Custer. Li Ji knew the Punisher's name on Earth in his previous life. Although he was a minority among a group of superheroes, Li Ji played a horizontal version of the game based on him in the arcade when he was a child. Because of the happy memories of playing games in his childhood, Li Ji could tell who the other party was at a glance. Punisher Frank Custer, without mutation or transformation, is a 100% normal person. He is a former special warfare instructor of the Marine Corps. He is proficient in various fighting techniques and the use of cold and hot weapons. He is good at ambush, raid, blasting, infiltration, espionage and other special operations. He is also recognized as a level 10 agent by Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, and is evaluated as a monster at the extreme level of combat that normal humans can reach. Period. Li Ji suddenly recalled various memories about Frank Custer. Although this guy is a normal person, he is obviously a terrifying monster in human skin. Although he has no superpowers, his battle experience and amazing combat qualities are beyond the reach of Li Ji. Frank walked in front of Murphy Stanton and fired 2 more shots to confirm whether Murphy was really dead. He continued to approach after finding that Murphy was indeed motionless. Just when Frank was only 1 meter away from Murphy's body, Murphy, who was supposed to be a corpse, suddenly moved. Murphy's mouth suddenly opened and he let out a silent cry, and an invisible sound wave impact came out of his mouth. But Frank lived up to his reputation as a Punisher. When Murphy just moved, he dodged to the side and then fired 3 shots at Murphy's head. Along with a gunshot, There was also a steel knife flying from behind Murphy, which was thrown by Lee Ji. When you are not completely sure that your opponent is dead, you must never take it lightly. This is the experience Lee Ji gained in the training space at the cost of death. 3 bullets were transferred into Murphy's brain, and the steel knife thrown by Lee Ji directly cut Murphy's brain in half. Punisher Frank glanced at Lee Ji and said coldly, "If you can still move, you'd better keep up with me." After that, he strode away from the place full of corpses. Lee Ji used his inner strength, picked up his steel knife and barely kept up with Frank's pace. This time it was not a small fight as before. The deafening sound of gunfire had resounded throughout the entire 6th Street district. And more than a dozen people died, including a mutant. This incident will inevitably cause a great shock in New York, and even in the United States. The holiday is over, and the update will be adjusted to twice a day starting tomorrow. Please forgive me. The first update is around 8 a.m. and the second update is around 8 p.m. Everyone is welcome to watch. Chapter 18, Aftermath. Lee Ji endured the pain and followed Frank's steps to leave here. If he didn't walk faster, something bad would happen. This time, such a big commotion was made, and the police would probably come back soon. But Lee Ji didn't know that in order to set up an ambush and arrest him this time, the Stanich family had already caused some trouble for the New York police and other places. So that the police didn't pay so much attention to this side. Lee Ji followed Frank and walked around for 3 blocks, and then came to the entrance of a sewer. Frank motioned Lee Ji to follow him. Then Frank dived into the entrance of the sewer. Unlike the small sewers in China in his previous life, the sewers in New York City are very wide, and you can run a train in them. Lee Ji followed Frank into the sewer. Although the smell was not very good, it was still bearable. After walking along the sewer for about 20 minutes, Frank asked Lee Ji to go into a side door next to the sewer with him. After entering, there was a room full of pipes, which seemed to be the central control sewer system of a certain building. After an unknown amount of time, the two finally arrived at their destination. This seemed to be a temporary stop for the Punisher Frank. Frank asked Lee Ji to sit on a low stool at the side, and he took out a first aid kit from the corner. "Why did you save me?" Lee Ji asked the question in his heart. It's a good thing to have justice in mind. "I have known you these days, the night walker of the 6th block," Frank said while tearing open the package of the first aid kit. "But you got involved in something you shouldn't have gotten involved in. It was originally my business, but you intervened inexplicably." Frank took out a bandage and hemostatic spray from the first aid kit and motioned Lee Ji to open his shirt. "Wait? I don't quite understand what you are saying. What do you mean by I intervened in your business?" Lee Ji opened his shirt, and Frank disinfected his wound with alcohol first, and then sprayed a few mouthfuls of hemostatic spray. "Remember the armed robbery criminal you stopped that day? The one who robbed a young and thin man?" Frank helped Lee Ji bandage the wound and answered after a while. "He's from the Stanich family, and he's the one I have been hunting. Because you appeared there that day and were seen. So the Stanich family thinks you were related to me." Stanich family. Lee Ji knows a little about superheroes and supervillains, but he actually doesn't know much about the underground gangs in this world. "Young man, it seems that you don't know who you have provoked." Frank also bandaged Lee Ji's chest with a bandage to prevent secondary injuries. The Stanich family is a group of social scums. They kill and burn. As long as they are paid, they can sell their souls to Satan. Frank has completely bandaged Lee Ji's wound. "No matter what your purposes, I suggest that you should not come out to do justice in the near future. Your little trick is very effective, and people can't see your face clearly. This is a good habit, hide yourself at any time, and don't let your guard down." Frank drew his face with a finger pen, and praised Lee Ji's way of bewitching others so that they can't see his face clearly. "I will finish off the Stanich family. You'd better be on your guard recently." Frank patted Lee Ji and motioned Lee Ji to follow him. He was going to send Lee Ji out. "May I ask what grudges you have with the Stanich family?" Lee Ji asked a little too much. "I don't think you want to know." Frank looked at Lee Ji deeply. "Remember to stay alert." Frank took Lee Ji to the nearest exit, which was close to the edge of Brooklyn. Lee Ji identified the direction and left quickly. Last night's fatigue made Lee Ji sleep until noon. Everyone else in the family had gone to work, leaving only him, a high school student on summer vacation, with nothing to do. He turned on the TV and switched to the news channel, and saw the news broadcasting what happened last night. A serious gang conflict occurred in the 6th Street district of Queens last night and this morning. The reporter on TV reported with a serious face. The two sides of the gang conflict fought fiercely in the 6th block. The police found thousands of shell casings at the scene. Fortunately, no civilian casualties have been found so far. According to the investigation, one side of the conflict was the Stanton gang, a gang entrenched in the 6th block. The other side of the conflict is speculated to be the notorious Stanich family. Lee G suddenly became interested in the news he was watching. How did it become a conflict between the Stanich family and the Stanich gang? According to sources, a large number of Stanich family members poured into the 6th block in Queens last night and attacked the Stanich gang. Then the TV screen showed the place where the attack was carried out. Many of the Stanich gang's businesses, including the Wild Swan Bar, were smashed to pieces. It is not clear how the conflict between the two sides came about. The conflict has caused the deaths of about 40 members of the Stanich gang, and according to sources, more than 15 members of the Stanich family have died. Lee G suddenly remembered Frank's last words. He was going to finish it? What was he going to finish? There is also a special dead person at the scene. The police confirmed that he is a mutant with special abilities. It is still unknown what role mutants play in this conflict. We have invited the famous. Seeing this, Lee G turned off the TV. He hated the nonsense of some famous experts the most. They said things that sounded more real even though they knew nothing. Lee G now strongly suspected that Frank was actually the one who destroyed the Stanton gang. Frank was capable of doing such a thing. Although Frank was also a hero in his memory, he was a dark hero, very different from other heroes. His famous saying is, "You are guilty, so you deserve to die." Killing dozens of gang members is as common to him as going to the supermarket to buy milk. It seems that I really have to keep a low profile recently. Lee G touched his still aching chest, looked at the crazy growing reputation value in his system and whispered. At the same time, in the suburbs of New York, in a building of the Strategic Defense Counterattack and Logistics Support Agency of Homeland Security, the one-eyed director Nick Fury was watching the Queen's news on TV. According to the information sent back by our people, this is most likely done by the Punisher Frank Custer. As Nick Fury's deputy, Agent Hill was reporting the intelligence he had obtained to Nick Fury. Before, Frank also attacked multiple bases and underground trading places of the Stanich family. This conflict seems to be related to the Night Walkers who suddenly appeared in the 6th Street district recently. Agent Hill said, "Do you need our people to stop Frank's actions? This is the FBI's business, and there is no need to waste our resources on those bastards of the Stanich family. As long as Frank does not attack civilians, then let him destroy the Stanich family." Nick Fury gave an order. As for the Night Walkers, we will see. The Stanton gang has been completely wiped out, and the 15 good guys we sent over are all dead. Hank reported to Frank Stanich with a dry throat. And this morning our warehouse on the Hudson River was attacked. All 20 members died. No one survived. The goods worth $6,500 were all burned. We don't know whether it was done by the Night Walker or the Man in Black. And the other party left a message. It is very likely that they will continue to retaliate against us. Bang! Franco picked up the desk lamp on the desk and smashed it against the wall. Franco Stanich, who was panting, took a long time to calm down. "Go find those guys. No matter what the cost. I want the bodies of these two guys in front of me." Franco roared angrily. The aftermath of the 6th block has just begun to spread. P.S. The second update will be around 8 p.m. Welcome to watch. Chapter 19 finally bitten. I have to go out in the evening, so I sent it an hour in advance. Lee G hid in the bathroom at noon when no one was at home, and took out all the things hidden in his battle belt. The main thing was to clean the steel knife with bloodstains. The steel knife was only an elemental item. Although it had a very good DBUFF, it was not a precious sword that could kill people without bloodshed. The bloody killing last night had already made the surface of the steel knife full of bloodstains, and you could smell the bloody smell from a distance. Lee G was going to wash the knife well, otherwise it would be too ugly. Found a defective X gene, can be collected. After not hearing the cold voice of the system for a long time, Lee G was startled by this sudden voice. Found a defective X gene? Lee G was a little confused, until he saw the blood on the knife. He suddenly realized it. That's it. Wasn't the poker face yesterday a mutant? His knife was stained with his blood, so it must have X genes. Do you want to collect the defective X gene? Collect. Lee G did not hesitate. Although I don't know what this incomplete X gene is for, There is no harm in keeping it for now. Collect a copy of the incomplete X gene. The gene ability is sonic vibration, and the evaluation level is D+. The gene has major defects, and there is an 80% risk of irreversible damage when using the gene mutation. It is recommended to collect ability genes for optimization. Can mutation be achieved by collecting X genes? Li Ji didn't expect it. He thought that if he chose a growth-type hero, he would have to go down this road forever. I didn't expect that this method could actually be used to collect X genes. I just don't know whether it's enough to get the mutant's blood, or if you have to kill the mutant to get the other party's X gene. But no matter what, this is good news, and he has an additional path to strengthen himself. Li Ji has followed Frank's advice these days and has not been a night walker. Now you can tell with your toes that the Stanich family must be looking for him all over the world. If he goes out now, he will definitely be in trouble. Just these few days when Li Ji was law-abiding, the entire American gang was in turmoil. The business of the Stanich family, one of the top mafia families in the United States, has been hit repeatedly. And the attacker is always the same person, that is Frank Custer. Whether it is cocaine trading, gun trading, or smuggling trading. Whenever the Stanich family has a big deal, Frank Custer will come to disrupt it. In just a few days, the Stanich family has lost tens of millions of dollars. Now the Stanich family has issued a nationwide ban. Now no matter who can kill Frank, there will be a reward of $30 million. Li Ji is currently unaware of these things. He is now busy dealing with his food truck. Now the food truck is all ready, and he has also applied for an operating license from the federal government. He will be ready to open for business next Monday. And there is another important thing this Sunday, that is to invite Gwen to a family gathering. Hello, Mrs. Garth, I'm glad you welcomed me to your home. Gwen is as gentle and generous as ever. Oh, dear, you are so polite. You don't need to bring a gift. Li Ji's mother, Garthly, took a box of chocolate snacks as a gift from Gwen and said, "Okay, kids, come in. Jay is in the backyard. You can go talk to him." Mrs. Garthly invited Peter, Harry and Gwen to come in. "Oh, sorry, we didn't bring any gifts," Peter and Harry said apologetically. "It's okay, kids. Go ahead. Go play with Jay. He is playing with his new toys in the backyard." When Peter and the other two arrived at the backyard, they realized what the new toys Mrs. Garthly was talking about were. A beautiful and newly decorated food truck was parked in the backyard, and Li Ji was washing the car windows. "Wow, it's beautiful. This food truck looks great." Peter walked around the food truck twice and exclaimed. The food truck has a silver-white shell, and the original box part of the car has been transformed into an open kitchen. A large hole was opened on one side of the car, so that people can easily see the contents inside. When it is not needed, this part of the opening can be closed. An orange-red waterproof shed is placed above the opening, which is convenient for customers to protect from the sun or rain while waiting in line for meals. And there are two three-dimensional thumbs graffiti on both sides of the car. The whole car looks beautiful and clean. "Wow, are you going to open a food truck?" Gwen asked curiously. "Yes, I plan to open a food truck during the summer vacation to gain experience. After all, I want to work hard to become a chef." Li Ji wiped the last piece of glass and answered with a smile. "Come on, classmates, today is the first day of business for the outstanding food truck. The menu is here, you can order any food." Li Ji entered the kitchen of the food truck and welcomed the three people with open arms. This gesture made him look like God. "Oh, we won't tip you," Harry joked. Li Ji asked the three people to sit on the bench in the backyard first, and then began to prepare today's lunch. Li Ji has always wanted to try the feeling of cooking in this kind of fast food truck, an open kitchen, not the kind of closed restaurant kitchen. You can see the scenery outside and face every customer clearly. It is a very pleasant feeling. Li Ji's parents, Garth Lee and Lian, came out with tableware to prepare lunch. Peter and the other two went to help lay the tablecloth. At noon, Li Ji made Spanish red vegetable soup, pan-fried sea bass, hamburger cakes, asparagus salad and dessert caramel pudding. "Jason, your cooking is really delicious. Please, can your food truck be driven to the vicinity of Osborne Group at noon in the future?" Gwen asked gently. "My lunch at noon depends on you." "Well, I'll do my best," Li Ji said. "How is Harry recently? Is the company going well? The method you taught me last time was really useful. Now there is not so much resistance in the board of directors. I can make the decision on many things." For example, promote Peter to specially appointed researcher. Harry said with some pride. Peter, congratulations, I didn't expect you to be promoted so soon. Li Ji's parents, Mrs. Galilei and Lien, congratulated Peter. Oh, thank you. In fact, I have to thank Harry. Peter, who was praised by many people, was a little proud and a little shy. Peter, actually, this is entirely your own credit. Harry said. If it weren't for you helping Dr. Connors, I don't think Dr. Connors' experiment would have progressed so quickly. Help Dr. Connors? Li Ji asked in a questioning tone. It's like this, Peter discovered a new method for calculating decay rates. This has made great progress in Dr. Connors' cross-species genetics research. Gwen explained to Li Ji. Now the success rate of computer simulation experiments is as high as 50%. When the theoretical success rate reaches 70%, we can conduct live experiments with mice. After saying that, Gwen looked at Peter with admiration and a smile on her lips. Peter is about to become a CEO, marry a beautiful and rich woman, and reach the peak of his life. Li Ji complained silently in his heart. I can't wait for Dr. Connors' project to succeed. As he said, if a human world without weaknesses can be created, then the name of the Osborn Group will be forever engraved in human history. Harry couldn't wait for that day to come. Peter, how is your progress with Gwen? Li Ji quietly asked about Peter's current progress in picking up girls. It's okay. She invited me to her house for dinner the week after next. Peter said with some pride. Seeing Peter's mean look, Li Ji wanted to slap him in the face. Are you mocking single dogs? After lunch, Peter said to Li Ji's mother first. Mrs. Galilei, let us clean up here. But how could Mrs. Galilei let the guests clean up the dishes? Peter, you just sit and chat with G and the others. You don't have to worry about these things. As she was talking, Mrs. Galilei tripped when she backed away. She didn't fall, but the 3 plates in her hands flew out. Peter was not far from Mrs. Galilei. He rushed forward with a palm so fast that it was dazzling. The 3 plates that were about to fall to the ground were caught by Peter intact. Oh Peter, I don't know when you reacted so quickly. Mrs. Galilei took the plate handed over by Peter and joked. Maybe it's because of the regular exercise now. Peter tried to pose as a strong man, and Mrs. Garth was amused by Peter. But all this was seen by Li Ji, who was standing by. Was Spider-Man Peter Parker finally bitten by a spider? Spider-Man was bitten by a spider, Batman was bitten by a bat, and Green Arrow was bitten by chewing gum. PS1, thanks to the book friend for the reward. PS2, the comment area is very quiet. You can chat more if you have nothing to do, or just post some comments. Comments seem to increase experience. Chapter 20 Tony Stark, the burger lover. Today, a fast food truck named Juju appeared on the streets of Manhattan. Fast food trucks are very common on the streets of New York. Even in Manhattan, where tall buildings and white-collar workers gather, there are many fast food trucks. The pace of life in New York is very fast, and many office white-collar workers do not have time to have a leisurely lunch at noon. Most people choose fast and convenient fast food. If a fast food truck can make delicious enough food, it will easily gain a group of fans here. Li Ji's fast food truck only provides a few kinds of food: Jason's special hamburgers, Jason's secret sausages, Jason's hanging buns, and French fries and snacks. Among them, except for the hanging buns, which are traditional Chinese dishes, the other 2 are Western food that Li Ji has modified. Unlike Kaifeng cuisine and Uncle Mac's hamburgers that were opened all over China in his previous life, the real traditional hamburgers are actually very particular and are not simple junk food. Pure beef hamburger patties are eaten for the aroma and delicious juice of beef, while hamburger patties mixed with beef and pork in a certain proportion are eaten for the taste and aroma of pork. The pickles and cheeses that are paired with hamburgers in many well-known hamburger restaurants are specially made. Some sophisticated shops even bake their own hamburger buns. Li Ji couldn't bake his own buns, so he ordered hamburger buns from Fat John's, a famous bakery in New York, and ordered 200 buns a day. The sausages made by Li Ji are a new flavor that is a fusion of Mexican sausages and Chinese Cantonese sausages. The wine flavor in Cantonese sausages is removed, and a certain sweetness and fragrance of Cantonese sausages are retained, and the spicy taste of Mexican sausages, which is accepted by most Americans, is integrated. In his previous life in China, Li Ji always thought that Chinese food would definitely conquer the tastes of people all over the world. But living in the United States in this life, Li Ji knows that his idea is completely wrong. If you really want to conquer the world in the United States with dishes such as boiled fish, boiled meat, mapo tofu, and steamed mandarin fish, then you will be worse than the new writers on Canadian who have no readers' support. In fact, Europeans and Americans are very stubborn about the taste of food. If they get used to taste, they may never change it for the rest of their lives. They will not easily accept any taste they have not tried. What are the most popular Chinese dishes in the United States? General Tso's chicken, Li Hong's hangoffle, and fried spring rolls. Except for the fried spring rolls, many people in China have never heard of the other two dishes. These are Chinese dishes that have been modified according to American tastes. So if you really want to succeed in the United States, you must cater to the tastes of local people in terms of dishes. If you insist on the so-called authenticity, then I can only give you a thumbs up and praise you for being ignorant and fearless. A good chef should make dishes that customers like, rather than stubbornly trying to change the tastes of customers to make them cater to your cooking tastes. After all, the arm cannot twist the thigh. Zilla, Li Ji put butter and onions on the iron plate for frying steaks. In less than a moment, the fragrance filled the street. It was noon at this time, and many white-collar workers in the surrounding office buildings were hungry and ready to go out for food. The aroma from Li Ji's stall instantly seduced many people. Then Li Ji put hamburgers and sausages on the iron plate, and the hot iron plate grilled them and sizzled with oil. The strong aroma spread. This is also Li Ji's way of doing business, using the fragrance to seduce diners first. Otherwise, if you just stand there and wait, you don't know when the first customer will come. Well, it smells so good. Boss, I want a Jason special burger. The first customer who came was a middle-aged lady. Okay, a special burger, $6. If you want a drink, you need to add $1. Li Ji's burgers are much more expensive than those outside. Most burgers in the United States cost about $3, and $6 is doubled. Okay, give me another drink. Although the price is expensive, the smell is so good that the lady still paid for it without hesitation. After the first buyer, other diners who bought it soon appeared in front of Li Ji's stall. After tasting the food made by Li Ji, everyone found that it was really delicious, and many people recommended it to their friends to buy it. Soon, a long queue lined up in front of Li Ji's stall. Jarvis is recording this year's 22nd arc reactor miniaturization test. In the Stark building not far from Li Ji's stall, Tony Stark, the famous president of Stark Industries, was conducting his arc reactor miniaturization test. Come on, baby, let's see how wild you are. Tony, with a mustache, operated the mechanical arm and remotely operated the reactor miniaturization test outside an isolation room. It looks like it's almost done. Let Daddy install your heart for you. The early steps went smoothly, and Tony was ready to start the ignition test of the small arc reactor. Jarvis, report the reactor index. Tony successfully ignited the arc reactor, and a fist-sized reactor emitted a dazzling light in the isolation laboratory. The reactor energy is normal, and the energy output is rising in a trapezoidal structure. Jarvis' words made Tony excited. I knew it. Did you see, Jarvis? I knew it, I'm a genius. I can definitely succeed. Tony Stark did not hide his arrogance and narcissism. Sir, the reactor energy began to fluctuate and the energy began to decay. Jarvis's subsequent test data poured cold water on Tony Stark. Oh no. Jarvis, increase the energy supply for me and stabilize the energy fluctuation of the reactor. Tony ordered. Energy supply increases, reactor energy balance. Reactor energy rises in a wave structure, capacity fluctuation overload. It is recommended to cut off the reactor capacity supply, reactor capacity supply cut off. The intelligence system Jarvis found that the reactor energy had unusual fluctuations and warned Tony. The reactor capacity is unstable, close the isolation laboratory, Mr. Tony recommends that you leave here immediately. Jarvis' words have confirmed that the reactor miniaturization test has failed again. Oh damn. Tony ran away from the isolation laboratory. As soon as Tony left, the laboratory was completely closed. Not long after, a muffled sound was heard in the laboratory. It looks like it exploded again, Mr. Stark. A blonde beauty wearing black high heels and a professional suit said. She is Stark's personal assistant, Pepper. What do you mean by again? Tony asked with a stinky face. Pepper never saves face for his boss. Although I don't want to say this is the 7th laboratory that has been blown up this year, Mr. Stark. Tony's face darkened after hearing Pepper's words. This is my laboratory. If I don't like it, I have the right to blow it up. Pepper smiled and ignored Tony's childishness, and continued. This is a letter from the US military. They hope to test the performance of the Jericho missile before placing an order with us. Isn't this the responsibility of a BDS stan? Tony frowned. He didn't like socializing with the US military very much. Abidia went to several European countries to discuss business and to attend a new weapons exhibition. He won't be back for more than a month. Did you forget? Or did you ask him to go? Pepper said. Okay. Then tell them that I will give them an experiment next month. The test site will be in the Middle East. Tony said in a tone of please don't bother me anymore. Where are you going, Tony? To have lunch. At 1:30 p.m., most of the white-collar workers in Manhattan had already started their afternoon work, and Lee Ji's stall became deserted again. In just one noon, Lee Ji almost sold out his day's stock. After deducting various costs and expenses, he made almost $1,000 today. Business is so good that it is unbelievable. It seems that it will be enough to sell lunch once at noon in the future. Lee Ji is now browsing the internet on his mobile phone. He is looking up information about the Stanich family. Lee Ji does not have Frank's ability to invade the US government's intelligence network to collect intelligence. So he can only look at some public information on the internet. Although what can be found on the internet is just the tip of the iceberg, the strength of the Stanich family is indeed not to be underestimated. Especially this family is still involved in the US military. This makes Lee Ji feel difficult. Lee Ji is not a good person who can let go of the other party after being hunted. He has been thinking about how to cause some trouble for the Stanich family. He has gained a lot of reputation now. But he can't contact Frank Custer, otherwise Lee Ji doesn't mind joining forces with him to cause trouble for the Stanich family. I said, give me a cheeseburger. A man's voice with a slightly arrogant tone interrupted Lee Ji's thoughts. Tony Stark. Lee Ji looked up and found this playboy, the future superhero Iron Man, standing in front of him. This is a super tycoon who has appeared on the cover of Entertainment Weekly more times than on the cover of Business Weekly. Playboy has rated him as the man that men all over the world want to be like the most for 3 consecutive years. Mr. Stark. Lee Ji said in a tone of waiting for confirmation. If there is no one else named Stark around, then I think it is definitely me. Tony put on his sunglasses and pretended to look around and said, okay kid, if you want an autograph, I can sign it for you later, but can you give me a cheeseburger first? Tony spoke in the same arrogant tone as always. I'm sorry, I can add more cheese to your burger, but there is really no cheeseburger here. Lee Ji shrugged and pointed to the menu outside his food truck and said, Tisk okay, then let's have something like Jason's special burger. Jason is your name. Tony said. Sounds like a Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Damn, if you weren't Tony Stark, I would have beaten you up a long time ago. Lee Ji is now very annoyed with Tony's sharp tongue. He can only imagine the hamburger in front of him as Tony, and then press it hard twice with a spatula. After the hamburger is ready, it is put into a brown paper bag and Lee Ji is ready to hand it to Tony. Oh no, don't hand it to me. Put it here, I'll take it myself. Tony refused to take the paper bag from Lee Ji. Lee Ji felt that his veins were about to burst. What does this mean? Do you look down on me or do you have mysophobia? Oh, it tastes good. Tony picked up the burger and took a bite and praised. Kid, is this your fast food truck? My name is Jason Lee, Mr. Stark. And I am an adult in the legal definition. Don't you think it is rude to call me a child? Lee Ji was already very unhappy with Tony calling him boy. Okay, Mr. Jason Lee. Are you satisfied? Tony said without comment. Are you interested in working for Stark Group? Of course, I want to be your chef. My personal chef. As long as you can make such delicious burgers every day, I can pay you $200,000 a year, how about that? Tony proposed a temptation that ordinary people could hardly refuse. To be Tony Stark's personal chef and earn $200,000 a year is a lot of temptation for other people, but Lee Ji doesn't want to bother with him now. When watching the movie, I thought Tony Stark was very interesting, but when I really met him, I didn't like the arrogant and self-righteous Tony at all. Before experiencing the training and transformation of Iron Man, Tony was a bastard playboy. Thank you, Mr. Stark, but I prefer to drive a food truck. Lee Ji still smiled and refused Tony. $500,000, this price is not low. Michelin chefs are also priced at this price. Tony continued to increase the price. But Li Ji still shook his head unmoved. Okay, forget it. Tony shook his head and seemed ready to leave, but after walking 5 steps, he turned around and walked to Li Ji's food truck again. 1 million. Don't be too greedy. Tony said viciously. You spend 1 million just to eat a hamburger? You really need it. Rich people's ideas are terrible. P.S. The setting that Tony loves hamburgers comes from Iron Man 1. In the movie, the first thing Tony wants to do when he returns to the United States from the Middle East is to eat hamburgers, and Pepper thinks he wants to find a woman. So in Tony's mind, hamburgers, women, business negotiations. PS2, the setting that Tony Stark doesn't like to take things directly handed over by others comes from Iron Man 2. He never takes things directly from others, except for Pepper. The protagonist has been reborn for 17 years and must have forgotten the details in the movie, so Tony's behavior is very rude to him. If you like this book, please recommend it for collection. Chapter 21, Fighting to the End with the Stanich Family. Although he was very unhappy with Tony Stark's attitude towards him before, Li Ji still felt a sense of accomplishment when he saw Tony being conquered by the food he made. Although he still rejected Tony's offer, he left Tony a contact number. If he wanted to eat hamburgers and Li Ji happened to be free, then Li Ji would not mind doing door-to-door delivery service. At the same time, Tony also left Li Ji the contact number of his personal assistant Pepper. If Li Ji suddenly decided to become Tony's personal chef that day, he could call Pepper. After 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Ji had already closed the stall and was ready to go home. Today's income was very good. In addition to the $500 in tips from Tony, the purchases of ordinary diners alone had made Li Ji earn $1,200. This was already more profitable than many restaurants with storefronts. And the working hours were quite short, only working less than 5 hours a day. After these days of recuperation, with the help of internal strength, Li Ji's previous injuries in the 6th block have healed. After the last battle, Li Ji felt that his ability was still not enough. Especially the lack of defensive skills, such as Murphy's defensive sound waves, which were very powerful, and his flying knives could not penetrate them at all. Although it could not withstand the shooting of large-caliber sniper rifles, it could already defend against ordinary assault rifles. If I had such defensive ability last time, the battle would definitely not be so miserable, and I would have suffered a lot of injuries. The last battle caused a lot of shock, and the popularity of the news topic has not subsided until today. Li Ji has gained a lot of reputation points in these days, and the reputation points that were originally exhausted have now increased. Li Ji opened the system and took a look. The current reputation points have risen to more than 11,000. Li Ji has never been so rich. First, he spent 3,000 points to upgrade Teng Jiao Gong and 8 steps to chasing Cicadas Gong to the top level of perfection, and spent 500 points of reputation to upgrade Breaking the Wind 8 swords to the level of great success. Li Ji felt that although Teng Jiao Gong and Babu Gan Shan Gong were A-level skills, the battles in the past few days made Li Ji discover the benefits of these two skills. The characteristics of Teng Jiao Gong that can operate autonomously at all times and the instantaneous burst ability of Babu Gan Shan Gong are very important. Po Feng Ba Dao was originally just a sword technique specially learned as a match for the steel knife with increased damage. This sword technique is actually nothing special except for its speed. It will inevitably be eliminated after the level is upgraded, so Li Ji is not willing to spend more reputation on it. The overall strength of the host reaches the level of D-level hero, D-level skill exchange is unlocked, and D-level item exchange is unlocked. Host, Jason Lee hero attributes, primary internal power, L-level skill of Teng Jiao Gong, perfect, hero abilities, basic fighting, proficient, basic cold weapons, proficient, basic firearms, proficient, 8-step chasing cicadas, L-level skill, perfect, wind breaking 8 swords, L-level skill, great success, basic smoke escape technique, proficient, basic hidden weapon technique, proficient, strength, 480 kilograms, with bonus from internal power, speed, 100 meters maximum speed in 3 seconds, with bonus from internal power and light power, reaction, instantaneous response speed of 100 milliseconds, with bonus from training growth and internal power, rating, D-level hero. Congratulations on becoming a D-level hero. The D-level evaluation is the dividing line between heroes and mortals. You can already transform into Night Walker in the dark to fight criminals and protect the safety of the neighborhood. You have become a qualified neighborhood vigilante. Li Ji no longer wants to complain about the system's evaluation of himself. Opening the system's skill exchange option, the first feeling that D-level skills bring to Li Ji is that they are expensive. It's too damn expensive. I thought I could splurge on it with over 11,000 reputation points. But I didn't expect the exchange price of D-level skills and E-level skills to rise geometrically. The exchange price of E-level skills is 100 reputation points, and the upgrades are 10 points of minor success, 100 points of mastery, 500 points of great success, and 1,000 points of perfection. But after reaching D-level, the minimum price of exchanging a D-level skill is 1,000 reputation points, and the price varies with the upgrade potential of the skill. The higher the upgrade potential, the more expensive the skill. And the reputation cost of upgrading is also higher. D-level skills require 1,000 reputation points of minor success, 3,000 points of mastery, 5,000 points of great success, and 10,000 points of perfection. Damn, dare to cheat a little more? Li Ji has already spent 3,500 reputation points to upgrade E-level skills, and now he only has 8,510 reputation points. Now when I see the price of this skill exchange, my heart is so cold. If the price of D-level skills is so expensive, then what kind of horrible reputation will the higher level C-level, B-level, and A-level skills have in the future? Do you really have to save the earth to get enough reputation for S-level skills? There is no point in talking more. Li Ji gave up complaining and decided to exchange for a defensive skill first after calming down. Skin petrification, pass. This is obviously a mutation skill. Strong implant armor, pass. This must be a technology skill. Let me see if the growth skill matches my attributes. Iron vest, pass. It sounds very weak. Golden bell cover, pass. A weak enhanced version. 9 dragon holy fire cover, oh this is awesome. MD can't afford it, pass. Li Ji picked and chose. After searching for a long time, he chose the only skill that he could afford and was not weak. Vajra Indestructible Body Magic Skill. Vajra Indestructible Body Magic Skill is a D-level defensive martial art that can strengthen the host's body and blood. The minor level can defend against kinetic energy damage of less than 300 joules, the proficient level can defend against kinetic energy damage of less than 700 joules, and the major level can defend against kinetic energy damage of less than 1,200 joules. The perfect level can defend against kinetic energy damage of less than 1,800 joules, and can defend against low-level energy damage. This skill is considered a good skill. The defense level is good. The kinetic energy that a general pistol can generate is between 300 and 1,000 joules, depending on the bullet used. It is not easy to get a high-powered and high-kinetic pistol bullet, which is generally only equipped by the National Army. For example, the pistol that injured Li Ji's shoulder a few days ago, the kinetic energy damage was at most about 500 joules. If Li Ji had practiced a Vajra Indestructible Body Divine Art that day, even if it was only a minor success, it is estimated that the bullet of the pistol would have been stuck in Li Ji's muscles and would not have penetrated his shoulder at all. Of course, practicing the Vajra Indestructible Body Divine Art does not mean that Li Ji can be casual in the future. After all, the highest level of cultivation is only to defend against 1,800 joules of kinetic damage and low-level energy damage. You know, if the current assault rifle is equipped with a special high-powered bullet, the general muzzle kinetic energy can reach about 2,000 joules. Although the energy will inevitably decay during the flight, it must be uncomfortable to hit the body. Not to mention that there are sniper rifles with kinetic energy of more than 3,500 joules. Li Ji spent 3,000 points of reputation to buy the Golden Indestructible Body Divine Art, and then spent another 4,000 points of reputation to upgrade the skill to the mastery level. In addition to the 3,500 points of reputation spent on the previous upgrade, the original 11,000 points of reputation are only 1,510 points. This reputation value comes quickly, and it is spent even faster. The host has reached the D-level evaluation, and the system has issued a new hero task. Please confirm it. D-level hero task enemy. Every hero will definitely meet his own enemies in the process of growth. They will always bring various problems to the hero, some of which are temporary, and some are lifelong. Strike your enemies. Weaken their power. Mission objective: destroy 3 business bases of the Stanich family. 0 completed. Kill Hank, An important member of the Stanich family, 0 completed, stopped the Stanich family from making illegal transactions of at least $100 million. 0 completed, mission reward, a random D+ grade item. This is going to make me and the Stanich family fight to the death. Lee G sighed to the sky. Thanks to the bug friend. How to forget to reply for the reward? PS1, I will code one more chapter today if I have time, and there will be another chapter in the evening, around 10 o'clock. Welcome to watch. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22. There are no born heroes. Hi Peter, good morning. In the interspecies genetics laboratory of the Osborn Group, Gwen gently greeted Peter, who had just come to the company. Hi Gwen, good morning. Peter said with a smile. The past half-month was the most proud time of Peter's life. He was like a fish in water in the laboratory of the Osborn Group. Not only did he get the attention of the leader of the laboratory, Dr. Connors, with his decay rate algorithm. He also met the goddess of his life, Gwen Stacy, here. The other party did not seem to hate him and invited him to dinner at her home next week. This was good news for him, proving that Gwen accepted him. Peter, come to the Central Control Computer Laboratory. We have to find a way to break through the theoretical success rate to 75% today, otherwise we will not be able to conduct live experiments for a long time. Dr. Connors called Peter away as soon as he saw Peter walk into the laboratory. Dr. Connors seemed a little impatient. If we can't conduct live experiments, we can't get more data. Okay, doctor, I'll be there right away. Please wait for me to answer the phone. Peter's phone rang, and he said apologetically to Dr. Connors. Peter, old George is injured today. I have to take his place, so I can't pick up your Aunt May from get off work tonight. Please help me pick her up and take her home. The caller was Ben Parker, Peter Parker's uncle. Okay, Uncle Ben, I'll remember that. I have to start working now, so I'll hang up first. Peter was worried about today's research topic, so he hung up the phone in a hurry. No, the gene chain is still in a dead loop. Dr. Connors said a little haggardly in the Central Control Computer Laboratory. This is the 9th simulation test today, but the success rate is still not optimistic. Peter has been immersed in his work and forgotten everything else. The phone rang, and Dr. Connors looked at Peter's pocket for the phone and asked, "Are you going to answer the phone?" No. Peter shook his head. Now the experiment has reached a critical stage, and he has no mind to care about other things. What if this Y chromosome is removed and replaced with X? Peter suddenly had a flash of inspiration and started to enter the test parameters. Yes. That's it, doctor. The results of the computational simulation experiment showed that the test subject accepted the new DNA chain and its vital signs were intact. Peter and Dr. Connors were very excited about the test results. Peter's experiment was successful, but he forgot one important thing. At night in the 10th block of Queens, Lee G's fast food truck was parked in front of a butcher shop called Big Head. The business of the fast food truck was so good these days that all the sausages made before were sold out. Lee G now needs to buy some meat to prepare to make new sausages and hamburgers. The sausages are made in the back kitchen of his grandfather's restaurant, Mr. Li. After settling the payment with the owner of Big Head Butcher, Lee G was about to drive away and saw an acquaintance from a distance, Peter Parker. Peter looked depressed and walked listlessly. Lee G got out of the car and prepared to say hello to Peter to see how he was doing and whether he had quarreled with Gwen. Peter certainly didn't quarrel with Gwen, but with his Uncle Ben Parker. Because Uncle Ben had to work overtime today, Peter was supposed to pick up Aunt May after get off work. But Peter was so focused on the experiment today that he had forgotten about this matter. Although he was a little scared, what if Aunt May was in danger on her way home at night? After all, New York is not very safe at night, especially when you have to go through 2 neighborhoods with poor security. Uncle Ben took this opportunity to lecture Peter. Peter is now an adult and has his own ideas. Many of Uncle Ben's ideas are outdated in Peter's opinion. Especially Uncle Ben mentioned his father, which made him even more sad. This era is not the same as before, and people are not as easy to contact as before. Even neighbors rarely have a close relationship like a family 20 years ago. This era is no longer an era where good people are rewarded. Peter expressed his thoughts, then had a big fight with Uncle Ben, and is now running away from home. After all, even though Peter Parker has always been a good boy, he still has a rebellious period of youth. I said this bottle of coffee costs $2.70. The fat salesperson in the convenience store said impatiently, looking at the crumpled banknotes in front of him. Peter only had $2.50 on him, and he was still 20 cents short. Peter took out 20 cents from the coin box prepared by the convenience store to pay the bill. "Boy, don't you know English? It says here that you need to spend more than $10 to use the cents in the coin box." The fat salesperson threw the 20 cents back into the coin box without thinking. "If you don't have money, please don't stop the customers behind you from checking out." Peter felt terrible. The sense of accomplishment brought by the successful experiment today was gone. "My experiment will change the world. But I can't even afford a $2.70 coffee." Peter was indignant. Behind Peter, a middle-aged white man with blonde hair and big sunglasses came to the counter with a can of beer and prepared to check out. Just as the salesperson was about to collect the money and make the change, the man seemed to accidentally touch the candy shelf on the counter. "Hey, can you be more careful, man?" the fat clerk said to the white man. Then he had no choice but to pick up the knocked-over shelves and candies. At this moment, the white man reached into the register on the counter and took out all the banknotes. Peter saw all this, but he did not stop his idea at all. This clerk should be taught a lesson. Peter's inner thoughts at this time. The man saw that Peter neither stopped his theft nor reminded the clerk. He nodded to Peter and threw the bottle of coffee that Peter just wanted to buy directly. Then he quickly fled from another exit of the convenience store. "Hey Peter, why are you still here so late? If you don't go home, your Aunt May and Uncle Ben will be worried. Did you have a quarrel with Gwen?" Peter just walked out of the convenience store and saw Luigi walking towards him. "Hey Jason, nothing, I just want to go out for a walk and get some fresh air." Peter lied. At this time, a fat clerk ran out of the convenience store panting and came to Peter's side. "Why didn't you stop him just now? Or why didn't you remind me?" the fat clerk questioned Peter. "Dude, what does that have to do with me?" Peter shrugged and said indifferently. The fat clerk tried helplessly to catch up with the fleeing white man. What were you talking about just now?" Luigi was a little confused by their conversation. His store was just robbed, but what does it have to do with me? Peter still had an indifferent tone. Anyway, he was very unhappy today and just wanted to see someone get into trouble. Theft. Oh damn. 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 Luigi suddenly thought of something and suddenly shouted excitedly. This scene was so familiar. Wasn't it Peter who let the thief run away, and then Uncle Ben stepped forward to stop him and was shot dead by the criminal? I have been busy with my fast food truck these days, and I am still paying attention to the things of the Stanich family. So I forgot this important thing. In fact, I should have paid attention to it the moment I knew that Peter Parker had acquired the ability of Spider. Ben Parker is a good man. When Luigi first met this kind uncle, he felt that he was very kind. He was always willing to help others. He always regarded Luigi and Harry, two of Peter's good friends, as his own younger generations. After 2 years of contact, Uncle Ben has become one of Luigi's favorite and respected people. He and Aunt May are both kind people. If it weren't for their careful education, then Peter Parker, who lost his parents since childhood, would not know what his heart would be twisted into. How could such a person die? Luigi still remembers that not long after he met Peter, he set a goal, that is, he must save Ben Parker. Uncle Ben should not die in the hands of a thief. Peter was frightened by Luigi's sudden shouting. He was afraid that his friend might have some problems. At this time, Luigi had no intention of explaining anything to Peter. He just looked around the street quickly with his eyes. He still remembered that the place where Uncle Ben was killed was not far from Peter. I see. Luigi roared and had already released Uncle Ben. He was wrestling with a blonde middle-aged white man. Luigi's sharp eyes saw the man take out a black pistol. Without hesitation, Luigi quickly ran in the direction of Uncle Ben. When they were only 30 meters away, Luigi took out a newly bought smartphone from his pocket and threw it at the man directly using the method of throwing hidden weapons. However, the mobile phone is not a hidden weapon like a flying knife after all. Luigi originally planned to knock the gun out of the other party's hand, but it was a bit off and hit the other party's head. Bang! When Uncle Ben and the man were struggling, the man's pistol fired. Uncle Ben was no longer able to catch the man and fell to the ground. Only then did Lee Ji rush to Uncle Ben's side. Now he had no mind to care about the thief who escaped. He was tearing Uncle Ben's clothes open, revealing the location of the gunshot. It was not until he heard the gunshot that Peter realized what had happened. He also saw the familiar figure. It was his uncle. He was shot. Oh no no. Peter ran to Ben Parker with all his strength, and moaned weakly at the side of Uncle Ben's bleeding wound. "It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and drive my car over." Lee Ji took out his car keys and yelled at Peter. At the same time, Lee Ji took out a quick hemostatic spray and trauma bandages awarded by the system. Lee Ji used up nearly 1/3 of the quick hemostatic spray to stop the bleeding of Uncle Ben's wound. At this time, Peter had already driven Lee Ji's fast food truck to the side. "Peter, come here. Help me hold Uncle Ben's back, I want to bandage him." Lee Ji immediately called Peter to come and help. With the cooperation of the two, Uncle Ben's abdomen that was shot was quickly covered with gauze, which not only prevented bleeding, but also had a certain fixing effect to prevent secondary injuries. Lee Ji and Peter carried Uncle Ben into the car. Lee Ji drove in the front, while Peter took care of Uncle Ben in the back car. The host changes Ben Parker's fate, which will affect the growth of Spider-Man Peter Parker. The system issues an emergency task, please confirm it. There is no such thing as a born hero. Peter Parker, who has acquired the power of Spider-Man, did not realize what kind of power he possessed. It was not until Ben Parker's death that he understood what it meant. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. If Ben Parker had not died, would there still be Spider-Man Peter Parker? The host's task guides Peter Parker on the path to Spider-Man. A random X gene will be awarded upon completion of the task. Lee Ji looked at the task and breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time he felt very annoyed. What he was relieved about was that Uncle Ben probably would not die, but what was annoyed was that he would have to train Spider-Man himself in the future. If you like this book, please recommend it to your collection. Chapter 23 Angry Spider. Thank you, G. Peter said that if it weren't for you, Ben would have been in trouble this time. Aunt May said to Lee Ji excitedly with tears in her eyes. Aunt May, it's okay, don't get too excited. Lee Ji comforted her. Lee Ji had already called home and informed his family about Uncle Ben's situation. Now he was accompanying Aunt May and Peter outside the operating room of the hospital. Peter was still mumbling and blaming himself. Just now, the police came and showed the portrait of the murderer to the three of them. Peter recognized at a glance that the criminal who hurt his uncle was the middle-aged man he had let go. He obviously had the ability to stop him easily, but because of his negligence, he let him hurt Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben is now receiving treatment in the operating room. Thinking of this, Peter felt as if his heart was burned by fire. After the operation, a nurse came out to inform the three people. Fortunately, the bullet did not hit the internal organs, but only broke 2 ribs. The doctor has taken out the shell, and the patient will stay in the intensive care unit tonight. He can be transferred to the general ward when he wakes up tomorrow. Thank God. Aunt May felt much more relaxed after hearing the news. Peter's guilt was finally relieved. Lee Ji and the other two stood outside the door of the intensive care unit, looking through the glass at Ben Parker who was sleeping soundly, and they all felt much more relieved. Aunt May was determined not to go home. She wanted to see Uncle Ben wake up tomorrow morning. Lee Ji and Peter could only let her go to the family lounge to rest first. What are you thinking about? Lee Ji bought 2 bottles of coffee from the vending machine in the hospital, and found Peter who was in a daze in the corridor and asked. Oh no, nothing. Peter took the coffee handed over by Lee Ji but had no intention of drinking it. I have seen that criminal. He was stealing in a convenience store, but I did not stop him. I had the ability to stop him. If I had caught him at that time, Uncle Ben would not have been admitted to the hospital. No one can predict what will happen in the future, so talents need to choose every step carefully. Uncle Ben did not die, and the responsibility of playing Spider-Man's life mentor fell on Lee Ji's head. He had to use his mouth cannon ability to continue to deceive. Because every step you choose will change the fate of many people. The mouth cannon master Lee Ji said. Peter is like your idol Captain America. He must have many important moments of choice in his life, but he always makes the right choice. Because he knows how much power he has, and this great power often carries a greater responsibility. So he became a hero. He changed World War II and saved thousands of innocent people. Lee Ji didn't know whether his mouth cannon had any effect. After all, he was just his friend, not Ben Parker, and these words might not be useful. The next morning, Ben Parker woke up smoothly. This time, Lee Ji and the other two finally let go of their worries. "Uncle Ben, I'm really sorry. If I hadn't missed the appointment to pick up Aunt May, this wouldn't have happened," Peter said guiltily to Ben Parker. "Silly boy, you're just like your father, working day and night." Uncle Ben comforted him. And every boy has a rebellious age, not wanting to listen to his parents and family. "I've been there too." Uncle Ben's comfort worked a little, and Peter didn't look so uncomfortable. At noon, Harry got the news that Uncle Ben was shot and rushed over. Uncle Ben is also an important elder to Harry. Harry, who grew up with Peter, has always liked Uncle Ben. Because his father Norman Osborn was busy with work, Uncle Ben played a father role in Harry's life when he was young. Does the police have any clues about the criminal? After visiting Ben Parker, Harry asked Lee Ji and the others. "No, there's only a portrait that is annoying. I remember that person had a star-shaped mark on his left arm. There are no other clues. But no matter where this person goes, I will make him pay the price." Peter's eyes were burning with rage. 30th Street, Brooklyn, 12 o'clock at night. This is the most chaotic district in New York. Brooklyn is home to a large number of illegal immigrants of African and Mexican descent. A large number of low-income people and unemployed vagrants wander around the streets all day. Drug dealers are rampant here. Even at the door of government agencies, people are secretly buying and selling cocaine. The public security here is so chaotic that even if there is a homicide, the news media is too lazy to report it. In other districts, homicides are news, but in Brooklyn, homicides are daily. Okay. If there is no homicide in Brooklyn one day, then it is news worth reporting. Exclamation mark. Only this little money today. A white man with blonde hair asked a woman who looked like a streetwalker. "Let go of my hand, you hurt me." The streetwalker shook off the man's hand. "Business is bad today, so I don't have much money." The woman chewed bubble gum and handed the man $200. "I don't believe it." The man didn't take the $200 from the woman, but reached out to the woman's bag, looking like he wanted to rob her. "What are you doing?" "This is my money," the woman said anxiously after seeing her bag being robbed. "Let go of that lady's wallet." "You bastard." The strange man wearing sunglasses and a mask stopped him late at night. "Who are you?" "A new Mexican wrestler." The white man said disdainfully, took out a switchblade and said to the masked man who stopped him, "You may not understand the rules of Brooklyn yet." After that, the white man stabbed the masked man with the switchblade. But the masked man's reaction seemed very fast. Before the white man could touch him, he punched him hard in the lower abdomen. The white man was knocked to the ground by a punch, holding his stomach and retching. The masked man walked up to the white man, lifted the clothes on his left arm, and found that there was no star-shaped mark, which seemed to be the person he was looking for. When the streetwalker next to him saw the white man being knocked to the ground, she immediately ran to the bar nearby for help. A group of big men rushed out, and they seemed to be in the same group. The masked man saw that something was wrong and ran away immediately. This masked man was Peter Parker, and he was tracking down the murderer who shot and wounded his uncle that day. However, it would be strange if he could find the person in such a way as looking for a needle in a haystack. New York is an international metropolis with a population of 25 million. Peter wore a ridiculous mask and sunglasses and used this stupid method to search for several days. In the dark, which Peter did not notice, Lee Ji was following him for several days in the outfit of Nightwalker. These days, Lee Ji has been following Peter Parker, seeing him looking for the murderer as if to vent his anger, and sometimes he would beat up the suspect for no reason. Fortunately, he controlled his strength, otherwise, with Spider-Man's strength, ordinary people would be killed with one punch. In Lee Ji's opinion, this was not looking for the murderer at all, but simply because he wanted to find a place to vent his guilt. The unlucky ones were those who looked a bit like the annoying guy that day, and now another unlucky guy appeared. Another white man with blonde hair had just bought a few bottles of beer from a convenience store and was about to go home to drink. Unexpectedly, a strange man with a mask and sunglasses suddenly jumped out next to him. The masked man didn't say anything, but raised his left arm to check. This action scared the man, but fortunately the masked man didn't make any other dangerous moves, just looked at his left arm and left. Lee Ji shook his head in the dark. If Spider-Man continued to develop like this, let alone become Spider-Man, it would be good if he didn't become the Black Spider. Peter still got nothing today. He wanted to find the criminal to avenge Uncle Ben. Unfortunately, New York is too big, and one person can't find the criminal hiding among 25 million people. After climbing over a low wall, Peter was about to go home first. At this time, a hoarse voice came from behind him. "Are you looking for me?" A man wearing a gray hoodie and whose face could not be seen appeared not far behind him. He raised his left arm, which had a star-shaped mark on it. Peter Parker's pupils contracted violently. The second update will be around 8 o'clock in the evening. If you like this book, please collect it and recommend it. Chapter 24, Teaching People. Luigi chose to approach Peter Parker as another night walker in order to lead him on the right path. But before taking him on the road, Luigi decided to teach Peter Parker how to be a man. Peter's actions these days have been a bit excessive. Not only some criminals have suffered, many innocent people have also been implicated. This is completely a random shooting, and the attitude of hitting whatever is hit is taken. In order to prevent Peter from hearing his voice, Luigi also exchanged a blank skill ventriloquism. This skill is not very useful, just use internal force to change a person's pronunciation. "It's you." Peter's eyes turned red when he saw the star-shaped mark on his left arm. He would not forget the mark of that person at the beginning. This person almost killed his Uncle Ben. "It's me, so what do you want to do?" Luigi asked in a hoarse tone. Luigi is not afraid of Peter now. Not to mention that he has just upgraded several skills recently to improve his strength. Just tracking Peter Parker these days, Luigi also roughly understands the strength of Spider-Man. Peter has just gained the ability of Spider. This ability is obviously growing. Whether it is power reaction or spider sense, Peter has just mastered it and is far from reaching the peak of Spider-Man. Moreover, Peter has no real fighting experience since he was a child. With his small body before, he will most likely be pinned to the ground and rubbed. If the current Peter Parker encounters the situation of being surrounded and killed by the Stanich family like Luigi that day, it is hard to say whether he can escape. Peter looks very powerful now, but he is only dealing with ordinary thugs. He is not even a real gangster, so Luigi does not touch him at all. Peter did not speak and ran towards Luigi with all his strength. Although the current Spider-Man has not reached the peak of his ability, his speed is not slow. Ordinary people can't avoid his impact at all. But Luigi is not an ordinary person, especially after upgrading the 8 steps to chase cicadas to perfect state. Luigi is now faster. Just when Peter's fist was about to touch Luigi easily dodged to the side. And he stretched out his foot and tripped Peter in the direction he was going. Although the spider sense gave a warning, Peter's body didn't have time to react. He was tripped at such a fast speed and flew out. But Spider-Man is Spider-Man after all. He has adjusted his posture and balance in the air, and he can ensure that he will not fall when he lands. But Luigi is now teaching Spider-Man how to be a man. How could he let him pass easily? Standing behind Peter, Luigi kicked Peter's butt directly. Peter used the unique skills of the King Chang school in Jin Yuang's novels, and his butt fell backwards like a flat sand-falling wild goose, and he fell directly on the ground. Because the speed was too fast, he rolled on the ground for several circles. "Oh, is this all you can do? Little brat." Luigi played the villain and mocked Peter. Peter got up and punched Luigi angrily. But he was still unsystematic, relying entirely on speed and strength to fight with the instincts of a beast. This kind of battle is no longer challenging for Luigi now. In the free time of the past few days, he has used up all the remaining training time in the L-level hero training card. Now his winning rate against D-level training opponents is as high as 97%, and his winning rate against 3D-level opponents is as high as 99%. The opponents in the training space are all experienced masters created by the system. They not only have a perfect grasp of their own abilities, but also have a lot of combat experience. Luigi pulled out a metal short stick that had not been used for a long time from his belt and gently hit to the side of Peter. A short stick whistled and hit Peter's wrist. Luigi used the skill of breaking wind 8 swords with a short stick. The speed of the short stick was so fast that Peter was hit without any reaction. Fortunately, Luigi did not infuse the Tengjiao Gong, which was already at the perfect level, into the short stick, otherwise the new Spider-Man Peter Parker would be uncomfortable. But even so, Peter was hit hard. Ouch! Peter's wrist was hit and he cried out in pain. "So? This little pain makes you want to call your mother." Luigi played the villain conscientiously, and perhaps he still had a sadistic heart deep in his heart. "Shut up. Peter roared with red eyes and kicked Li Ji. Weak. Li Ji chose to try to take the kick this time. Sure enough, Peter, who had just obtained the spider mutation, had not yet reached his peak strength. Although the kick was quite powerful, it only shook Li Ji, who had already practiced a mastery level of Vajra indestructible body divine art. In addition, Peter had never practiced any fighting techniques, so a lot of kinetic damage from such a direct kick was actually wasted in the air, so it did not cause any harm to Li Ji. "Boy, look at how I teach you to kick," Li Ji said, using the middle side kick that is very common in basic fighting techniques. Because he has the skill of basic fighting technique mastery, Li Ji's middle side kick posture is very standard. With the left foot as the central fulcrum, the whole person is centered on the waist, and the force point starts from the left foot and extends upwards, all the way to the right foot as the attack point, forming a perfect whip effect. The speed and power of this kick were totally beyond the reach of a combat novice like Peter. Although Peter made a blocking gesture, he was still kicked several meters away by Li Ji like a cannonball. Then he hit the wall heavily. Although Li Ji was a bit ruthless, he was still measured. He knew that with Spider-Man's current physique, this attack could not cause much damage, at most a slight injury. Li Ji's analysis was correct. Peter was indeed not seriously injured. Although this impact made him feel very painful, his muscle strength was now much higher than that of ordinary people. Under the protection of muscles, his bones and internal organs were not actually damaged. It was just that the muscle tissue that was hit was slightly strained, but this injury healed quickly for the mutated Peter. Peter was about to get up and continue to attack Li Ji, when he suddenly felt something cold against his forehead. This was a black muzzle of a gun, and Peter now did not have the ability to resist a gun. "The game is over, boy." Li Ji imitated the villain in the movie and put the muzzle of the gun against Peter's head and said, "Am I going to die?" Peter suddenly thought. Watching Li Ji pull the trigger, the expected gunshot did not come. There was only the crisp click of the pistol firing pin. "So are you awake now?" Li Ji looked at the dumbfounded Peter and couldn't help laughing in his heart, but he still said coolly on the surface, What? Peter's anger had almost been vented after the fight just now. Well, maybe it can be said that he was almost beaten. Now that Peter has calmed down, he has a little understanding that the person opposite him does not seem to be the one he is looking for, and although he hit him hard, it is obvious that the other party has no real intention to hurt or kill him. "I heard about you. You have been looking for a middle-aged white man with golden shawl hair and a mark on his hand recently." Li Ji made a hoarse voice with ventriloquism. "Although I don't know why you are looking for people with marks on their hands, your behavior has implicated many innocent people. Who are you?" Peter asked his doubts. "Why do you know these things?" "I usually move around in Queens, where everyone calls me Nightwalker," Li Ji said pretentiously. "It's not difficult to find out about you. You've been doing these things these days. There's already a news report about you online tonight. You wear a mask and sunglasses, and you specialize in attacking middle-aged white men with blonde shawl hair. Nightwalker? You're actually a real Nightwalker. I always thought you were just an urban legend." Peter had heard about the Nightwalker. Now in the 6th block, the Nightwalker is the hottest urban legend. Some people say it's true, but many people think it's fake, just a hype on some websites. "I've been observing you in secret, and you did attack innocent passers-by." Li Ji was referring to Peter's previous inspection of the arms of normal passers-by, which often scared them half to death, and sometimes caused conflicts with them. Of course, in the end, they were the ones who suffered. "Because my uncle was shot, I want to find the murderer. I didn't mean to do that," Peter explained, although now thinking about it, he did do something wrong. "Okay, if you want to talk to me, we'd better go to a quiet place." Li Ji motioned Peter to leave here. The fight just now had attracted the attention of some people, and some people were rushing over here. Li Ji left quickly after he finished speaking. Peter thought about it and followed Li Ji's steps and left together. P.S. RB Books has received a contract reminder today, and the author has printed out the contract and signed it. It will be mailed out tomorrow, so the book will be finished. Book friends can collect it with confidence. Thank you everyone. Friends who like this book are welcome to collect and recommend it. Chapter 25: Spider-Man's Invitation to Join a Team. In front of a 15-story old building in Brooklyn, Li Ji asked Peter Parker, "Can you go up?" "What?" Peter didn't understand what Li Ji meant, and Li Ji didn't explain. He directly used the 8 steps to chase cicadas to infuse his legs with internal force, and gently used the wall a few times to gain leverage, and flew to the roof of the 15th floor. Peter was a little surprised at the strength of this night walker. Peter has the ability of biological static electricity, so he can naturally climb up the wall. But the action of climbing the wall is naturally not as cool as the one who steps on the wall and flies up. Now Peter has not made the machine that launches spider silk, so he can only climb up the 15th floor in a relatively ugly way by climbing the wall. Fortunately, it is midnight now, and there is no one on the street. And there are not many residents in this old building, otherwise this way of climbing the building is really easy to be discovered. Next, Luigi threw the coffee he had prepared to Peter, who had just climbed up. In the United States, people under 21 are not allowed to drink alcohol. Although Luigi himself doesn't care, Peter is still a child. Oh, thank you. Peter took the coffee, which was his favorite brand. What do you think? If you can't find the murderer who hurt your uncle, then you will continue like this? Luigi asked. Until you may annoy the police, or offend someone more powerful than me, and then be killed by them. I don't want to cause trouble. Peter lifted the mask to reveal his mouth and drank a sip of coffee, then said dryly, "It's just that I think I should do something for my uncle." "So, this is what you did for your uncle?" Luigi's tone was non-committal. "Come out to cause trouble all day long. But you seem to cause more trouble than me." Peter fought back. These days, he has gained special abilities, which makes him feel that he is unique, but he is depressed after being taught a lesson by Luigi today. "Maybe, but at least I deal with criminals with clear criminal tendencies," Luigi said in return. "Instead of just staring at certain people like you, and abusing your extraordinary abilities." Peter's face under the mask was a little red. He was indeed ridiculous these days. Not only did he not find the real criminal, but he did a lot of stupid things. A friend of mine once told me that people with great abilities often carry equally great responsibilities. Peter said as he looked at Luigi dressed as a night walker. "What do you think? Finding criminals in the dark. Finding criminals is just a way of life for me. You can think of it as a hobby." Luigi certainly couldn't say that he was upgrading for the mission. Some things must be done by someone, such as stopping crime. This city has a population of 25 million. How many robberies, murders and sexual assaults happen in this city every day? Luigi's ability to talk nonsense is getting stronger and stronger now. So sometimes someone must stand up and do something, just like your uncle. If someone stood up and stopped the criminals with him at that time, then I think he might not have been injured. Luigi's words touched Peter. It was because Peter didn't stand up when he needed to stand up that his uncle was injured. Everyone may suffer misfortune, but if misfortune is simply transformed into hatred, it will only produce more misfortune. Instead of regretting it after it happens, it is better to nip it in the bud before it happens. Luigi almost vomited after hearing this. It was just like what a life mentor in a superhero movie would say. But in order to educate Spider-Man, Luigi could only say this. Fortunately, Peter really fell for it, and Peter was somewhat persuaded by Luigi. "So is this why you help others stop crime?" Luigi shrugged, neither saying yes nor no. But Peter thought this was Luigi's tacit consent. "Then can I join?" Peter said after a moment of silence. "What?" Luigi had never expected Peter to make such a request. "Can you let me join you? You see, I'm actually okay, right? If you need an assistant to fight criminals, I think I can help." Peter said shyly. "I think you are right. If someone stood up to stop it at that time, my uncle would not be injured. I want to stand up with you to stop crime." Hey. The director got the wrong script and lines. I just helped Peter Parker to follow the path his life should take, not to be his life mentor, let alone to be the nanny of the novice Spider-Man. Oh hey. Luigi was just busy talking nonsense. How could he forget that Peter Parker is still a middle school boy? Middle school boys are the most susceptible to heroism, especially Peter Parker, who is essentially a righteous man. Luigi finally understood the original meaning of this sentence, and he had to jump into the pit he dug with tears in his eyes. Now the task of getting Spider-Man back on track has not been completed. If he refuses, he may make Spider-Man, who has just ignited hope, turn evil. In this way, not to mention that the task cannot be completed, he will not be able to face Peter Parker in the future. "Okay, meet here at 11 o'clock tomorrow night," Luigi said and left without looking back. "The wind is so noisy today I want to be alone." "Peter, I'm sorry, I didn't know your uncle had such a serious problem. Please forgive me for not coming to visit you." The next morning, Gwen came to the hospital and gave Peter a hug when she saw him guarding the bed. It's okay, Gwen." Peter hugged Gwen and patted her shoulder. "Let me introduce you. Gwen, this is my Uncle Ben Parker, and Uncle Ben, this is my colleague Gwen Stacy." "Hello, Uncle Ben, you can just call me Gwen." Gwen smiled gently and shook hands with Uncle Ben. "I heard Peter and Jason mention you. You are much more beautiful than in the photos." Uncle Ben blinked and smiled at Gwen. "Photos?" Gwen was a little puzzled. "On Peter's computer, he said it's so that there are many photos on the desktop." Uncle Ben immediately sold Peter's privacy to Gwen. "Oh Uncle, Gwen is actually not." Peter was instantly flustered by Uncle Ben's words. "So you don't have any photos of me?" Gwen raised her eyebrows and said in a bad tone. "Yes, oh actually no, there are, but they were taken for the interns in the laboratory as souvenirs." "Yes, they were taken for the interns as souvenirs." Peter's lie was inconsistent and finally barely made up. "Aha, so it was just for the interns." Gwen obviously didn't believe this statement and looked at Peter with a slightly suspicious look. But she didn't want to pursue anything. In fact, she liked Peter's fascination with her very much, which made her heart beat faster again. "Oh, yes," Peter said with some embarrassment. "I'm sorry Gwen, I broke the appointment. I was supposed to go to your house for dinner, but I'm sorry." "No, Peter. Don't say such things," Gwen said very considerately. "Could it be that Uncle Ben was injured and still expected you to accompany me for dinner with peace of mind?" Gwen didn't go home until noon. After Gwen left, Uncle Ben said with a smile, "This girl is pretty good. Are you pursuing her? Then you have to work harder, Peter. Good girls are very popular." "Oh, please, Uncle Ben." Peter felt uncomfortable facing Gwen the whole morning because of Uncle Ben's words. In the afternoon, the fast food truck closed, and Lee Ji also came to the hospital. The fast food truck's business is very stable now, with about $1,500 a day, plus Tony Stark comes to buy a burger every day and gives a $500 tip. When I came to the hospital to see Uncle Ben and Peter today, I found that Peter's mental state was much better today. It seems that yesterday's education of Spider-Man on how to be a man was still effective, and the former Peter Parker is back. "Peter, you look in good spirits today," Lee Ji greeted. "Yeah, I think so too," Peter said a little boastfully. "Because I met a very cool guy yesterday." "Yeah, you met a very cool guy, and I met a very troublesome chatterbox." Friends who like this book, please recommend it to your collection. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.